Welcome in, everybody, to the Origins League Qualifier. My name is Ryan, and I am joined by the illustrious Schweetfeet. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably wondering, what is the Origins League? Well, we actually have a video to describe that all to you now, so let's hop into that.
The E4E Origins League. The league will be made up of two tiers, Challenger Daily and Masters Weekly, running for 4 weeks. Challenger Daily includes 2 tournaments a day, every Monday to Thursday, open to everyone, except players in the Masters Weekly. Masters Weekly includes 2 tournaments every Friday. The top 32 players of an open qualifier are then invited to play in this exclusive series. Players will be awarded points based on their tournament placement. After the first 2 weeks of the season, the bottom 8 Masters will be relegated and replaced by the top 8 challengers based on their points. The season will last 5 weeks. After 4 weeks of Challenger and Master tournaments, the top 32 challengers and all 32 Masters will be invited to the Grand Finals, taking place on the final week of the season. Make sure to follow our Twitter for all the latest news and updates on.
Awesome stuff. So there's going to be a lot of events coming up here in the next couple of weeks. So get ready. I hope you've been training in the arena. And I love the system where people are going to be gaining points, losing points. So everybody's like full ranking is going to be on full display, and there's going to be no more talk. Okay, it's only going to be show and tell, right? Everyone's going to have proof in the pudding as to where they stand. Sweet, how do you feel about it, man?
No, I absolutely love it, right? It kind of, reminds me a little bit of, acquiring the points in the old E4E dailies. We have a new system at hand here. Like you said, the league's made up of 2 different tiers, the challengers versus the masters there. So here in this open qualifier, this kickoff day tournament, we're deciding our top 32 top 32 masters. I'm so used to saying challengers from leaderboard grind there. Challengers going to be open to everybody. So again, every day, Monday through Thursday, there are 2 different time zones, whether you're on the East or the West time. You can go in there, log yourself some points, try to get into that masters at the end of the week there on Fridays. And what I love the most is that mid-season relegation and promotion as well. So you have something to shoot for there. And if you're in the masters, it's not a walk in the park. You got to keep bringing your A game, or else you will kind of suffer the shame of that relegation. So it's going to be interesting.
Absolutely. So over the past couple of days, we have determined our top 32, but today is the battle of the top 8. We have 8 players battling for the prize pool of 100 AXS at the moment. And it's been quite a contentious show up to this point. I mean, we saw in day one, big names get knocked out of the game, such as Big Gabby taking a round 1 exit. It doesn't happen often. I'll tell you that much.
No,
We
definitely not
saw
from Big Gabby. Definitely not from Big
No.
Gabby. So to see it now, definitely surprising.
Absolutely. Mino from Meditate also getting knocked out, as well as Kusei getting knocked out very early. But we do have some big names still in the top 8, one of which being Sequinox. We also have Enrico, Son X Gong, Camille. We have Asado, Eremzi, and Naoki Aso, and RG Man in it. So 8 players left in contention, ready to fight till the very end.
Yeah,
Our
can't wait.
first
Like you
battle?
said, a lot of these names, sorry, a lot of these names that we're seeing here. I can't wait. It's going to be great. We've got a couple great games coming up. I mean, out of 512, we whittled ourselves all the way down to these final 8 here. So I'm ready to see what these guys bring today.
Absolutely. Our first battle between these champions is going to be between Sequinox and RG Man in it. Both champions. Sequinox, I always like to refer to him as the final boss. I don't know what it is. That name inspires fear every time I hear it. And if I was in a high stress situation like an event like this, I would definitely be feeling the stress of that final boss situation. So I'd love to hop in and check out these players' Axie pools for the competition and see what we have rolling. So it looks like Sequinox has got pretty consistent Leafy team. Looks like he's rocking some Jinx team as well as the Sustain Discard comp. We've seen these before, not too unfamiliar. On the other side, though, RG Man in it, rocking some Poison in the mix. Interesting stuff. He looks like he's foregone the Jinx strategy and instead's gone with Leafy, Sustain, and Poison. How are you feeling about these teams?
Right, I love to see it. I mean, I think, the Leafy was pretty understood. We're definitely going to see some of that today as well. Both bringing, I think it's interesting that both are, bringing the Sustain and the Leafy there, kind of some early things that we're going to see probably often as well. I love the Poison play here by RG Man. Personally, Poison player, I love that somebody's holding it down for us. I don't know if we'll see too much of it here. With that paralyzing glare there, I'm looking at that bottom left axis there for RG Man. Just going to be an absolute menace though when it comes down to it. If we end up seeing it again, I think the Leafy comps are going to be a common theme maybe here in this top 8, but I'd like to see him switch it up a little bit.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting. So Leafy, I feel like that's the safest game 1 play. Right. It has a good chance of beating everything, but there's small outplays. You could see a Jinx go up against a Leafy and still come out on top. Jinxes are a dangerous comp, and there's RNG involved. But if RNG is on your side, then you could be winning that match. The Sustain's a weird one, but Sustain versus Poison, I feel like Poison comes out on top for sure. So there is a lot of intricate maneuvers to think about when picking your first team in this game 1 situation here. I do think that Leafy is the safest play though, so I'm crossing my fingers and betting that's probably what we're going to see.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now, what's interesting with this Sustain team down here? What's interesting with Sustains in general is with this change to Blood Moon. Right? So Blood Moon in the past would just reduce your max HP without reducing your remaining HP, right? So now when Blood Moon comes in, it'll reduce both your max HP and the percentage of your remaining HP at the same ratio.
Mm-hmm.
With that new change, Tassels has become this powerhouse of a sustained support card, just being able to throw so much damage into the end game and winning in so many scenarios. And combined with that twin tail, man, it's disgusting. It's not a fun comp to play against, I'll tell you what. So yeah, it makes sense that most of these high level players are probably going to have it in their arsenal.
No, yeah, you're exactly right. Nothing, feels quite as bad as running into that sustained comp, finally holding on to a couple cards, lining yourself up for a big play. You throw your first card, double twin tail. You lose half of what you just saved up, and then you're frustrated and you're like, damn it, I needed it, I had it. But so no, it is an interesting matchup. I think I'd prefer the Leafy versus Leafy over the sustains, but I'll just speak for myself on that one.
Hey man, I don't remember what tournament it was, but there was a tournament a little while back where we had two players both come in with sustained comps, and I think we got one match in, I think one turn into the match before they I think they surrendered and called it a draw. I'm not sure what exactly they did it, but they were just like, let's not do this.
We're not doing no.
We both agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, I love it. Here we go, getting
them.
into the first one, getting into this Leafy matchup like we kind of predicted. A few key subtle differences here, a little bit of the Axie placement. Ryan, tell me what I'm looking at here with these differences. One shrimp in the middle versus one shrimp in the back line here, the shrimp in the middle on Sequinox side.
Interesting setup, yes. So, of course, we've got the bug in the front. That's going to be our most defensive option. But the last stand Axie is usually the Axie that you want to save for the end. If you can save that last stand Axie till the very end, then you're usually set. Now, putting your last stand Axie in the middle is a very interesting strat here, because you see both players are playing shrimp. That shrimp is going to allow them to target a specific Axie, and when they throw out their Leafy cards, instead of hitting random targets, it's going to be hard focused on that specific Axie that they shrimp. But shrimp can only hit the front or the back, meaning that midline mech with last stand is actually protected from a shrimp attack. And Sequinox's last stand mech is actually in danger of that exact same situation. So it's an interesting setup we have here. Now, keep in mind, both players are playing frontline bugs with Ant, so they can actually pull taunt to their front line before either player has the opportunity to throw that shrimp out there.
For sure, and you're seeing massive
discard there.
Yeah. Massive Garish Worms. Actually, while you were speaking, the turn before that, Sequinox threw out a Garish Worm, again, that had that Mantis Dagger on it, caught both of Anace's Leafies that he had retained. So a nasty Garish Worm play to get rid of any real hopes of damage there coming through this first shuffle on Anace's side.
It is crazy how no card is safe these days, and it only takes one season to change the meta in that way. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. I love to see how things shift, and sometimes it's huge, sometimes it's subtle, but it's always fun. Right now, it's looking like a pretty even match. I don't think either player has a huge advantage over the other, although we are seeing rage coming in from Anace. And this could be a big turn. They do have a shrimp in hand. They could take out that backline mech. Oh, maybe they can't. Honestly, they don't have any Leafies. They do have a Ronin, and they have a Little Piece. So I do think they can get the kill here with the 4 energy. It is possible, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're thinking of.
He actually does decide to go for the mech. I was thinking, I mean, look with those 7 rage stacks there on that midline beast. It's so tempting, I think, to go after that. And he does proc it. He does proc the last stand. Wow, okay. Does proc the last stand there. But, I mean, I think we'll see if that is the right player. Now, what do you think, Ryan? Is that the right one? That he is dodging the mech? Yeah, has to get it procced in early.
You need to get it procced early, because that if you save it till the end, they might might get to the point where they have a 4 energy turn and you're only with 59 HP left, and then they can throw out that attack card, proc it, and now they have 3 energy left, and no matter how many attack cards they throw out, there's nothing they can do to get rid of that 1 HP. So getting rid of that last stand mech early was absolutely the right choice. And now Sequinox is coming in with his revenge. He gets a damage buff from having that last stand procced, but unfortunately he does not have the Leafy on that backline mech. He does not have any really high damage attack cards. He is able to take out the Beast from Nace's side, but after the Fury's already gone, it's not really as big of a threat as that midline mech. And I'm gonna say, man, I think a Nace might have this one in the bag, even though Sequinox has an HP advantage. This is not looking great for Sequinox.
Yeah, I agree. And then he drew no card. He drew that one card there, that one Kataro on that mech for Sequinox in that last stand. So, you know, almost no value there really as well. At least not as much value as you'd like to see when that goes to proc. He didn't have anything retained from that double discard earlier from an ace. So the Garish Worms flying on both sides have been huge as we see the Leafies come back around to favor an ace here. Like you said, HP looking like it was favoring Sequinox. This is going to be a big turn to decide. Here he goes, loses the ant there,
but does not get the kill, which could actually be big for Sequinox here, because that gives Sequinox an extra Leafy. He could play the hero here and hope to pull Leafy out of his deck and get one extra Leafy off of that frontline bug before it dies. That's a lot of damage he definitely doesn't want to miss out on. But then again, yeah, I think that's probably the best play here. Let's see what he does.
Will the hero shuffle the deck if he's at 0?
Oh, is he at 0?
He was at, I think he just put one. He just had one.
No, I think he has 10.
No. Sorry, yeah, I'm confused. I'm backwards.
Yeah,
I'm backwards. You're right.
Deck.
I'm backwards.
He actually decides to hold the hero. Very interesting play because the hero is on the bug, which is the most likely Axie to die here. I would have thought he'd play the hero and save the bamboo spear for the beast. Seeing as how there's no shrimp, he's got to go through the bug to get to the beast. Oh man, and he still has a cottontail too.
Wow, I just saw, like, he's got the setup here. If he goes for the blue moon to pull a card, or did he?
Yeah, he goes for the blue moon. He's probably going to retain that Leafy, or he could even throw out the Leafy right now. Honestly, with the cottontail, that's probably a smart move.
Or does he hope he procs right here, saves all of it, and just goes all the way off on this upcoming turn? He's going to do just that, it looks like.
Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. So there's nothing Sequinox can do at this point. All the damage cards can go win, but he cannot get him past that 1 HP. In this next turn, an ace is going to have that huge damage buff from being in last stand. And, oh, is this enough? Whoa.
He does the serious and then wakes himself up with Puppy as well?
That's true. So serious for the extra damage first, wake himself up with Puppy. Good call there, Sweet. And then the Leafy comes in, and then he still has 2 swords to throw in there.
Oh, there it is. And there it is. Wow, what a game 1.
That was actually much closer than I thought it was going to be. It was only like 19 damage, a 19 damage difference between a win or a loss. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was a fun match to start off. What a match to start this event off with, let me tell you.
No, absolutely. Get my brain waking up here. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Got a couple games ahead. Get my brain waking up here into Origins. You know, I've been bouncing back and forth between Classic and Origin with the Classic leaderboard reset. You know, my brain's all over the place here. And going back and thinking about, you know, talking about the matchup between, you know, does it matter where you put the mech? And then immediately the shrimp, not really. You know what I mean? The shrimp can kind of go and get whatever it wants to get with, you know, a lot of follow up as well. So
shrimp has to go front or back. It can't hit the middle. So that was the big deciding factor there.
Right.
That was the big deciding factor. And it was interesting how that played out, because I'm not sure why Sequinox decided to play his mech in the back. He might be thinking of something that I've not even considered, or we might see a switch up now because we are in the top 8. Every match that we see against 2 players, it's going to be a 5 best 3 out of 5, right? So we could see this go all the way up into game 5. It could be a back and forth up until the bitter end.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can't wait. I love the best of 5 setup because again, it gives everybody kind of a chance to settle in a little bit. You get to see some comp mix-ups, hopefully. Again, I would love to see that poison comp sneak its way out. I just don't know if it has enough juice against these leafy teams. You kind of need a little bit longer of a game. I feel like you need a little bit deeper of a mid and late game there for the poison comp to really settle in. But you don't always have that opportunity against the leafy. So curious to see what changes do get made, and maybe even as little as something positional or charm setup, which in Origins is any change little if it's enough to win the game.
Man, I think sometimes the smallest changes make the biggest difference.
Hmm.
And it's crazy how one charm can completely change your success rate in the arena. It's absolutely crazy. I'm curious if now that we're seeing poison sneak its way up here, I'm wondering if we're going to see our first ever starter Axie in a tournament scenario, because
Wow.
Vinoki has been a very strong
Yeah.
support tech for poison teams. And I know that even right now in the Epic era, who knows if it'll stay around in the Mystic era, but I know even right now in the Epic era that there are challengers, players in
Mhm.
challenger rank that are running Vinoki and their poison team. So it's absolutely still a viable option to a certain extent.
That is such a good point, and something that had never even crossed my mind until you mentioned it. Imagine seeing a starter in competitive Axie in like an esports setting in a tournament. It makes me, it like gives me PTSD back to like the season 0, season 1 Puffy days when we were just getting nuked on by Puffy, and now it's like, okay, a little bit more balance, but like bring them in, bring the starters to the competitive scene. I love it.
I love him, dude. But we're hopping into game 2 now. It looks like Sequinox started off turn 1. No placement changes. So he's still running with the backline mech, which makes me think he knows something that I don't. And I'm wondering what that is. I hope he can turn this around. Sequinox, the last boss. Anase is coming out on top game 1, but let's see if she is Anase he or she. I apologize. I don't know.
Believe that be it's a he. Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a
he.
he.
It's a
No
he.
worries.
Hey, if you're watching this, please do forgive me. I will remember from here on out.
No, I definitely want to
Um,
give a shout out to Anace and all of the Chomp Squad homies over there as well. Anace, when the original Blitz LTM came out in Origins, we hosted a little Blitz, if you will, who could rack up the most Blitz wins in about 90 minutes. Anace actually coming in second in that original event, so no stranger to Origin. Been around Origin a while. Pretty always competitive, no matter what the event is. So good to see a return here.
it's a name that I've definitely seen a lot. It's a name that I've definitely seen a lot. But there's so many players, and you have to like categorize them away and file
Yes.
them away. And
Yes.
I'm still working on my catalog here. But Sequinox is gonna have a big turn here with a Beast in Fury mode. He goes with a nerdy to try to search for some more damage cards. Nothing on the beast, though. Not a
Nothing.
single damage card on the beast. So, I mean, it's not like it's a dead turn. He's going to get value from that extra energy. It looks like he's taunting on his bug. This is going to protect him from that shrimp attack to his backline, so his mech should stay alive longer this time around. And that discard was actually great. He gets rid of the Leafy, and he gets rid of the Cottontail too. That was so. While not having as much damage as he would have liked for his Fury turn, there was a lot of utility there, and it might have been worth it.
Yeah, I mean, play what's available. Maybe not the best scenario for Rage right there, but like the value that was found, I think those Mantises were huge.
Yeah, Mantis Dagger is just coming in here and tearing up the battlefield. No cards are safe anymore. It's
None.
not about retain. It's about play what you can. And just hope for the future. Hope that your next hand is going to do something for you.
Exactly.
Those Mantis Daggers, you never know when they're going to hit you. All right, let's see. We got 8 rage counters from Anace. That's about to be a furious beast, dealing a lot of damage. It looks like one more turn. They do have the puppy in hand, but I bet you that they save that for the following turn.
Here it comes, yep, pretty easily take the front
Whoa!
line there.
No, they did not save the puppy or use it. Very interesting. So it looks like
Right,
they're trying to
right.
stall out. Looks like they don't want to go into fury mode yet. Maybe they want to wait till they have more consistent beast cards. We do not
Well,
know what's
with
in
EA
there.
on the back, he's popping off next turn
Well, it's I think
regardless.
it's
So
only
maybe
one rage,
Oh,
in
okay,
between
okay. You're
turns
right.
at this point. I think I could be wrong. Maybe they changed it for season 5. I mean, we're not in Mystic Area yet, so I haven't I haven't checked it
Valid.
out. But I don't think so. I think it's just one rage stack.
Yep, there he is.
No.
The two rage. So he didn't even need to
You
save
are
it. Then if he knew
absolutely right.
he knew it was coming, he didn't even need to save it. A few beast cards here, ready to play. Does he lead off with the Sirius and go ahead and take a little nap on the front line and get as much damage out here as possible? Because there is no shrimp, so he can't go get that mech right now.
Right. He's definitely going to get the kill on this beast with that Ronin in hand. That's going to be huge. Not quite the kill for the Ronin, but with the vulnerable and the revenge sword, I think that does work. Yes.
Oh,
sirree!
18! Wow,
It
18!
It does.
Huge
Beautiful.
play. Wow. Okay. So not all was lost with the Ronin. Okay.
Great calculations there by Anais, getting it down to a single damage worth of difference. Gets that kill and some damage on the mech as well. Oh, and Sequinox saw what was coming for him. He didn't want the heat. He didn't want the gas. He wants to take a break.
Out.
Breathe for a second and just come back into game 3 fresh and relaxed. That's a tough game too, man. I would not want to be in that position.
And I thought he looked a lot better even because he got that ant taunt. So like he saved his mech. Like you said, he was able to save his mech and prolong his mech's life in the backline and still just wasn't there. And then not needing to save the puppy, he saved the energy there, or saved the fragment, I should say. Got a nice hand, even though he didn't get a shrimp to go get the mech. He didn't need it. The 18 was so huge. The vulnerable now being applied to skill cards as well on those revenge card damage. Clutch. So clutch.
It was there were some crazy plays that match, man. I want to know what would happen. I mean, I think Sequinox might have just looked at the cards in his deck. He might have known that like his next hand was not going to do it for him and called it there. But I always, in these situations, I always think to myself, what would have happened? Was there a chance if he had played to his utmost abilities? If RNG was all on his side, could he have still come out on top? And in that situation, I think there was still a chance, but who knows?
Well, I think without the ability to go get his beast and then 1v1 the mech, like he still would have had to proc the last stand on the mech just to then go get the beast. I mean, maybe it just felt like too much of an uphill battle, too much of a headache to where, like you said originally, let's wash our hands. Let's just wash our hands clean and go get to the next one. Like
you could always get lucky with 3 leafy hits on the frontliner. That's RNG.
Absolutely.
All right, but game 3 is here, and Sequinox has not budged an inch. He said, no, this is the winning strategy. I know it is, and I'm going to keep on rocking it to show you guys.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any, at least to the up front judging a book by its cover, if I may, no charm changes. It doesn't look like there's nothing. They're just running it straight back 3 times in a row. Sequinox still confident and convinced that this is the play.
Absolutely. We see that Sirius coming in, big damage. Sirius has never been seen as like a meta card, but it's a strong high damage card, and as long as you're playing a 0 cost, and we're seeing 2 0 costs on an Ace's midliner, then man, Sirius can be a decent high damage card. Ooh. That double
I agree with
early for huge damage. I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh no, absolutely. I agree with your serious sentiment, if you will. I don't think it's all lost on a quote unquote dead card or anything. I mean, if that's the only card you're playing on that turn, wouldn't you like to have 100 flat damage going out? I mean, if for 1 energy and you have nothing to follow up, or like you said, a double 0 cost situation. I mean, I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Especially when you're going up against a Leafy and you have a chance of just getting randomly hit and woken up anyway.
Valid. Yeah. Here
All
comes
right,
the
now
rage from
Sequinox.
Sequinox.
And he's got the shrimp in hand too. Oh, okay. So he goes for the kill. Now he shrimps the backliner, right? Do we have he has the cottontail, but not nearly enough energy counters to not nearly enough fragments to actually get energy from it. So we're not going to see 5 energy here. And it looks like he's just going in on the mech, getting rid of those cards. The Mantis Shrimp coming in
Boom.
clutch. And a big Ronin, but not quite clear cut yet whether or not Sequinox has this in the bag. I mean, that was a huge turn, but this is going to be huge too. Here
No
comes the
shrimp
return.
here. Yep.
But no shrimp, you're right, that is huge. With no shrimp, Sequinox's backline is safe, which means he could very well come out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said in game 1, we're comparing the mechs here, really. Who's going to get that proc first and who's going to lose it? And right now, and they all missed the front line. Oh, no, they all hit the mid, like you said. There it was in the opposite. Finally, something swinging in Sequinox's favor here. That was actually kind of insane right there. They would miss every single one of them, but here comes some Leafy. Still no fragments there. I think I'm missing the fragment situation here and the lack of generation. Oh, the rage turn last. That's why.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
He does get the proc though, so.
And he's been consistently retaining cards as well, which have been reducing his fragments. And the Cottontail is on the backliner, so he is going to be able to save it for the end. And he has that luxury of being able to hold on to it for now. Still no shrimp on an Ace's side. We do see a Blue Moon. He is procced. That last stand is procced on that mech, so he is going to be doing much more damage than usual. We're seeing 85 on a Blue Moon, 85 on a Spear, and we still have the Ronin on the Beast as well.
Yeah, you gotta play this. Go ahead and get that Cottontail out, I believe, and go ahead and throw your sword, or...
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
Right, he's gone, yeah, right.
There it goes. And now we're in a 1v1 situation, but the difference is one Axie has last stand. What do you do in this situation? Now, the tables have absolutely turned. Sequinox is showing us this is why you put the mech in the back lane, all right? You just need your ant, right? You taunt, you protect your backliner. As long as they don't get the perfect shrimp turn, I'm going to Mantis that out of their hands.
But this makes it scary, though. Now he has to have a good draw. This is what I was worried about, if he should play the Leafy or not, because he procced. He procced, so I was worried if he should do it. He gets the Leafy.
Okay, he's good.
He gets the Leafy. That's it. That's it. Okay.
The show continues, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I felt it a little bit. There it is. GG's. Wow, finally, there we go. We're back to, what is that, 2-1 now in favor of NA's RG Man as it was. And love to see, shout out to Sequinox and the Genkai there at the end. You see that new profile, the Avi and the border there. Shout out to the collection crossover. We love to see that.
We love to see that. It's an absolute. It was absolutely a beautiful collaboration. Two wonderful communities coming together, and to finally have something in Axie that is from another realm. It just seems like things are growing. Things are getting bigger and more exciting.
Absolutely, I agree. Just like this series finally getting a little bigger, getting a little more exciting. Hopefully Sequinox, if we're lucky, first series of the day, he can go 2-2 here real quick, give us a game 5 just to get our morning here for me kicked off, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. We appreciate you. Just want to give a huge shout out to everybody here in the Twitch chat, also hanging out with us, kicking it with us. We appreciate y'all. Much love. Thank y'all for spending your day with us here.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Oh man, Sequinox, if Sequinox comes back with the reverse sweep, man, what a way to start the show. What a way to start the show. I would love to see that. That would literally make my day. I would be happy. We could see sustain mirror matches for the rest of this event. And I'll be like, yeah, but you see what Sequinox did though?
But you
Did you
see,
see what
yeah,
Sequinox
exactly,
did?
exactly. Not to
Man,
we can't be putting out the caster curse on anybody here too early though. It is still game or series one, I should say, of our opening set. Again, for anybody just tuning in here, this is day one of our Origins League Open qualifier.
the first
Day
event.
two, our first event, the kickoff event.
Right,
That's what I'm looking
right.
for. Kickoff event. Top 32 masters have been, decided and locked in for this first upcoming week. We're here settling the top 8, seeing who's going to take home the ultimate bragging rights, or take the ultimate bragging rights into week 1 here for these seedings going into the first week of challenges.
Right. It's really exciting how this Origins League is going to be shaping how esports. I mean, it's yet to be seen the effects that this has, but I am extremely excited. The idea of having a player ranking. Right now, when you hear about these different pro players, if you hop on Twitter, if you hop in the Discord server, you're going to see talk, right? But there's like no centralized, maybe centralized isn't the right word, but I need a way to be able to look up these player rankings, right? When a guild is going out to recruit new players, they want to be able to look at player rankings and say, okay, how did this guy do this season? How did this guy do in events? What about their overall ranking? And a system like this is really going to solidify that. I'm extremely excited about the future of it. And oh my God, sweet, what are we looking at?
Hey, I agree with everything you just said, but getting into this game right here, we see for the first time a double switch here. We didn't see just one. They both brought something different to the table here. Again, this last stand. Check out this last stand Poison Axie in the mid here for NAs. Imagine getting smacked by that Gilo. That's got to hurt so bad late game if you get those poison stacks. So again, name of the game here, just loading up the poison stacks for NAs, and then Sequinox, obviously with the Jinx team, trying to absolutely wreck the deck of NAs here on the right. But I mean, we'll see who can get through it.
I'm not gonna lie, Sweet. I am worried for Sequinox. I think Anase.
Yeah.
I think Anase may have just found his golden goose. That pick, that counter pick is amazing. So Jinxes, I feel like have a good chance of winning against Leafy, because Leafy teams are revolved around those Leafy cards, right? It's one card that has the majority of your damage. So if you can prevent them from getting that card by filling their deck up with Jinxes, by using the Neos, by using the Parasites to search out their deck to get rid of those cards, prevent them from using those high damage cards, then you can get the win. But against a Poison team, I don't know if it's possible, because Poison teams are so broad. Every card on their team works for their strategy. Green thorns, grass snakes, poison. That's all I need. And it's and you want to stall out the game. That's only gonna help the poison. So
just like what you said. Oh, you hit a parasite on my green thorns. I'll just play my other 2. Like, thank you. Now I'm just gonna cycle it again through quicker. I think it's a tough spot to be in here a little bit if you're Sequinox. I mean, look at this. We've got 15 stacks on the front, 9 in the mid, 17 with the doubt, with the grievous wound already applied. And then, okay, let's just go ahead and increase it a little more with that grass snake as well in that back line.
Oh my gosh, man. Anase, I was unfamiliar at the beginning of this event, but you have solidified yourself in history today with this counter pick. Unbelievable. I mean, to just imagine that mindset, Sweet. Imagine that mindset to be like, he just won with this comp. He's going to change. I know he's going to change. And I'm going to pick the perfect team against it. Amazing stuff.
It doesn't even, it's like he lost twice with the same comp and then finally wins with that comp. And now he's going to change. Like, now that's how you're thinking. That's why they're in the top 8 and I'm sitting here talking about them in the top 8. Like, that is one of the main differences right there. But one thing I love, one thing that Poison does not love to deal with is leaves. So if you look, he's going to go back there and get rid of that poppy and try to get rid of that bug, because that poppy just healing up, spreading leaves, spreading this life. No, that's not what Poison wants. Poison wants to decay you from the inside, okay? Let's just stack up these. We don't need anything else raising your HP after I'm over here trying to tick away at you. So let's get rid of that poppy in the back line first, and then we'll kind of go from there. We'll reassess as the situation arises.
Ooh, each attack card coming in from Anais sends shivers down my spine. There comes the Gila.
Yeah.
The AoE damage is real today, ladies and gentlemen. The poison taking out the backline bug, and now Sequinox is he's looking real rough here. He's throwing out the damage cards, he's getting the curses in, but I mean, just look at that health counter. He's in the red. The total health counter underneath his name, he's got less than a third of his total life left, while Anais is sitting high and mighty at like maybe 75%. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, Sequinox, I'm sorry, but it looks like it might be all over for you today.
And then look at this, pulling the taunt as well, like just kind of puppeteering. And Ace is over here puppeteering right now, to be honest with you. Oh, you were gonna do this? Let's do this instead. Let me direct you over here to my midline, who, by the way, I want you to hit as much as you physically can so that I can absolutely drop a bomb on your head.
I actually love that taunt to the midline. The fact that he has used the taunt charm to modify his midliner in that way makes it, because he has the last stand on him. And poison, really, you only need one good Gila hit to guarantee the victory. And when you taunt that guy, especially against, say, a Leaf team, and they throw out their 3 leaves, they proc the last stand, then their next turn's a huge Gila that's guaranteed to win the game. I love it. The strats are real. And Nace is a hardcore pro player here with some real strats that I am loving to see. And it looks like well, Jinx is here, but I think
love that. Yeah, didn't love that, but
he's not losing by 3 HP. 3 HP on Sequinox's side. Oh wait, some heals came in from
little heal,
from a draw, I believe, or maybe it's the rune.
I think it's the rune at the start of the turn. But another thing, just to comment on, like you said, another big brain kind of wrinkle in that taunt for Anais, he put it on the tiny turtle. So he put himself to sleep, and then he immediately taunted himself. So you have to hit him and wake him up. Like, so it's just another little wrinkle in the depth there, as Anais, GG's, in this round 1 of our first game of our top 8 here, taking out the final boss, your final boss, Ryan. Already, like, your proclaimed final boss goes down in the first series of the day.
It does. He does. It's unfortunate for Sequinox, but he did put up a valiant effort. And hey, this is not the last we are going to see of Sequinox, because even though he did get knocked out, he still made it to the top 32 of the Origins League, which means he is now a master, and he's going to be competing in the Masters category events going forward from here on out. So Sequinox, valiant effort. Unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to you, friend. And Anais will be continuing forward, proclaiming his epic poison team as the perfect counter pick. I love it.
It was. What a like big brain chess play there, though. He loved some of the gamesmanship that this always brings. I speak on it all the time, probably every event, but it's like those little chess matches in between. Like, is he going to pick the same comp? Is he going to, am I countering the counter here? Is he going to switch it up? Am I going to play right into that? Like, I love, all the depth and all the little wrinkles here that are brought to these events.
Yeah, I think that was a great match to show it off, to really kick this thing off right. That was a wonderful showcase of Leafy. We got a wonderful showcase of the mental chess match that happens in players' minds between matches when you're ready for that counter pick. We got some good stuff for sure. Our next match is going to be against Camille and Songong, or CG. right? So we'll call him CG throughout because I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that one. That one is a totally new one for me. I'm not sure if you're familiar, Sweet.
Oh, Sun Gong, yeah, that's I believe Sun X Gong there, and then I believe what was that, Camille coming up, Million on game. So it's going to be an exciting one either way. I mean, both of these players pretty regular, pretty they're not strangers to this position. And like you said, come anytime we come down from 512 people to the top 8, like at some point you got to toss luck out the door. Like, yeah, you get a little lucky, but like they're here. You know what I mean? They're
No,
top 8. They're ballers. They're ballers. We're here. We're here for a reason. What I love about it is exposure. More exposure for these players. Like now we get to learn new names. We get to see maybe new comps or whatever it is. But speaking of the comps, let's dive in and see what both of these players are bringing here to the table.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it looks like we've got Milan with a Leafy team. We've got an interesting here. I'm not even sure. So we've got the Topaz team. I'm not sure what the third team here is. We've got
right.
the
I
Twin
see
Tails.
almost just like a little bit of goo. Right. We've got the goo, the hot bud a little bit. I mean, I see the Leafy Topaz. Yeah, I see the Leafy Topaz. And then we have this like goo tiny dino. Yeah, like I see 6 axes that are brought to the table right now. That's what we'll say. And then
I think we might just be trying to fill slots for those 3. Or maybe
yeah,
there's a strat we don't know. I don't think so though.
I would love to have my eyes open today. I would love to. I would love it.
And then over at Songgong's side, we've got the Leafy, of course, with the Buzz back variation. Very interesting AoE strat. No shrimp. With that strat, you really are going more of like a true AoE style. But a lot of Jinx axes as well. And of course, a Topaz team to finish it off. So
yeah, I like it. And, a little bit of mirrors again. I think we're gonna see a lot of Leafy. I'm not surprised, but that we see the Topaz come out. I like that both teams bring it. And again, it's like such a, I don't want to say standard, but almost like essential at this point, kind of in the meta of having a Leafy, a Jinx, a Topaz. Whether you are a sustain player or maybe a Jinx player, I think that's kind of like I don't see a lot of people double dipping in those. That seems to be like one of the other kind of a Jinx or a sustain is a comp that people are running, but alongside the Leafies in that regard. But I think we'll see another Leafy matchup here.
I do think that I do think we're gonna see a Leafy matchup. I think it's the odds are very high. But I do think a sustain team on your roster is a very good thing to have, just for that outplay potential. I know a lot of people don't like to play sustain. I don't like to play sustain, but just for the strategy, it is good to have. But I am going to thank Song Gong for sticking to his guns and saying no. I'm gonna pick 3 different teams, and they're all gonna be aggressive. I'm not playing with that sustain game.
Not over here, he said. Not over here. We don't do that over here, and I respect that. I want to let you know, Gong, you have my respect immediately just by seeing your Axie pool.
No offense to any sustain users in chat.
Full offense on my side. Ryan can speak for himself. Full offense. Out of here. If you're a sustain player, I'm sorry. It should be a requirement to have at least 4 attack cards in your deck, and you can't change my mind.
We all play the game. We all play the game in our own way. We all have fun in our own way. My way just involves attack cards. But let's hop into our first game here between Ogong or Songgong and Milan.
I like the matchup early. Again, Jinx coming in against a Leafy team here. We do see the double shrimp come out. I was kind of hoping we would see that AoE come out. I like that AoE, that buzz variation. I think I've seen it with Ranchu actually. Maybe, I don't know if we're going to call it that well optimized. I'm not that into the meta there at that point, but I do want to see that buzz team come out.
Right. Yeah, I think we saw Ranchu Buzz Buzz was really popular, especially for the rare era. I haven't
Mm,
seen it survive quite as much moving in to epic era, but I don't think it's a bad option at
mhm.
all. I do think that shrimp just gives you a bit more versatility in
Yeah.
terms of being able to choose who you kill first and
Mhm.
targeting specific axes. Um, but this is going to be an interesting game here because last match we saw the attempted counterplay of the Jinx team versus the Leafies, but the Leafies got switched out for poison. So this is the match. This is similar to the match that was attempted
Yes.
previously. So now we get to
Yes.
see sort of a scenario of like how would it have played out if Anace had chose his Leafy team instead of the poison team. This might give us a bit of a glimpse into that other universe's future, right?
Exactly. There are parallels all over the place, and we are just living. We get to see one play out live. I love it.
Right. Although right now it looks like Milan has the advantage, but that's
Oof.
usually how it looks for this for
Mhm.
an early
Mhm.
match against Jinx, right? Against Jinx, you're gonna see the other team have a bit of an advantage until you get to that first deck reset. It's not till that first deck reset when the tides start turning, and that's when it's really gonna matter.
Yeah, a lot of cards there in hand, and finally, kind of deciding what play is the most appropriate. It's still going to be an energy fragment short of a really high value Cottontail. So, uh, do we see that Ronin sneak out right here, or is there just a save potential kind of all across the board, or even that Poppy would sling something into your deck? Oh,
Ooh.
Leafy
We
right
go with
there.
a
Okay.
Leafy losing leaves, which is might be. I mean, he's good with leaves right now, but that could be dangerous against a Leafy team. If they have anything that can dispel, it might be hard to get those leaves back up as soon as they start encountering all of those jinxes.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm most worried about is like losing all my attack or playing all my attack cards. I'm about to shuffle. I just got 4 more jinxes put into my into my discard pile there. Am I ever gonna see that Leafy again? Like,
Right. It can be tough, and yeah, I do think he's in a decent position with his with Milan's health. There's enough health there.
mhm,
It's definitely going to depend on RNG here. There's still 2 cards in hand. The best thing you can do is draw 1 or 2 jinxes per hand here.
yeah,
Retain what you can, draw 1 or 2 jinxes per hand. You don't want to see a 5 card jinx hand. That's going to spell doom for Milan. But if they can keep on going with this, they're 3 cards per turn, then they can probably come out on top here.
we should have a nice little Ronin setup, I believe, coming up. Boom, not quite 140, still decent, decent. A lot of damage here on this midline. One thing to note as well that we saw a difference from last game moving into this game with the Garish Worms on this Jinx team. Gong electing to throw that snail on the I can't even, I think it was his Garish Worm actually to actually put another goo into the deck. So instead of taking
Right.
away another card, he's going to flood you even more, which is just the versatility of these bug charms. I think is so it's so perfect for their class. It's so perfect for their archetype and their mission, if you will, of what they're trying to accomplish with your deck. That it's tough.
I would like to say that I think the discard mantis charm probably the way to go. I mean
Mm,
you're the deck's loaded with curses. I
yeah.
I understand what you're saying
Yep.
and that you have that versatility and you can absolutely optimize the team the way that you want to, the play style that works best for you, and that's the beauty of Axie Infinity. Um, but the fact that he's not getting that many discard cards here
Yeah.
gives Milan the ability to retain those cards in between
Hmm.
turns and still have pretty consistent damage, even considering the fact that they're drawing into jinxes every turn.
Well, he's doing it just like you said, a couple jinxes per turn. That way you're not overloading. So like it almost it feels good. It's kind of a I don't even know what it's a dupe. You know, you're getting the drow pulled over your eyes a little bit. If you have a big hand and against a jinx team and you draw 5 attack cards, you feel good until your next draw when you draw 5 jinx cards in a row. So having those 2 jinx, per turn, so you can still get your energy taken advantage of. You can still use all your energy and still thin your deck out a little bit. Like the cards fell perfectly for Milan here. Look at the health difference right now. It's insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. And this is going to be the last attack card to finish out the match. The Shrimp finishes Song Gong off. And yeah, that's going to be game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Song Gong loses to Milan. Milan takes game 1. And that was interesting. I do think that Jinx has more to offer than Showcase. That was a pretty big blowout. I'm not sure if it was just in terms of RNG. Leafy team, I've played with in the rare era, the epic era, and even in the past before they were even meta, right? If you draw those Leafies before you draw them bamboos, it's like it's a dead game almost. Like you are working uphill the entire time. So sometimes just that little bit of RNG in terms of when you draw which card can have a big effect on the outcome. And I think they got their Leafs up pretty quickly. They were able to get some huge damage really early on, and yeah, they just kept the momentum going from then on out. I would like to see a switch from the Jinx. I don't want to see the Jinx come back. Or at least if we see the Jinx come back, they need the Mantis daggers on there. They need the discards.
I agree. I mean, you saw how much, you saw even with those snails attached on the charms, as opposed to the Mantis daggers, how many cards he was able to draw and use on a regular basis. I mean, had every energy, I think every turn, actually. I don't think he sacrificed any energy. Like, there was no energy that went unused or, just wasn't like an optimal turn. Sure, they weren't all the highest damage possible, but he did play every energy every turn.
Right. And especially when you have cards like Blue Moon or Hero, if you're able to just retain that one card, then that's essentially, especially Hero, because it's a guaranteed attack card that it pulls out. So you save that one card, you're guaranteed 2 attack cards, and you might even pull out a 2-cost attack card with that Hero, and then boom, there's your whole turn right there from retaining one card, and you could have gotten rid of it with a Mantis dagger. But we're into game 2, and it looks like Ogong has learned his lesson. We are going with the Leafy team now, the Buzz variation, and it's an interesting one. So we've got Koi on the backliner now. So Koi can attack the front or the backliner. So depending on where those Leafy lands, he might want to diversify his strategy and take out that backlane early. Now, both of these Leafy teams are going to be on a bit of the budget side, right? So we're seeing cards like Shiitake that we usually don't see on a Leafy team. We're also seeing cards like Tiny Dino, the Gecko Eyes on an Axie that's not playing Gecko Eyes. If you're not playing the Tri Spikes with the prehistoric armor, usually not worth going for. But seeing as how we're a little bit budget on both sides, I don't think there's a clear advantage either way.
Right. And again, I'm just looking at because it is a reptile as well, but with the choice of charms a little bit, and with the setup that we have going on, it almost feels a little bit like a little bit of technical difficulty there. We'll get right back into that one. But yeah, looking at that matchup, it is kind of hard to tell, right? Because you never know. We're so used to seeing maybe a little more, if we want to call it optimized, or a little more meta versions of the team. We kind of get accustomed to seeing how those lines work, and we get accustomed to knowing okay, he's at least setting up for this. But now we've wrinkled in the Koi. The Aqua had Bloodlust. There's other damages to take into consideration. There's little things that we're just not used to seeing. That it's does it?
I will say, I think Songgong had a mech, a backline mech. And even though it was a wonky looking mech, it had the koi on it instead of a shrimp that you would typically see.
Yeah.
It's still a mech, right? And that means he's playing Last Stand. Whereas
Yeah.
Milan was not playing Last Stand. I think it was 2 plants and a bug, maybe. I can't remember.
Yeah. If not
So
triple plant, yeah. If not triple
if not
plant, so I
triple,
mean,
which triple plant is it has its merits because of that rune, where you're able to stack up those leaves every time you take a hit. If you've got that. Oh, we hopping back in? Okay, so it looks like we lost a little
right.
bit of time here, but we are back into the match. Yeah, so that rune, every time they get hit, they get extra leaves and they distribute leaves across their entire team. That basically means they're going to have leaves for the end of their days, and their healing is going to be strong right off the bat. Against an AoE strat team, it's not a bad strategy. But Ogong looks like he's not really using his buzzes that much, and he's honestly kind of focusing damage really well. I don't know if we've seen a Leafy get thrown out yet, but if it hasn't touched the back lane. It's been pretty consistent.
Yeah,
without a shrimp.
Exactly. Almost like, there it is, finally a Leaf. Oh, and they all hit the back line. Oh my goodness. But he does have enough for the Cottontail. Yeah, here comes the kill. I think maybe that's what it was. I think, he elects for the double buzz, which is gonna be enough here. That's actually, that is the kill. Big brain, maybe big brain or like happy accident.
Brain.
Either one. Yeah, I like it. I think the mech.
I think.
Yep, there it is.
When you're at this level, I think you're playing the game so much. You got to know what your cards do. You got to know how much damage they're doing. You've got to have those multipliers and those modifiers in your head at all times. And yeah, that was a great play by Songgong, bringing it back to a 1-1 situation. So neither player has an advantage now. And it looks like we're going to be going into game 3 completely even.
What a unique way to just like mix it up. And because we saw the buzz, right? And we're like, we're thinking AoE. We catch up in time to where we're at. Backline completely healthy, hasn't been touched yet. And it's like, is it AoE? Because it looks like he threw out a lot of those square teeth. He had I would have to assume he used a koi at some point. I mean, how else are you going to get that much damage out to that front line? Like you said, with Leaf Cloak, so it's going to gain leaves, it's going to mitigate damage, it's going to heal, it's going to do all these things, and it's gone. So I mean, direct damage, a little bait and switch. So look at my left hand while the right hand comes and hits you. Like,
I think what really sells Songgong as a pro player in my mind is that there's multiple ways to play that comp, and he picked the correct play style for his opponent. Now here's an interesting situation. So he has the buzz in hand. He's kind of forced to play it here because he doesn't have enough energy. So he's going to have to play the buzz, even though he's not getting very much value from it because of the shields on the axes, and he's providing leaves all around. So they're just going to heal up that damage over time. That little bit of damage from the mid and back line, that's minuscule. It's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Oh, and here comes the Shiitake. Interesting. He plays the Shiitake over the bamboo. I would have thought you play the bamboo. Play the bamboo and the shrimp, or play the Shiitake and the bamboo and save the shrimp for the next turn.
Yeah.
It was an interesting play from Milan. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, again, with these players assumingly running these lines on a regular basis, we'll see how it pays off here. But again, going with the single... Did that hit the midline? Or am I tripping? I thought it hit the midline there for a second, even though he's taunted. That's why I was like, what in the world?
No.
Okay. We'll see how, I mean, the one thing I like about the Shiitake is it's going to eat a leaf, hopefully. So eat an entire leaf just to take out 8 damage. Like, I'll take that.
That is true.
But still, the bamboo, you're right. I mean, the bamboo play, I'm still mathing that out.
I mean, why retain the bamboo? You've got plenty of leaves. Maybe you wanted the extra leaves, but if you did, why didn't you play it? And I think this is the second turn it's been retained at this point. And now he's got 3 more bamboos that he can choose from. So why retain it in the first place? Very confused there. Very confused, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Song Gong, I think, is in a decent position here. So the mid line's taunted. We're gonna see that go down with another Leafy here from the looks like the midline plant. There we go. That is a dead
There it is.
reptile. But remember, Song Gong still has his mech. And as long as that mech is still alive, I think Song Gong has a good chance at victory. But that was a big hit right there.
That was large. Yeah, I was just about to say that Gong was in a much better position at this point in
Before
the
that big hit.
game. Yeah, and that in this last game with a similar team comp, or with the exact same team comp, he was in a much better position, electing to go at the back line right there. Kind of interesting. I think trying to dodge, hopefully, that last wish.
Cottontail, Koi, Cottontail. Oh, wait. That was way too much damage on the backliner to play Koi there.
I think. Oh, wow. Okay, elects to take the bamboos because he needs the leaves here. Go ahead and play the... Okay. Still doesn't get the kill.
Interesting. But this isn't bad. This isn't bad. Look, he's one Buzz or one good Leafy away from a kill on the front or back line. Now, the fact that they're both alive right now is really bad for him because that means they can both play Leafies. If he was able to get those kills prior, then that's 2 more Leafies out of the deck. But here, this Milan has an opportunity for a big turn, and it looks like they're definitely going to get the kill on that midliner, stacking up a lot of leaves for the future, but no Leafies at the moment. That's huge heals, 40 damage all around. That frontliner went from 1 leaf to death to now 2 leaves to death. Buzz. Does Buzz kill here? I don't think the Buzz kills the backliner.
No, not with the shield. Oh, and now he definitely won't be able to. Oof.
That's a bit rough, finding the hidden shield on the backliner, protecting it from death for 1 extra turn. And here are the Leafies to pay off. My gosh, are they going to proc the last stand? I think they are. Here it is.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
1 HP left, and man, this is going to be tough for Ogong. He does get a damage buff for being in last stand, but he does not get an extra energy. And with only Koi and Bamboo Spear, it is not going to be possible for him to take the match. And as soon as he ends the turn, that is victory for Milan. Wow.
There it is.
So 2-1 favored for Milan right now. And it's still anybody's game. You know, this is the top 8. So we're going to we're potentially to game 5, right? Best 3 out of 5. So there's a big chance for Song Gong to come back. Yeah. But only one more win for Milan.
Right. Well, what you said was the key to victory for Son in that game he just won was exactly his key to defeat in this past game. He didn't know which way to go. Was he going AoE? Is he going direct? Is he throwing those leaves? With the lack of shrimp, he can't go get anybody that he wants. And then you saw he had 50 HP, 16 HP, or something like that. You know, less than 50, and then less than 30 on the back line. Was never able to find a kill or an AoE card to do anything. At the end, it came down to a Koi and about 10 different revenge swords. So he wasn't able to really, you know, maximize either route right there. It's like you're that's just not, you know, when it comes to Origins, you kind of want to all in on like a particular theme. That's why, like, once I started looking at, without Ranchu, without any other like AoE or Earwing, well, Leafy obviously, but like without more AoE, I was like, it's there's no commitment to either one. So and that lack of commitment, I feel like, is what did him in.
Against a Jinx team or a Topaz team, I think there is enough AoE to get the job done. But against another Leafy team, when those leaves are constantly healing them up, it's not the way to go. And unfortunately, Song Gong got stuck in a very early turn where he had no choice but to throw out that Buzz. And I think that's what messed up his mentality, where he was forced to kind of go AoE in the beginning. And then he was like, well, do I keep on going AoE or do I just hard focus with the Koi? And but he has an opportunity to turn it back around. It is the exact same setup, Leafy team versus Leafy team. And it looks like we are in round 2 right now. So I think Song Gong may have gone first. Milan went first. Songong went second, and now we're on round 3. So a little bit deeper into the match. And man, those leaves are so heavy on Milan's side. Already 10 on the back, 7 on the mid, 7 on the front, and 2 leafies with a little peas in hand. This next turn for Milan is going to be huge.
Yeah, and one thing I don't love is this charm on the midline reptile here for Gone. I don't think like with something against like Leafy, when you have that prehistoric armor, or even obviously playing a little under the era, but like at least you're regenerating to 10 every time you get hit. At least you're adding up these spikes. Like you're doing a little bit more of this. So far, every time he's taunted it, he's lost this Axie that same turn. So it's never. And here it is again. Fragile setup into double Leafy. Look at the amount of leaves this thing has. I mean, he's just absolutely raining down.
So
still snuck a leaf on the front line. Like
I do think that is part of his strategy, right? So it's interesting the way he set it up. It is definitely a budget team, so you have to change the strategy to make it work for you. But I think the reason why he is taunting that midliner is to protect his frontliner with the Cottontail, right? That Cottontail can be a huge factor in regaining momentum for the end game. And if you lose that Cottontail early, sometimes you just one energy away from that victory.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree. I
protecting
think just the
big,
rune. I think the taunt is spot on. I think it's the rune that I'm maybe questioning. Like there's nothing there for the reptile. More so like the was it the pure instinct? I believe buffing the whole team, attacks, heals, whatever it is. That's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, the second you use that taunt, he's out of there. So maybe I would like to see him survive at least one rotation of a taunt.
Are you right? Something more defensive or something even more offensive, like a prehistoric armor
regenerator, or something.
More damage per hit, especially with the leafies, because that's 3 hits per attack card. So if you can get like what 16 spikes on there, that's a little bit of damage, and when it dies, that's blood spike damage to the whole team. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely think that there could be some improvements, but it's hard to say at this point. We're not the ones with these
easy to speculate when I've never ran this team. Easy to speculate when I've never seen this team or played with it or won a game with it like he has. So
okay, I'm surprised we didn't see the koi. The damage was not calculated this time. He did not have the calculator. Songong miscalculated by 3 damage. The koi would have killed the frontliner, but he got greedy and wanted to use the AoE for a little bit of extra damage on the midliner, and he missed out the kill, and it's going to cost him his midliner.
The front line. There it is. Yeah, the midline. Sorry, you're right, the midline.
I do think Songong still wins this match, but
I think he does.
If he loses, we know why.
Yeah. No, I think he's gonna end up being okay. It looks like, but I mean, man, at this stage in the day 2 of the tournament, we're in the top 8. You're down 2-1. You're in an elimination game. It's time to tighten up a little bit. You know what I mean? It's time to tighten up a little bit. Here comes. Looks like could be plenty of damage here.
Okay. Sword. Square teeth, and now you save the koi for the next turn when you're procced in last stand. I see it. The strats are working. I kind of would have liked to see the koi maybe that turn just to get rid of the front liner, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Here we go. Does he even proc the last stand? Okay,
I was just about to ask. Well, I was about to ask if he saved it, but you're just delaying the inevitable at that point, right? You have to proc it. You have to. Yeah, you have to. Like.
And that's
boom. He
did
it. He did it.
And Leafy. Let's
nice.
Let's go.
That is nice.
All
that
right.
koi damage, that got buffed up to 180 there, was that? Right around 180, I believe.
I think I was seeing 65 a hit. Is that correct? 65 a hit?
Yeah. I mean, that is
185.
That's clean.
Very clean. Almost 200 damage for a single energy. It's huge. Now that brings it back to an even match. It's 2-2.
Game 5.
Let's go, baby. Game 5. 2 real competitors here, rocking with the best of what they've got, bringing it to the very, very end. The bittersweet end. A game
Show me the
5
poison, baby.
scenario.
Show me some poison.
The poison. You want to see the poison? Did they have a poison team? I think we're
Oh,
seeing.
I don't think they did. I think we just saw that reptile from before. No, it was Jinx. That's what it was. I saw
Yes,
that big
Jinx.
yak reptile there. That super sexy big yak boy there for the Jinx squad. So let's see. Let's get another. Are we gonna get the Leafy matchup? Let's go to game 5 and see where we are. Again, here we go. Let's run it right back. I love it. Let's keep at it.
Let's keep at it. Man. Yeah, we did see the Jinx come out at the very beginning. Ogong tried the Jinx and did not work out too well for him. Although I do think Milan, it would not have been a bad option to try. Now that Milan's Leafy team has lost twice against Songong's Leafy team, I don't think it would have been a bad option to try to switch things up, try a counterplay, try to counterpick a team, but it looks like it is same old, and maybe they can get the kill on this mech and turn things around. See, that's another thing. The top, maybe not so optimized, does protect that backline as well. So the Cottontail and the mech both protected by that midline taunt. But if they can get the mech early.
Oh, the taunt on the front line came from the shrimp. I'm sitting here trying to rack my brain. I'm like, what happened? No, obviously the shrimp from the turn prior. Here comes that taunt there. Not a lot of damage. So lack of leaves, I think, is one thing I'm noticing as well for Ogong's team. At least in the early, like in the game he lost earlier, he had to play that buzz early. He just played a leaf
RNG.
early right there. Like, yeah, I mean, he kind of forced into that position.
And here, man, I don't know if I like seeing the shrimp come out. You had the series, you had other attack cards you could have used. Hold on to the shrimp. The Axie was taunted. What you really want is the mech. And now that you threw the shrimp on that midline, you've prolonged the taunt, and you're going to have to be forced to attack there again, saving that backline mech for the end. It's not what you want, Milan. I think you keep on falling for the same old mistakes. You haven't learned your lesson from the previous game.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what Sun wanted. Again, like I said, if he could get this, he does have one more energy. Okay, I said if he could get this to live through one cycle of taunt, he'd be in a great position. And look what he just did. He sent it through 2 cycles right there. Just ate up 5, 6 energy right there on that taunt, due to again Milan playing a shrimp for,
It's big. This is a big turn. We're seeing a lot of cards in hand. We've got 2 buzzes, bamboo, a koi, and a leafy, cottontail, and enough fragments to make it all happen. So let's see what combination he goes with here. We might see another buzz situation if he gets the damage. I think this is enough. I think we're going to see the buzz for the kill on the front line and bring that midliner to a very rough situation.
There it is. Oh, wow. Very well played. Very well played turn.
I love to see it. Man, AoE might not be the meta right now. Still one of my favorite archetypes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree. There's so much popping off. I love the fireworks. I love the bang. I love the build up, and then finally just boom, dropping bombs all over the place.
And it looks like they're probably gonna get the kill with the Ronin here. Ooh, they go with the Cottontail. That's rough. So they're guaranteeing the Ronin kill by upping the damage by throwing the shield up there first. I see. I think they might have gotten the kill without it. But better safe than sorry.
Yeah. At this point, when you're gonna shield anyways to even keep this alive, it's a good. I think it's. I mean, imagine Ronaning, missing it by 2 HP, and then Cottontailing shielding again. Anyways, that'd just be.
Right, that'd be sad. Almost as sad as what Songgong's about to do to Milan here. Ooh, the RNG. It never ceases to amaze me.
Oh no.
I don't know. Wait, does that mean
he's got the damage right here? This is proc.
He's got the damage right here. He can proc it. I don't think with 3 energy, Songgong can. No, Songgong can't do it.
He doesn't have it.
Milan telling us all to sit down. Telling us all, dude, that's why you're casting the game and
Yeah,
not
yeah,
playing in the competition
yeah.
because you don't
Take a seat.
see my vision.
Take
Milan
a seat.
proving
Yep.
to us that they are a top level competitor. My God.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. That was very well orchestrated by our friend Milan right there. He said, "You know what? No faith, no problem. Watch me work." What like oh, just some of the
Sweet.
plays. And I feel like Gong even had some of his best plays, like some of his best lines were ran in that game of all series. Like
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. My gosh, unbelievable. Milan, congratulations. Songgong, it was a valiant effort bringing it all the way to game 5, but unfortunately, you will not be moving forward. And but you will be a master, so we will be seeing more of you in the future. Before our next match, ladies and gentlemen, we will go to a small commercial break. I do want to give a big thank you to E4E Esports for everyone for hosting this event, and of course to Sky Mavis for making all of this happen, from the game side to the axes to the prize pool. Thank you so much, and we'll see y'all in just a second.
Origins League. The league will be made up of 2 tiers, Challenger Daily and Masters Weekly, running for 4 weeks. Challenger Daily includes 2 tournaments a day, every Monday to Thursday, open to everyone, except players in the Masters Weekly. Masters Weekly includes 2 tournaments every Friday. The top 32 players of an open qualifier are then invited to play in this exclusive series. Players will be awarded points based on their tournament placement. After the first 2 weeks of the season, the bottom 8 masters will be relegated and replaced by the top 8 challengers based on their points. The season will last 5 weeks. After 4 weeks of challenger and master tournaments, the top 32 challengers and all 32 masters will be invited to the grand finals, taking place on the final week of the season. Make sure to follow our Twitter for all the latest news and updates on E4E Tournament.
Our team has been working on this product for over 3 years. This is their love. There's a lot of people who put a lot of hours and just love into this product, and they really care about the game itself and the choices that we make as a company by trying to make sure we're doing the best choices for their work. So when we first wanted to look for a partner, we really wanted to make sure that the team can trust us and that we're putting this in the good hands with the right partner. Second, we really wanted to find a partner that understood actually how to make games. There's a lot of partners out there that have never made a game before, and they don't really stand the challenges that a studio faces in terms of development, community growth, user acquisition, all the things you need to do to make a game successful. So we started looking, and we really kind of saw Sky Mavis had a lot of potential to kind of fill these boxes that we thought were really important for us. And the good news is when we started talking to Sky Mavis, it was even better than we thought. As we started talking to them, we really saw that the questions they even asked us was really community focused and product focused and quality focused, and it's fun. And so they were actually questioning us, making sure the things that we cared about too. And that really let us kind of see that we were very aligned in terms of what we saw mattered for a product. And the longer we had conversations, the more we built the relationship up and really talked about the future, what we could do. It was very clear that this was the best partner for Directive Games and the best partner for Machines Arena. Why we're making Machines Arena is even more important than the game itself or the genre. And the story behind it is pretty fun. We were kind of having a break in our schedule in 2020. We had a 2-week little gap in our schedule. And we did what game developers do. You don't take a break. You talk about all the other games you like to make. Why is it fun? What would you want to do? And so we just gave a vision to the team and say, hey, you got 2 weeks. Let's see it. And the team worked on a small team. They put together a prototype, and then we did a company-wide playtest. And what we saw is everyone was laughing. They were trash talking.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Origins League Open Qualifier. We've seen 2 matches go down already. We've seen Sequinox get knocked out. We've seen Songgong get knocked out as well. But we still have 4 more competitors that are going to be going head-to-head before we move into our final situation, right? So our next match will be between Nayako Aso and Remzi. Two hardcore players here. Let's go ahead and take a look at their Axie pools and see what they're bringing to the table today.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, my heart, Naoki so right after just tugging on my heartstrings today. You know, we can definitely go ahead and leave the sustain at home, okay? We're going to leave that one at home. We're going to bring the poison out to play, though, okay? I'm kind of curious. The sponges. Talk to me about these sponges a little bit, Ryan. I'm curious. They've caught my interest. It looks like we're running, straight square teeth, Nemo, a little bit of taunt there on that reptile, Oranda, where nobody's buffing nobody. What's the goal here with that sponge comp?
Right.
Should we see it today?
Right. So I don't think there's too much to talk about on Remzi's side. Those comps are fairly straightforward. We've seen them before. We got the Leafy. We do have the Tri-Spike variation, though, so we might see some prehistoric art come out. It's a very strong shift in the meta that we've seen recently. The breeders are trying as fast as they can to catch up. But on terms of that triple sponge team that you brought up, it's a very interesting team, and it's one that I have not had a ton of experience with, but it all has to do with bubbles. So there are charms, aqua charms, that you can put on those Nemos. Nemos are a free zero-cost card. You use it, and it searches out other Nemos. So you stack up some bubble charms on there, then immediately, almost turn 1, turn 2, you are getting so many bubbles from those free Nemos. Then you've got those the bubbles on the back as well. The sponges are going to be providing more bubbles, and I think we might be looking at some massive bubble bomb damage coming in from that team. I think that might be the strat we're looking at. And you see, they're all lacking attack cards other than Oranda and square teeth, right? So Oranda's going to help them get rid of the Leafies coming in from the opponent's side. So they need the Leafs to get the damage from Leafy. If they can Oranda enough, get rid of those Leafies, they're not going to be seeing any damage coming in from that team. So there's an interesting strat coming in there. I don't know how viable it is. Like I said, I haven't seen it yet. I've heard about it, and I'm speculating here.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how quickly, these bubbles ramp up, because that's what we're looking for, those bubble bombs, right? Those big AoE pops. You're going to get it and we're going to have a super, thin deck here. Like you said, we're going to be, not only are we pulling Nemos almost turn 1, turn 2, we're getting rid of them. We're banishing them. They're out of here. Exile, I believe. I'm don't even remember which one Nemo is. It's not even going to matter, though. The point is, the deck is thin. We're probably going to be retaining some of those square teeth. If I had to guess, we're going to be using those square teeth to pop off those big bubble bombs if we do see them. Like you said, Oranda the whole time just mitigating damage coming in while having these Nemo shields, these sponge shields, anything possible. High ramps, big amount of energy coming out. But with that being said, if you wanted to slap on that last stand, that final stand on that poison mech right there, and just bring the house down with the biggest Gila I've ever seen, you could do that too. It wouldn't hurt my feelings.
Hey, we all know what's gonna make Schweet happy today. We all know what he wants to see. Naoki, are you gonna make him happy? I don't know. Let's hopefully game 1 starts soon, and we can find out, because this anticipation is starting to get to me a little bit. Are we going to see the poison? Are we going to see the sustain? Are we going to see the bubbles? Now, a Remzi side, let's think about this. Let's think about this from a pro strat, right? So I see 2 outs, right? I don't think we see poison game 1, right?
No.
Because
I don't
poison,
think
I don't think poison is the right play against Leafy for reasons we've already discussed. Which means Naoki's 2 options starting out are sustain and the bubble, which I think puts Oremzi in a very interesting situation where in this matchup you might not actually want to start with Leafy.
Right.
I think
there's some mental chess at hand right now.
If you're going up against the bubble team, you might want to go Jinx. Because how are they going to proc the bubbles if they
Mm.
can't draw into their attack cards? And
Mm.
they're not playing very many attack cards, right?
Right.
So that could be a very interesting strategy as well. Now, Jinx against Sustain, I'm not sure how that one plays out.
Well, it's a similar.
So,
I think it's a similar because if you look at the concept, right? What is Sustain trying to do? It's trying to sit there. It's trying to constantly stack these shields and quite literally just sustain brick wall, build these things up. I do see the tassels there. So like you said, later in the game, the tassels could come into play. But like Jinx preventing your deck, like if you can't play these tassel cards, if you can't get up to 300, if you can't hit that magic 300 quickly, I mean you might have a hard time against Jinx. I think
Right.
Jinx. I think you almost have to play. I mean, I think if you're a Rimsey, I think you have to come out with Jinx game 1. That's what I think. I mean, we have like plenty of variations all across the board. I think we would see the that'd be like a Dusk, Bug, maybe Reptile in that situation. Well, you wouldn't need a Reptile against a Sustain. You could go Aqua and go a little more damage up front, but I think you bring Jinx if you're a Rimsey up front.
Now, what's interesting about that situation, Schweet, is that Sustain Axie, Naoki's Sustain Axie, the mid, I think that's a Dawn, which means they could play Holy Prayer. And that is going to make the Jinx team have to work so much harder in order to get a successful game against the Sustain. It's not impossible. I've seen it happen. It's definitely gonna be tough. I don't know. So, like one curse card removal per turn, it's not the end of the world. But if they have charms on that team that remove, I think it's Bean's charm that removes curse cards. If they have Bean's charm somewhere, then they might be removing 2 or 3 curse cards per round, and that could be a disaster for Jinx. So yeah, it's all up in the air, man. This is a really interesting team. Axie pools. This
right.
Head
potential
situation.
Yeah. The potential, like you said, I mean, like the potential for in game, like these in between games of like, okay, where's my opponent going? What team gives me the best chance to win against anything I could potentially see? And I think that's what I love the most about these competitive events, this esport type of setting where it's like, here's my pool, here's your pool. Man, I could be in for a long round, or I could have you see a team line up and you're like, oh, I feel good about every single one of these comps. I really want to see a Rimsey's Kataro Tri-Spike Reptile there. I like that. I haven't seen, I think, maybe the best version of that, which I think is probably right there. I mean, you have the Kataro, you have the Gecko Eyes for any type of cleanse and stuff like that for free. I think Gecko is just like, I mean, I just think it's kind of S tier. Like,
the Gecko Eyes are a very interesting addition to this team, and it's something that if you don't play the team, if you don't play Leafy, you might not pick up on it. So the prehistoric armor will give you a spike every turn, but in order to activate that spike and start getting bonus damage on that tri-spikes, you need to get hit. So the hit will activate that spike. It'll turn that one spike into 5, and then you're getting 5 extra damage each of those hits tri-spikes. So if your opponent doesn't hit you, or maybe you don't have that in the front line, and you actually use the Gecko. Gecko is an attack card that just attacks itself. So the Gecko actually procs your spikes, which allows you to deal damage on the tri-spikes. It's an ingenious situation. And here we go. Okay, so we see Naoki pulling out the sustain comp, the twin tail discard sustain comp with the tassels for the end game finish damage. A Remzi with the Leafy team. Interesting situation. Doable, but it's gonna be a rough one, folks. It's gonna be a rough one.
Strap in, folks. Don't go anywhere. This one's gonna be, you don't blink. You don't want to miss anything in this game.
Absolutely.
We're only gonna have We're
It's
only
gonna
gonna
be
have
moving
30
fast.
rounds here to really settle into this one, so don't go anywhere. Definitely don't go make lunch right now. Don't go grab yourself a bite to eat, refill your water, anything like that. But no, I really do like the sustain comp, as frustrating as it can be to play. Like it, all you're playing to you're playing the game, you know what I mean? Like you're playing the elements at hand. It's a viable comp, and it works because of the how the blood moon is set up, how the cards are set up. And like again, I think as much as the the innocent lamb to double ant is like, yeah, that's annoying to deal with because there's so much taunt, but like I'm trying to get rid of somebody either way. It's the double twin tail for me. It's the copying the twin tail and getting rid of my cards absolutely sends me, man. I don't know what it like. It
And it always gets
just
rid of the card you want, right? It always gets rid of the
yes,
card you're
every
supposed to play
time, dude.
next.
Every time. Like it's never. It's just like I worked so hard to save this up. I finally have a good line. I'm coming. You've been taunted. You have 16 turns of taunt still on your front line. I finally have it. All my cards gone, and I'm just like,
Mhm. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. It's going to be interesting to see how it survives in the Mystic era. If I mean, when we were seeing pretty much the apex of it right here and
Yeah.
now, but I'm interested to see if there's a counterplay for sustain going into Mystic era, something that people haven't come up with, or maybe something that hasn't been bred yet. There might be combinations that people just haven't thought of yet. And that's one of the beautiful things about Axie. You know, the Leafy team is something that is pretty brand new in terms of how much of a change it's had on the meta, and even within like the past month, we've been seeing the meta of the Leafy team change from like AOE with the Buzz and the the tail card. I can't remember what,
Ranchu
Yes,
as well.
yes, yes. To the shrimp, to the shrimp hard focus, and now with the prehistoric armor tri-spikes variation that's proving to be almost twice as strong as if you can get the right axes for it. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that just like speaks volumes to the brain power in this community and like the level of play that is available here, even still in Origins, whether it's like the theory crafting or the breeding, or like it takes, you still have it to still takes skill to breed some of these things out. You know, shout out to all the people out here breeding and carrying Origins metas through to the future here for us, because man, I can look at my breeding history and let's just say I'm not cut out for that. I do not have what it takes to be a breeder to that capacity. That's for sure.
It's not for the faint of heart, I'll tell you that much. If you want to have fun with it, have fun with it. Don't expect to get anything. Like if you're not starting a farm, if you don't have if you don't have like 6 axes to start 3 separate lines and then breed those together and then go like 4 or 5 different generations down, don't expect to be getting that golden axie unless I mean that's like a 1 in a million when you breed once and get that perfect axie. It's a 1 in a million. So yeah, it's definitely not for the faint of heart. But I'm not gonna lie, it's one of my favorite things to do in the ecosystem. That feeling of opening a fresh egg, hoping just that feeling of like, oh, am I gonna get it? Is it gonna be good? Like it's a feeling that I can say is only matched by the feeling of waking up Christmas morning as a 10-year-old and getting like a box of Pokemon cards. And
exactly.
Yeah, you just spend the next hour opening up those packs, smelling those cards fresh out of the pack. Oh, it doesn't get better than that. And a Ramsey taking game 1.
Huge rage right there.
Say it again.
Did you see that? There was a huge Ronin right there at the end after a little piece, a big build up on the rage turn. Had the little piece for the debuff. Had the Ronin to follow up with, and again, once you lose that, the Cottontail turn, absolutely, just kind of blasted right through. I mean, there you go. There, I was just about to say, I think like it's got to be high damage, like high ramp, very quickly. I feel like sustain can't deal with, you know, and we just saw it kind of come to fruition right there. Like the Mystic era may be the era that provides that ramp, that damage, those buffs, everything that kind of rocket launches you right past that sustain.
Right. Yeah, man, I mean, that's like perfect best case scenario, right? You've got you've been able to save up enough rage counters, enough energy fragments. You've got a 5 energy turn with your Cottontail. You've got Leafies with the vulnerable, and then you finish it off with the Ronin and that backliner for sustain. That backliner is their finisher with the tassels power on them. If they lose that Axie, they can't finish out the match. Essentially,
Yep.
it's done. So yeah, they took him out. Dunzo, put sustain away.
But he said, "Put it away, put it away." Nah, I'm curious to see, if we do see a switch out of that, because that's very difficult. I mean, they're like, what else do you do as a sustain player? You already copied your ant like on that front line. You already like you played the play and it didn't work.
Died.
Like, yeah, the front got smacked. So once that front line's gone and you have the ability, especially against a shrimp team or something like that, to go snipe out your tassels. Like you said, it's done. That was your win con. It's gone, and we move on. And here we go. This is what the people really wanted here. This bubble team. Show us the magic. We got the region on the back. Was that the heart of the ocean there with the Gaia is on the front line, I believe, for more team HP. So here we go.
Yeah, is that Gaia's on the front? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, and Regenerator on the back. Perfect. Of course, we've seen the Leafy team. We know what's going on there. This is what we're really interested in, though. This bubble team. This is one that really hasn't made its way out into the public eye too much. I haven't seen it that much. I've heard about it. A couple players told me a few things, but in terms of like the arena, I haven't seen it. In terms of tournaments I've casted, I haven't seen it. So this is the first. This is the first. And we're gonna see. I don't see any charm on that Nemo. So the Nemo charm idea, Schweetfeet, that might be right out the window immediately.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised as well when I saw them start popping up. I mean, even though that midline there already up to those 3 bubbles, but it's like it feels kind of frustrating almost. Like you're almost kind of handicapping yourself. You can't really attack anything until you have, I believe, what the target is, like 7 to 9, maybe 9+ bubble bombs to look for that initial pop to just wipe the slate clean. But again, even when you do that, that last stand is going to be a problem when your bubbles pop and he's still alive.
Right. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I wonder if Naoki has enough sustain power to keep themselves alive. This
a terrible draw.
It's not great. They're losing an energy of value. The Gecko heals the frontliner. Not the worst thing in the world. Gets the taunt on there. Pagano as well. So double taunt on the backliner right off the bat. Square Teeth and Neo. I mean, I don't see why they.
But he's got to save that Square Teeth. He's got to. He doesn't want to pop those yet.
Yeah. You gotta save the Square Teeth. Actually, I thought the Square Teeth was for the front line for some reason, but you're absolutely right. This is so interesting because like Naoki's not gonna do anything until it's time. So like without like being familiar with the comp and knowing how many bubbles you need and knowing how long you need all 3 sponges to get the bubbles, it's difficult to speculate on this one. I'm really curious to see how it goes.
I think that was that kind of dead draw right there really put Naoki behind, it feels like, just in the sense like that what they have right now. They needed one of those energy, like they needed one of those Nemos the turn before, one of those Nemo ear shields the turn before, stack up a little bit. I still think that magic number on the bubble bomb is somewhere between like 9, 10, 11, 12. But again, like if you've already lost your taunt and you've already, like, your front line is not in the best position at this point, to be honest with you, with the piranhas, the bamboos, it's going to eat all that, and then you're not going to have enough. I think that Pagana might have done him in, honestly. I don't think he was expecting that much damage to be returned.
Ooh, he went in early, not getting the kill on any of those Axies yet. But oof, that was still quite a heavy hit, man.
Yeah,
To see
that
all
hurt.
those axes go from
Mhm.
green to next to nothing instantly. My gosh.
Yeah. I mean, you
Not
kind of
not
have to, yeah, with the card choice available, didn't have a whole lot of options. We won't see a rage here, question mark. So I think he's going to save the Cottontail maybe, unless he can find the kill.
No, I don't think so.
Surely you
Excuse
save the
me.
Cottontail. Oh no, send it. I like it.
Just trying to get rid of those
Big- oh,
options. The Garish
with
with
the
the
Mantis
Mantis.
again. Oh, yay.
Oh, and another terrible hand here. The Nemo in hand does allow him to search out his deck for another Nemo ear card, so he can get full value here. He is going to need to shift up strategies, I think, and maybe place the Nemos. Is he going to try to keep on protecting the midliner? I guess that's the only one with the big bubble damage, so you have to get the bubbles there, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, but now what he's done, okay, so yeah, he has those 3 bubbles there. He'll look to convert that to a bubble bomb. I think he's gonna need, I mean, he has to at least double that to even get close. But again, the situation keeps looming. When these bubbles pop, this last stand Axie is just gonna be like, okay.
We get the clear for more card options. Here comes the rage. This is gonna be
Boom.
big. Bamboo, square teeth, Leafy, Ronin, and I think this is game over. Depends on how this Leafy hits, though. He might actually just do Ronin first and then Leafy.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
Then Leafy to guarantee the damage value to be
GG.
distributed correctly. There we go.
GG's. Yeah, I mean, it was there. It was just like a little bit too much damage on that taunt turn. Sent it over the edge. I think if you're able to kind of keep that alive a little bit, let your front take a little more damage, you know, kind of do that puppeteering that we saw in that first round of the day. Man, it's almost there. It was almost there, though. I still think that 9-12 is where you wanted to be.
Right. Now, we've seen that Leafy team do some serious work. We've seen 2 other teams from Naoki's side fail. But
Yeah.
Naoki has one more option, which means we might be seeing something sweet. We might be seeing something that I think you might like.
Well, as much as I think I would like, as much as I know I would love it, actually, let me say that I don't know that that's still going to be the right play. I mean, this is just a really well-optimized, well-run Leafy team, it feels like, for this particular matchup. I mean, this is just, it's been 2 whoopings back to back, you know. I mean, it's been pretty handedly in the favor of Ramsey here, and then just strutting his stuff, showing why he's top elite player. I mean, you see him on the top of the leaderboard. You see him at the you know, end of these events. When the bracket's getting smaller and the same people's names are there, that usually means something. I mean, they're not strangers to the game here. So, hopefully, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing it. And if Poison could pull off a crazy upset, obviously, I'm gonna be screaming that from the rooftops, and everybody will remember that day. But I just don't know that that's the right play right here. This is a tough matchup.
It is a tough matchup, but I'm not gonna lie. I think I want to say with the mech Gila Axie, it might be possible. But we are in. Let's hop into this next match and find out what they're running with. Are we gonna see the poison? Oh, we're seeing the poison! Let's go!
Let's go. I love it.
I called it, Sweet. I called it. You didn't have faith, man. You just gotta believe
You're right. I was
sometimes.
slipping. You're right.
So here we go. We've got the poison against the Leafy. Leafys have that passive heal that is kind of negating the damage from the poison. So the poison has to work twice as hard to really get that value. But with the mech there, with the Gila, with the last stand, I think they might be able to get off 2 Gilas before that mech dies, right? Because they've done the right thing. They've put the mech in the midline. They can't target it with shrimp. It's going to survive a little bit longer than his other 2 Axies. We're probably going to see a double Gila. Especially a Gila in that last stand situation is going to be devastating. But we have to remember, Oremzi has the discards, right? He has the Garish worms with the mantis shrimps. So even if he retains that Gila, he needs to be careful and cognizant of that factor.
One thing that is going to help, though, I mean, for Naoki, about giving one of the a really good chance to kind of, I mean, any chance at all, I should say, is this paralyzing glare on the backline. Look at this doubt. This doubt that's going to stack up. It's actually going to increase the damage that poison does now due to the change of how doubt actually works. It's going to increase the damage from HP losing status effects, so things like bleed, things like poison. So it does help compensate for that leafy. It kind of because those leafs really are a pain in the ass for any poison team, so you got to scale that a little bit over towards your favor. So having that on, or that paralyzing glare, is really nice. And that Axie in the backline, it's such a savage looking Axie, and there's a couple variations, whether you decide to go yam for AoE, whether you decide to go grass snake, even the potato leaf kind of sleep variation that you'll see from time to time. Like, it just looks nasty. Look at that chubby dual blade razor bite. Like, what just a mean looking Axie. I love it. Like, it just looks like it's out to ruin your day.
Aesthetically, I wouldn't want to mess with them. Axies with razor bite, they're the table at school that I don't. Not only do I not talk to them, I avoid eye contact.
Oh yeah, that kid definitely sneaks out for a cigarette in between school periods. Like, that's what it looks like to me. Like, absolutely. And look at this. Look at it's coming up. Look at these debuffs adding up. I mean, it looks like you're bruised, battered, and beaten right here. And look how much
Gila
HP.
in hand too. He's got Gila in hand too. Now we do see the rage, so this could be big. He can't target the Gila without getting rid of that front liner, but he might just go for all. I don't think he has any discard options here. He has the clear.
No.
He has the clear, so he could search out for his discard options, because he knows the poison counters are getting up. He knows he hasn't seen the Gila yet, so he has to know it's an option, and that he might even search the deck just to find that discard and potentially get rid of Gila as an option here, or he might just go for straight damage. I mean, I don't think straight damage is the bad option.
At this point, shrimp leafy, right? And you have it, or you don't even need to save your leafy. There you go. But
save
still,
the leafy.
A lot. Look how much he bled out right there. He lost a lot of HP right there with the doubt, with the bleed stack.
Here's the question: Gila now or 3 poison cards and Gila next turn? Do you risk
3 poison? 3 poison. Nope.
3 poison.
Oh, the discard. He didn't play Garish Worm. I know he didn't play Garish Worm. Oh my goodness.
So the Garish Worm's guaranteed next turn, I feel like. Well, no, he's going into a fresh deck reset. So there's actually not
3. I take the poisons. I take all poison.
Super interesting scenario here. You know, he also does have the tiny turtle. He could have tiny turtled and gecko to get out of it, which is another option he had. But yeah, I feel like at this point it's either poison or Gila. And
now
it looks like
committed.
He's going all
you're
poison.
Committed to the poison. Yep. You're right. As soon as he didn't tiny chomp, but the taunt on the front line, so he could only have taunted that front line Axie right there. It wasn't a whole lot of benefit outside of it. 1 Gila right here wins the game.
1 Gila wins the game, but if it gets discarded, and there's the Garish Worm, and he has discard on Square Teeth too, so there's a 1 in 3 chance that the Square Teeth gets rid of it.
He's gonna shuffle though.
Oh, he's gonna
shuffle.
Oh wait, no, he doesn't get the kill. I'm an idiot. Last stand. So he's gonna proc the last stand.
He doesn't Garish Worm though. He doesn't have
teeth. He gets rid of the Gila. Wait, deck reset. He draws back into it.
He tops the Gila. No! But he's gonna die. Is he?
Let's go!
Oh no! The last stand. The last stand for the other Gila.
What just happened?
No! No, dude,
I was
no!
so excited.
Naoki, no!
It almost happened.
No!
I'm trapped in my chair, Sweet. I'm trapped in my chair.
Oh my god, we had it. As soon as he topped, oh no. Oh. It just goes to show though, like, we did. We were so hyped, but it just goes, like, again, if you're running last stand, the last stand versus last stand, like, that's the only counter, I feel like. I mean, he had it won right there. It was a miracle that he tops decks the Gila and still not it. Oh, my heart.
You know what's even crazier is that the Axie was poisoned. So literally the second he ends the turn, it would have died anyway. But order operations, his Axie dies first. Last stand was procced first. Damn, that was crazy. That was unbelievable. Man, what a roller
way to
coaster
wrap
of
up.
emotions.
The highest of high to the lowest of lows, realizing that it is in fact us that are clowns because we forgot about the other last stand on the other side, which we've only seen
Right.
2 games in a row prior, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh man, my heart. Oh my
Oh.
goodness.
Man, I was so happy. I was so happy for the poison.
Yeah.
I was happy for you.
Yep.
And that, I mean, honestly, that was a really great showcase. It was a really great showcase of the
It was.
capabilities. If they were able to get that big turn, one turn earlier, man. Oh, I love this game. I love this game. These feelings,
Wow.
these feelings are what we play for. But I think that does it for that matchup. That was a clean sweep 3-0.
That was 3-0. Yeah, that was 3-0. Renzi just
3-0.
moving right through the pile. Absolutely. Going to move on to the next round.
So Ahsoki, unfortunately, will not be moving forward. A Ramsey just straight running through the competition, but it is not over yet. Not by a long shot. We still have Asado versus Enrico. This will be our next match before we get into our finals. So let's check out their Axie pools and see what they're bringing to the table today. So Enrico's bringing out we get some poison with the potato leaf sleep variation. Different strategy, more focused on control, not so much focused on that heavy damage coming in from Gila, but also very valid. From Asado, we're looking at a lot of Topaz, actually. We're seeing a sustain team and a poison team as well. Asado not bringing in the Leafy, changing things up. Ooh, it's going to be interesting. We might see a repeat of our last matchup with one team having Leafy and the other team not. It could put Enrico into a favored light here.
Yeah, I mean, other than the only matchup I would be unfamiliar with would be the Leafy versus the Topaz. So Enrico's Leafy team here versus the Asado Topaz. I mean, what is that matchup looking like? I feel like with the taunt, or at least with the taunt and the shrimp for Enrico, he can kind of control a little bit, or like slow it down a little bit, control it a little bit in that Topaz matchup.
So the Topaz matchup, it's not bad. It's not undoable, but Leafy just is more favored because of the fact that it's faster, right? Topaz, it's a similar comp where both comps are relying on one card on each Axie to deal the damage. So very similar strategies in that front. But the difference is Leafy only needs one card to power up everything. They only need one bamboo, and then they're instantly getting all the damage they need. Topaz, on the other hand, they need to spend several turns going through all of their Nemos, all of their innocent lambs. They need to throw up multiple shield turns just to defend themselves long enough to get those Topazes to deal damage. But when those Topazes are hitting heavy, man, it can be really hard to withstand that damage. So the deciding factor is if Leafy can hard target a single Axie and kill it fast enough. If your leaf damage gets spread, it can sometimes be really hard to come back, because when they're all dealing 120 damage per hit, you just start melting. But if you can hard focus a single Axie and get rid of one of those Topazes early, you're going to be in a much better situation. And Topaz, you just want to get those banished cards fast. If you can get those banished cards fast in like the first turn or two and start dealing heavy damage with the Topaz, it's gonna be viable. And especially because he has that Topaz mech that gives him another layer of viability because of the last stand option there.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, I love the sleep variation of poison. I think it's some of the most fun because it's like it could be like some of the most rage-inducing at the same time, to be honest with you. But like, especially in the Topaz matchup, it's actually really not bad, because if you get one of your chomps, if you get one of your tiny turtles early, and you can prevent an innocent lamb, or they have to like save it, or you have to delay that innocent lamb, that is what I've found to be one of the biggest plays. Because, and then let's say you absolutely pop off and you get like a tiny turtle and a potato leaf, so now you chomp one, the next one to hit you goes asleep. Now you have 2 out of 3 axes asleep, and you're early game. Now you can start cycling in a watermelon if you want. You can cycle in another potato leaf, and then eventually, you know, they just have, if you can, it's all about, like, for me, that I've found success with is, if you're not playing Topaz, go ahead and run a poison cycle all the way through. Just run a poison on your first shuffle, then start controlling. Against the Topaz, start controlling right away and play poison where it fits. And eventually, you know, they'll, honestly, most of them surrender by the time they get anywhere, because they if you can snipe out, if you can prevent 2 innocent lambs on that first rotation, it's a wrap. Like, I mean, you've put them really far behind.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, that's 2 banished cards they're missing essentially. All right, but then it looks like the first game is ready, so let's go ahead and hop in. And Enrico is pulling out that poison team, just like you said, against the Topaz. My God, sweet! How did you do it, buddy?
Hey, I've played some Origins in my day. I mean, I've played a matchup or two when it comes to this this control team here. I like this, like, especially with the rune setup. I like Enrico's setup here. I run a little bit different, but also then again, you know, I'm never in a position where I've actually hit all these mystics and all these charms in one. So I like the setup. I'm sure he's got some sort of taunt on that mid line. Oh, it's actually on his back line. You can see it right there. He saved it on that small frill, so he's going to pull to himself there. Look at that already, preventing. Well, he didn't really get much. He stopped the piranha right there. He didn't get an innocent lamb prevention, which is kind of big. So if he can get another chomp right here on this next turn, he could still be in a pretty decent position.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna have to throw out a Topaz early though. Only 2 banished cards. He has 1 energy left. It would be, I mean, at this point, how much damage are you getting from it? What, like 40?
Well, I mean, yeah, and he's eating it with Regenerator. Yeah,
he's
for 45, he would have healed 45 right there. So yeah, he completely kind of lost.
He made the right move by saving the card. It would have just been lost value by playing it. But regardless, to lose an energy that early in the match when you're already fighting an uphill battle, not a good feeling. It's going to be tough to come back. And Rico's looking pretty good in this one.
One of the worst situations you want to find yourself in as a poison player right there. He had his backline slept from the prior turn, but he drew the tiny turtle and the gecko on the same axis. So on that front line, he had to make a decision. He either tiny chomped and woke himself up and lost energy, or he wakes up the back axis and he doesn't sleep someone and they get both innocent lambs, like what just happened here. An absolute heartbreaker for Enrico on the card draw right there.
Oh no! Interesting. Thank you for catching that. I had no idea that was a big thing.
Yeah, it's really like that's the only way you can like step on your own toes is drawing the gecko and the chomp on the same axis with nothing to follow that.
So, gecko and the chomp on the same axis with nothing to follow that. I'm not sure if I'm following, but I trust you.
Right. He had to cleanse off the other axis in order to play energy, because yeah.
And if he uses chomp, then he's not going to be able to cleanse the other guy. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
So this is beautiful though. This is beautiful. He's got multiple geckos, multiple chomps. Baby. Yep. And he's got the potato leaf to kind of prevent some stuff right here. He's already pulled taunt to the back axis. He's okay. He's in an okay position right here. Not the craziest amount of poisons, but if you look where the poison matters on that back line.
Yes, sirree. And as long as and it looks like that's where he's been focusing his tiny turtles as well. So yeah, I mean, it's completely valid. Get rid of that mech. Get rid of that last stand, because you don't want to see that thing when it gets endgame. I think he probably saves the other tiny turtle, though, right?
Leave the front, save the tiny turtle. Yeah, okay. Or take the damage.
He throws it out.
You want. Hey, do whatever you want. I mean, He does have these 2 Forest Wraiths though, so that's a nice little wrinkle that I haven't actually put in to any of my games yet, is this Forest Wraith pure damage that's just gonna pretty much go. I think he can actually get this, he can proc this last stand, but look at this, he's got his last stand. That's a Cottontail Piranha. He has no way to wake up that backline without using something that's important to his deck.
Wasting an energy without wasting an energy. Either he's wasting an energy on an attack card or he's wasting an energy on his Cottontail. But either way, it's not a great situation for him. And yeah, I mean, he's only got like, assuming Enrico draws into another Chomp, this might be the last turn he sees with that backline mech.
Right, and he's delaying the stack of the banish. So he's only got 9 cards as a Topaz team in his banish pile. What he did right there, he chomped the back line, put the potato leaf on the front line. So the mid line right there of who are we even playing here? Aaron or Asado. Asado over here. Asado's Dawn had to attack that front line. He had to use his Nemo tail to wake himself up. So that Nemo's still in the deck on his next rotation. He still doesn't have that in his banish. We're 3 rotations through and he still doesn't have a full banish pile.
Right, only 9 out of 12 to get those Topazes fully powered up. And Enrico's midliner looking pretty dang healthy at full HP. That is crazy at this point in the match.
I love this right here. He's gonna let this delay a little bit, I think. Oh, he wakes him up. I think he I would watermelon here. You get the last stand proc, and he has to waste an energy to wake himself up. If you watermelon the back line,
I think he dies if you do, because that's 20. Is that 29 stacks?
Yeah. So he'll go down. He'll proc the last stand with the poison ticks and he elected not to do it. So he's got 10 HP. He didn't proc the last stand again. So whether he didn't do the calculations properly with the debuff, with the doubt, but 10 HP, like I probably would have looked to proc it right there, because look, he'd be asleep right now. He's got a lot of cards, so maybe not. Maybe wait till next turn. But again, I think when the opportunity presents itself, it's something you have to take.
Right. Yeah, that mech is so close to death, man. It would have been nice for Enrico to see that thing drop down this turn, but he's gonna have to wait a little bit longer to bring that thing into last stand. But now that he knows it's taken care of, Enrico can start to focus his attention and damage elsewhere. Because you can get rid of that backline mech, but those 2 other axes still have high damage Topaz cards. So those without a Gila on the team, I'm not sure what the end game situation looks like here.
There, that paralyzing glare. He just procced the last stand right there with the debuff watermelon. So he didn't. It's good. He didn't commit any additional resources to a guaranteed kill. You're right. He already had it. I could be looking. I mean, you don't necessarily. Okay. I mean, yeah, the poison stack's obviously never a bad thing, but Cura, is this gonna? He's immortal. He won't die from the poison stack because he added the poison stack afterwards, but he can't die. So I think
I think he does die as soon as the turn ends. Because it's procced this turn, which means he's not immortal the next turn. He's immortal this turn, which means next turn the poison will immediately deal 1 damage, and I think he'll die before he actually gets to use it, which could be amazing for Enrico. Let's see here.
No, he does. He remains alive. It's 2 turns on the immortal. You see the immortal tick right beside it actually had a second ticker, had 2 turns on it. So you were correct. It just had a second turn.
Right. Interesting. So the Topaz is coming in. That's a dead Axie. That's a huge amount of damage. 225 from that backline mech with last stand procced. Huge damage. I mean, that's what. That's
he doesn't have enough. Yeah, he doesn't have enough here, even with the Cottontail, to get this kill. Oh, the Piranha.
Piranha's going to be a lot. I don't know if it's definitely not enough, but he's bringing it to a close match. That's a dead mech, which means Enrico only needs to focus down this 1 Axie. Tiny Turtle, I would assume.
Yep. Fleet Forest. Boom.
And
GG's.
Oh my gosh, that
poison,
force,
baby! Oh, Enrico, let's go! What a play!
Poison.
What a play!
I'm blown away that it was the potato leaf variation that did it. Man, that's amazing. And you called it. You literally called it from the beginning. As soon as you saw the teams, as soon as you saw the options, you were like, if this thing came up against this thing, let me tell you what would happen. All right.
Yeah.
You see this he'd draw these cards and they wouldn't be able to do this, right? Because of the sleep. All right. And it should be uphill from there. And
Let
literally
me tell
everything
you. Let me
said.
tell you about my friends. Let me tell you about my friend. Okay. Let me tell you. Like it was, but I mean, seeing what I believe his pool was heavy topaz. He had about 4 or 5 out of his entire pool, out of a 10 pool axie. You show me 4 or 5 of one. I'm coming for that. I'm planning for that, and the control was there. I mean, the control was there 100%. So I'm curious. Like, I think that, but I will say that is so. Look how dependent that was on just a few chomps. Like, it almost one more missed chomp, and that could have easily swung the other way. It's not a bad matchup for the topaz. It's just like, it's heart of the cards. You're literally just putting it all in. I got to make my best play against theirs.
There's also a lot to be said in keeping a mental note of all the cards you've seen previously and checking that history tab where you can see all the cards that your opponent have played. So that way you can keep a mental note of what have we seen already? What do we know is in the discard? What do we know is coming out next? We've seen 3 attack cards from the backliner, so we're most likely going to see attack cards coming in from the mid or frontliner this turn. And keeping mental notes like that to know where to stun to get the most value is pretty important.
Super. Once I like put it together, who have I not seen Innocent Lamb? And I realized the delay that creates in their comp, especially with the change to Innocent Lamb on how you're going to pull Nemo on the turn after that. So now I've pushed you 2 turns away minimum from banishing a card. I'm like, it was like I saw the sun for the first time. Like, it was a beautiful thing. It was just, finally, this is what colors are like. Like, I can actually see this. This is beautiful. Like, and I was really able to settle in a time where Topaz was a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. There was a light at the end of the tunnel there.
Man, Topaz was the light at the end of the tunnel for a lot of people.
Yes, it was.
Topaz was an awesome comp. Topaz still is an awesome comp, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my favorite comps that I think has ever appeared in Axie, just because of how interesting and unique it is. You spend the first 2 turns like almost not even attacking at all, just defending and ramping up your strategy. And I love Topaz. So might have been a bad thing for you, but not for everybody. Next game is ready though, so let's hop into game 2.
It was any team that beats me is bad, right? I mean, we can all agree on that. Like, any team that beats me is bad. Here we go. I like to switch to a little Leafy. I
should have seen it. I should have seen it from your point of view. I'm
right.
My bad,
well,
man. My bad.
It's not just you, Ryan. Everybody should. It's not just you, okay? Everybody should.
Absolutely. Oh man. So it looks like there is no more poison to be seen. The deed's been done. The poison smackdown has happened, and now we're going Leafy versus Topaz. An interesting
variation that I see right off rip, Ryan, is typically we see the bug have the ant and the mech play on the cottontail here for the Leafy teams. So I'm a little curious as far as your opinion on this, like the frontline midline situation for Enrico here. Don't we typically see those bodies and those runes reversed? And I mean, obviously super crazy like ant value in a last stand situation, but like, is that the key? Like,
I don't think so. I kind of want to say that, for a tournament like this, when you're on the esports server and everything is open to you can use any runes and charms, a last stand on your team is a necessity. And at this point in the game, we're only playing with epic runes and charms. So you might not have a mech Axie that you've purchased for the arena at this point that you've been planning for endgame, especially because things are still breeding. I feel like this mech for Enrico is probably something that he picked up specifically for this event. right? Probably because it's definitely not optimized, like you said. It's not
Right.
necessarily the parts that you want to see on the right axis. Typically, you want to see like the bug and the mech replaced with each other, or the bug and the mech and the beast would even work better than what this is. Because now,
actually,
yeah, it's a tough situation. I feel like it was I feel like he was probably low on options and needed a mech for the event. And that's the result of that situation. But that's pure speculation.
I mean, it makes sense when you frame it as such. I mean, that 4, you're really hoping to find that proc right there. But either way, I mean, but look how early. I mean, it's round 3 and your front line is already in last. And granted, you do have a Leafy and you do. Oh my goodness. Good luck picking out a card out of that. Yeah. Thankfully, that's not their view, so they can't actually play a card. But here comes the Rage on top of a Last Stand proc. So this is actually kind of nutty. This could be maybe the most damage you can physically put out in one turn. I'm not sure. Like, depending on the cards.
This could be huge. This could be huge. I'm seeing, I think, at least 2 beast attack cards. I think there's a Leafy and a Ronin, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's a bamboo. I believe it's a bamboo and a Ronin at this point.
Oh, is a shrimp? There's a shrimp.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I said that. Now they're coming out.
There's the shrimp. There's the shrimp. So the Last Stand on that mech is procced, which means, honestly, Enrico's not too far off. This is a pretty even match. I assume this, with double Topaz in hand, they're going to take out this bug, bringing it to a 1v1 situation where Enrico is most likely going to have the upper hand in the following turn.
Agreed.
So let's see. We know he still has the bamboo shoot left on the beast. He is going into a full deck reset with 18 cards here. So it's going to be tough. He might get a very awful hand here. And the other player might have a chance to actually take this back. Actually, you know what? At full health, the beast's basically at full health. I don't think. With the Cottontail too. Oh no! They didn't get the energy from it. They just wanted to get the heals, so it was going away. Yeah, I think Enrico's got this one in the bag. I don't know if there's a situation where the other player can come back from this. With so much HP, even if they get Topaz in the next turn, I don't think it's enough damage to take the kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we did to actually dunk on these cards in hand here. I'd just love to be able to see what is actually there. Nothing, apparently. The Garrostorm found nothing there. He played everything he had, and boom. Oh, 195 HP. Looks like one Leafy here dropping right on the head. Oh, okay. Okay, it did it.
There it is. Enrico taking game 2 as well. So Enrico is actually up 2-0 right now. The strong advantage against Asado. But it is best 3 out of 5. So we have more matches to come. Asado could come back and pull a clean sweep, reverse sweep against Enrico. It's all yet to be decided. We've seen Enrico pull up some crazy things, man. We saw the Poison team come out game 1. What a pick. And got the victory with it. Absolute legendary status.
Yeah, I feel like even if Enrico were to run back that team that he just put out there, I mean, why not switch it and just put the bug up front and put the mech with the taunt in the midline? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like even though he won that game, that's a better comp. That's a better line. And he could just really emphasize it and punch it home even more, splitting some of that damage between the mid and the front. It is tough. I mean, he's up 2-0, and we're talking about how he could make his comp better. So, like, I mean,
right.
it feels like he maybe not like didn't play. I feel like he didn't play perfectly, maybe, and he's still up 2-0. So, like, being maybe a little overly critical, but that's just because, like, it's so important now. It matters so much. I mean, we're literally about to get to the semifinals here. So you're up 2-0. You don't want to give up now. You got to step on it and just end the series and move forward stress free.
Yeah. I'm sure he's looking at that clean. I'm sure he's looking at that clean sweep. We just got one in the last round. Are we gonna get another one? Man, our first 2 matches were pretty down to the wire. I mean, they were going back and forth. I think we saw game 4 in our first matchup and game 5 in our second matchup. These are going faster. Now I want to ask you,
Bang.
since you have more experience playing poison than I do, what would happen if Enrico goes with his poison sleep team? We see Asado go with the poison Gila team. Who comes out on top there? The damage or the sleep?
At that point, I mean, if from your sleep perspective, it's a very tough matchup. I'll say that either way. You've got to start paying attention to who's geckoed, who's cleansing more things off themselves, and then once you finally once you see a target that's like, the poisons are gonna fall how the poisons fall, right? They're like the green thorns are randomly applied. You kind of just let those play out. Who are you going to start targeting around like round 4, round 5? Here we go. We'll run this back, the Topaz versus the Sleep. But to finish that off, Ryan, basically similar thing to the Innocent Lamb matchup. Who's been using their gecko? Who still has their gecko available? Because I would rather you use your gecko to wake yourself up than cleanse your teammates. So if I'm preventing, how can I minimize gecko's quality and utility? That's pretty much the first thing I'm looking at. Second thing I'm looking at, obviously, any sort of last stands or final stand situation. Who actually has the Gila? Typically, it's on the mech. So I do want to get that out of there as quickly as possible, but you got to feel the geckos as well.
Okay, but who has the advantage, do you think? The damage
I do
or
think
the
it's
sleep?
the Gila. I think it's the Gila,
Gila?
to be honest with you. Yeah, I do. Because let's say you do, like, there's just so many positions, because I personally don't run a mech sleep. So like you already,
Right.
if you do have the mech, you've got that advantage there. And then again, I mean, Gila it's a lot to deal with if you have the right, poison setup for it.
Yeah. It's very interesting. We're going into game 3 here. Exact copy of what we saw game 1. So I'm not quite sure what's going on in these players' minds, where Enrico just knows Topaz is coming out. And he's like, all right, it's time for some poison, No big deal. No big deal. I can just read your mind. But Enrico is a very tough competitor. I see Enrico in almost every tournament I'm involved in, whether I'm playing or casting. Enrico is always there, giving it his all every time.
I think even since like early V2, my early time in V2 as well, and almost every event I feel like I've casted, he's sneaking in somewhere.
He's sneaking in.
Right, yeah, I guess it can't really be a sneak at this point. It's like, nah, I'm here. Surprise.
Right. He's a given at this point.
Shocker, right. Chalk him in.
Now,
So
Asado...
this taunt on this backline is just so perfectly like layered in, and there it is. Look at this, clean. Not a lot of energy use, so not the best turn of all time, and nothing to actually. So he can chomp, use that forest breath, gain a forest wraith right now, and use that. I believe.
Oh.
Save a gecko for next turn, and then he wants to save the gecko on his midline, so he's gonna do that. He's gonna cleanse. Oh no! Oh, okay. Oh no, he gets to cleanse. It's a cleanse. It's not just that. It's either way. So he gets to use that. I would again use this on the midline. Take out that. Yep, there it goes. Save that gecko because he already chomped, so you don't have to worry about that. Anybody, either one of these other two can chomp, and you guaranteed cleanse it. So he did that. Oh, both innocent lambs of value here, though. Yikes! Basically everything you don't want to see here.
Jeez. Yeah, he still gets all those banished cards and some decent damage here as well, leaving him with fear and vulnerable on that front line.
Enrico went from regenerator to last wish. On the front line. I hate that, but that's fine.
Oh,
whatever.
Interesting. Yeah, that's
he has a watermelon, so
choice.
This is a double sleep turn right here. He's got to go hit the back line. I would hit the back line. Oh, hit the back line with the chomp. Hit the back line with the chomp. You cleanse with the midline gecko, and then you watermelon with your plant. Okay, yeah, nope. I wouldn't have done that, but you gotta double sleep. You gotta put as many Axii to sleep as possible.
I see ya. Yeah. So then Chomp the back lane, watermelon the mid.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
And then you
I
have
see.
a poison, and at that point, whatever, anything like the poisons are, I don't like, obviously they're key, but dude, double sleeping, the control with a double sleep, and then throw out a poison from your paralyzing glare to get the doubt out, just to get it out, and it is the control you have is insane. Look at all the available cards. Now he has all 3 Axii awake instead of 2 Axii asleep.
Yeah, but I mean, Enrico still looks so healthy. I mean, then again, we haven't seen the big
There's
cards come out, and they're about to come
4
out
banishes.
We're at 10 banished cards now with 2 topaz in hand and 2 energy. Is he gonna play it now? I think that's gonna take out that frontline Axii. 150 damage there. And
it's a cottontail turn. It's a cottontail turn, so he's got it.
Oh, it's a cottontail turn too.
He just missed his Enrico just missed his cottontail. Oof. I mean, he's
might
got a
be
lot of poison.
saving-
He's like,
He might even save the cottontail. It's on the last stand Axii. Even if it gets knocked out, he'll still have 1 more turn guaranteed with that cottontail. I think there's a good chance that he just holds on to it, right? Oh, never mind.
play your banished one, get rid of something in the hand. I don't hate it, but I mean, I see both sides of it. And now look at this. If those Axii were asleep, you had another watermelon and 2 potato. If he loses this game, it's because he didn't double chomp. I mean, he's got a lot of poison though. Like, he's got decent poison. He's got decent debuffs out there. But man, it would feel so good if he had 3 Axies alive and could cottontail.
Right. Unfortunately, it looks like he's stuck to. Right. He doesn't even need to.
He
target
does not
that
have
midline.
To now, no. He doesn't.
No, he can just let the poison do its job. And
I was gonna say, I don't hate hitting the back line. I don't hate hitting the back line right there.
Yeah, that seems decent. I mean, his frontliner is going to be the weakest of them all. So if you can get rid of the mid and the back.
He has to frontline. Oh, okay, he backlined. Okay, somebody's going to sleep. That's what I was getting at. Somebody's going to sleep on that potato leap, so he knows not to play on the midline first. The paralyzing glare is dead, and that is not where you want to be.
Lord, and he still has the cottontail he saved from the previous turn. He has the topaz in hand too. This is going to be big. I think Enrico's pretty much got the back line taken care of. It's just a matter of, like, I think, what is that, 11 counters? I can't read very
on the front.
clearly.
11's the back. 11 is on the
11
back.
to the back.
17 on the front.
So we're gonna need a damage card to the back, and 2 damage cards to the front in order to secure this kill, secure this victory. Is it possible? Not with the last stand mech still alive.
Poison.
How much does the Forest Wrath do? Do you know?
80. You put a poison out. You put a poison out right here. Well, you got 3 energy. Poison, Forest Wrath, the front, potato leaf yourself, save your watermelon gecko, and then you get your chomp
potato
next
leaf.
turn, and it's GG.
I think you might even. Okay, he goes for the shot there. Yeah, I think you might even shield up even more here. Forget about the Forest Wrath. Save the Forest Wrath. You got the midline dead. You got the backline dead. All he needs to do is survive an onslaught from 1 Axii with Topaz, and it's his weakest Axii. All he has is Topaz and swords. I think Enrico did it. I think Enrico may have done it.
Wow.
The Topaz is not going to get the kill. Enrico has Forest Wrath in hand, plus a whole other hand of options here.
Forest Wrath pure damage. It's GG. It's over.
And there it is. Enrico, the man, performing a clean sweep for you, ladies and gentlemen. 3 games in a row. He did not falter. He picked the exact teams he needed to pick each time, knowing exactly what he was going up against. Absolute pro-level strats. My God, Enrico. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first 4 matches, and we are going to go to a 10-minute break. When we get back, we'll be moving into our semifinal matches. Our top 4 competitors still need to battle this out to find out who is the best and who's going to be taking home the lion's share of that 100 AXS prize pool. So We will be back shortly, everybody. Do not go anywhere.
Origins League. The league will be made up of 2 tiers, Challenger Daily and Masters Weekly, running for 4 weeks. Challenger Daily includes 2 tournaments a day, every Monday to Thursday, open to everyone, except players in the Masters Weekly. Masters Weekly includes 2 tournaments every Friday. The top 32 players of an open qualifier are then invited to play in this exclusive series. Players will be awarded points based on their tournament placement. After the first 2 weeks of the season, the bottom 8 masters will be relegated and replaced by the top 8 challengers based on their points. The season will last 5 weeks. After 4 weeks of challenger and master tournaments, the top 32 challengers and all 32 masters will be invited to the grand finals, taking place on the final week of the season. Make sure to follow our Twitter for all the latest news and updates on E4E tournament.
Our team has been working on this product for over 3 years. This is their love. There's a lot of people who put a lot of hours and just love into this product, and they really care about the game itself and the choices that we make as a company by trying to make sure we're doing the best choices for their work. So when we first wanted to look for a partner, we really wanted to make sure that the team can trust us and that we're putting this in the good hands with the right partner. Second, we really wanted to find a partner that understood actually how to make games. There's a lot of partners out there that have never made a game before, and they don't really stand the challenges that a studio faces in terms of development, community growth, user acquisition, all the things you need to do to make a game successful. So we started looking, and we really kind of saw Sky Mavis had a lot of potential to kind of fill these boxes that we thought were really important for us. And the good news is when we started talking to Sky Mavis, it was even better than we thought. As we started talking to them, we really saw that the questions they even asked us was really community focused and product focused and quality focused, and it's fun. And so they were actually questioning us, making sure the things that we cared about too. And that really let us kind of see that we were very aligned in terms of what we saw matter for our product. And the longer we had conversations, the more we built the relationship up and really talked about the future, what we could do. It was very clear that this was the best partner for Directive Games and the best partner for Machines Arena. Why we're making Machines Arena is even more important than the game itself or the genre. And the story behind it is pretty fun. We were kind of having a break in our schedule in 2020. We had a 2-week little gap in our schedule, and we did what game developers do. You don't take a break. You talk about all the other games you like to make. Why is it fun? What would you want to do? And so we just gave a vision to the team and say, hey, you got 2 weeks, let's see it. And the team worked on a small team. They put together a prototype, and then we did a company-wide playtest. And what we saw is everyone was laughing. They were trash-talking each other. They were having fun. They wanted to play at lunch. Even though all these aspects of the game were just placeholder, people enjoyed it. And that gave us a lot of conviction. And those kind of core things that were important to us there is still shown in the game today. Those values from 3 years ago. And this is why I said this product is very important to the company, because it's a pure passion project of the team who wanted this and came together for it. We definitely fell in love with Axie when we looked at the community. And I think that's a really critical thing that people don't really realize. Your community is your reflection of your own values. And what we saw from, Axie's giant birth and growth through issues and troubles, but always coming out of it stronger and their community sticking with them, really showed the underlying values of Sky Mavis and Ronin. And that really inspired us. That really saw wow, this is a company that really stuck with this community. They really proved to them hey, believe in us. And as we had those conversations with Sky Mavis and we really saw those values come through in their talks with us, this really wanted us to be a part of it. We really wanted to be part of this Axie community. And we're so excited to be starting to show the Machines Arena to the community, get them a chance, start playing with us, just have fun, and see that we kind of share those similar values that Sky Mavis has.
Ladies and gentlemen, now introducing the Atiya's Blessing buff. This is a brand new feature on app.axie that allows you to earn additional moon shards and even SLP while playing Axie Infinity Origins. This is sure to give any player a small edge during the competitive season, so stick around and I'll show you how it works. First off, make sure to log in to app.axie using your Ronin wallet. From here, navigate to the user dashboard on the left-hand side. This is where you'll be able to access the Atiya Shrine. To learn more about the specific buffs that this offers, click the link on the right. Here you'll see that using this feature on a daily basis will help you complete these milestones and improve your in-game buff. Going from a 6% increase of moon shards earned all the way to a 15% increase with additional SLP earning as well. To start completing these milestones, all you have to do is make an offer to the Atiya Shrine by clicking this button here. Then simply confirm the action in your Ronin wallet, as this will include a small gas fee. And congratulations, milestone 1 complete. The buff will last for exactly 24 hours, so make sure to make an offer every single day to get the maximum benefit from this new feature. And with that, good luck, and I'll see you in the arena. In this video, you are going to learn everything you need to know to start staking your RON effectively and begin earning passive rewards. What makes this possible is the Ronin Network's migration to DPoS, or Delegated Proof of Stake. This is a consensus mechanism where independent validator nodes work together to process transactions. These validator nodes are also where you will stake or delegate your RON to start earning rewards. But as a delegator, it is imperative to understand that not all validator nodes are the same. In fact, there are a ton of different factors to consider when choosing which validator is right for you. And since staking reward issuance won't begin until April 12th, this will give you plenty of time to learn your way around this new system. Let's get started. Every validator node has a commission rate. This is a portion of the daily rewards provided to the validator in return for hosting and maintaining the hardware used to run the node. Each validator node can set their own commission rate, from 0% all the way to 20%. Smaller commission rates will result in more rewards for delegators. Likewise, higher commission rates will result in less rewards for delegators. Validator nodes can also change or adjust their commission rate, which will take effect at a minimum of 7 days after the request. You can check if a change has been requested by hovering over this icon. Now, delegators earn rewards based on the percentage of their staked RON against the total supply of the validator node. So, choosing a validator node with less delegators or a smaller total supply could yield you a greater percentage. Checking the APR is a great way to determine where you will earn the most rewards. Getting down to brass tacks, there are two main types of validator roles that you should be paying attention to. These are governing validators and validator candidates. Governing validators are considered partners, having been screened through a rigorous process of checks and balances, and with names that you might recognize, such as Quest, the Big Yak Axie Club, and Google. These validators are more or less permanent and are considered everyday validators. As long as they perform well and meet their requirements, they should be consistently earning daily rewards. If you see this green checkmark next to the validator node, that is your confirmation that this is a governing validator. Now, validator candidates can be launched by anyone in the ecosystem, as long as they meet the validator requirements. These nodes might offer better rewards in the form of smaller commission rates and a smaller total supply, although not all validator candidates are guaranteed to earn daily rewards. Let me explain. At the beginning of each day, or 00 UTC, only the top 10 validator candidates with the largest supply of staked RON will be activated and begin earning rewards for that day. This incentivizes validator candidates to provide better rewards, to attract more delegators and have a higher chance of being activated the following day. When a validator candidate becomes activated, they are considered a standard validator for that day. Between the governing validators and validator candidates, there should always be 22 active validators each day, unless one gets slashed. Last but not least is validator performance. Now this relates to the hardware and software used to run the node. If their computer drivers are up to date and they have a fast internet connection, transactions will be processed quickly, and this will be reflected in their uptime. A higher uptime means a better performance. But if their hardware or software has issues, or their internet connection just isn't fast enough, then their validator node could fail to process transactions. And if enough transactions fail to process, then that validator node could get slashed. And they, along with their delegators, will forfeit the rewards for the rest of that day. This will also be reflected in their status as either waiting as a candidate, active, punished, in jail, or renounced if they are leaving the ecosystem altogether, in which case you will be notified by this orange message. All this to say, in order to make an informed decision as to where best to stake your RON, it is very important to have a good understanding of all of these factors, from validator roles, and commission rates, and everything in between. Although, you don't have to put all of your eggs into one basket. You can diversify by staking different amounts of RON to different validator nodes. This way, even if your chosen validator candidate does not get activated for that day, you will still be earning rewards from your other delegations. This is a great way to balance your staking. It's also important to check in regularly in case your validator node has a change of commission rate, starts losing uptime, or has a change in status. All right, now, when you are ready to stake, click the RON staking tab. Find your desired validator node, press the delegate button, and choose the amount you would like to stake. Finally, confirm the transaction in your Ronin wallet, and congratulations, you have successfully staked RON. Now make sure you are delegating your RON to the correct validator, because once you delegate, you will be unable to withdraw that RON for 3 days. Now, you should also note that you will not begin earning rewards until the beginning of the following day, or 00 UTC, and you will not be able to claim those rewards until a full 24 hours after issuance has begun. Currently, there is no way to automatically restake your rewards. Instead, you must manually claim each reward and then delegate that new RON to a validator of your choice. If you decide there is a better validator node for your delegation, you can simply click the Move Stake button to change what validator you are staking with. And of course, you can always withdraw your RON back into your Ronin wallet while you decide which validator node is best for you. But remember, anytime you delegate more RON to a validator node, you will have to wait the following day to begin earning rewards from that new sum of delegated RON. If you have any other questions about RON staking, make sure to check the FAQ page for more information. And with that, you should be fully prepared to start staking your RON. Good luck and happy delegating.
Gather together, children of light. We have a story to share, the first of many. It all began with a glimmer in the dark unknown. For a millennium, a young sun god explored the cosmos. He grew strong and gained great knowledge on a divine quest for a matching planet to fulfill his existence. He was our sun god, Atia. Finally, he discovered our beautiful Lunecia. Here life began and blossomed in his loving embrace. But the cosmos is full of riddles, and wherever life reigns, corruption follows. The Chimera descended and infected noble Atia with their venom. Yet the sun's heart remained full of hope. He collapsed, offering that pulse to keep light alive. And from the ashes of the all-loving God, the supreme Axes were born and began to fight. They were outnumbered by the wicked legions, yet pushed forward and were winning the war. Atia's legacy was powering them to victory. But desperate Agonia, Lord of Chimeras, attempted a final, deadly ruse. He sacrificed himself to destroy the moon, allowing the Chimeras to continue their assault. The moon was broken, and many foes remained. The Axes survived, but their power faded. Falling back, they placed moon shards atop ancient totems to power new settlements for their resistance. These are just the first pages of the stories we will tell together. The tales of Lunasia.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Origins League Open Qualifier. We are about halfway through our event today, and it's been extremely exciting. We've seen half of our competitors fall, and 4 more continue onward. Our competitors moving forward are Enrico, Camille, RG Man In It, and Oremzi. These are our top 4 competitors. Any one of these men or women, I don't want to assume, could be taking first place, taking the lion's share of the prize pool home. And regardless, every single one of these players have achieved the rank of master in the Origins League. So you will be seeing more of them, regardless of how they place today over the next coming weeks with the Origins League. And yeah, so our first match coming back is going to be Enrico versus Camille. No, I'm sorry. Enrico and Camille will come next. My apologies. Our first match is going to be RG Man In It versus Oremzi. So the second pairing you see on the bracket there will be the first match that we hop into. And let's hop over to their Axie pools and see what these competitors are bringing to the table. And we've seen these Axies before, but let's go ahead and get a fresh glimpse. So RG Man In It does not, let's see. He's playing
not bringing the jinxes. This is that jinx versus sustain kind of pick 'em, and we're seeing it kind of play out live in person, I think, right here.
Right. So it's yeah, definitely interesting. I do think that we see strong Leafies on both sides, and I think that's what we're most likely going to see going into game 1. But as for what Leafy variation to pick, Oremzi has a lot of options here.
I agree. I think, when we're looking at it, I mean, it's either straight Leafy or straight Jinx. Shout out to our production team for putting that together amazingly, whether that was by chance or not. You have a straight line of Leafs and a straight line of Jinx there for Oremzi. Looks incredible. I think, RG, I do think we actually see at least one game. If I was him, I wouldn't hate opening up with that poison team. I think that it has the potential. You've seen it play out against both teams here, the Jinx and the Leafy at this point. I think that it allows you to play a team without potentially playing your best team still, which could also be that Leafy team. I think for RG, if you keep that in your back pocket, you open up with you might have to make some plays with that poison team. You might have to have some things go your way to secure that first win, but you're also you're not even playing your best team yet, I don't think.
Right. Yeah. If you want to take a gamble, game 1 is not a bad chance to take that gamble. I mean, other than that, I do think that I'm going to bet that we probably see a Leafy mirror match. I do like the variation of Leafies that we have here. Both teams rocking the frontline bug with Ant, of course, the backline beast with Shrimp, of course, and a midliner with Cottontail, a midliner mech with Cottontail. So they both have that exact same lineup, almost exactly the same to the T. And they also have the option to switch out that midliner for a reptile with the tri-spikes as well. So a lot of options from both sides. I cannot wait to see what they actually pick, just because of the amount of variations we could see here.
I love the spread that they bring to these competitive scenes. Like both of these players, like professionals through and through, in the sense that like they play in these competitive scenes. They know they need to bring a spread, right? They know they need to bring some variation, even if it's
Right.
within like your own wheelhouse. Like even if it's within your own archetype, you're not just bringing, neither of these guys are just bringing like three of one, three of another. Like no, they've got some leafy variation. Like the poison for RG, like he might brought three of a couple things, but he has three solid team comps. And A Rimsey took the route of like, okay, I have two archetypes, but infinite, combinations. Maybe not infinite combinations, but you get it, multiple
Right.
combinations that I could run with any of these available axes, because I'm falling under the same archetype, which is actually anybody new in here maybe considering Axie Infinity, or like, man, what do I do when it comes to like team building or theory crafting? Pick an archetype and then start filling slots, filling
Right.
utilities in that archetype. That's what I tell everybody who's new or thinking about onboarding. Find a team comp, watch a few games, watch something like what we're doing right here. I mean, look how many things you have on display at the highest level, quite frankly, of what you want to go and choose from, and then build around that. Like you see how many variations there are just within one archetype. I mean, I play poison. I have 25 different poison axii, and maybe I hit a dusk rune, or maybe I hit a plant rune instead of a bug, so now I have a plant front line instead of a bug front line. Like there's all kinds of little ins and outs, that you can have, and I think
Absolutely.
that's a great way to start your Axie Infinity journey, to be honest.
I think another factor to point towards in your point of the so many similar axes for one strategy, but with different options. I think it's also a testament to what he plays in the arena. So I'll tell you what, if I'm playing an archetype in the arena, I don't just have three axes of that archetype. I'm probably buying a new axie every 2 days, every other day, just to see, oh, what would this one part, what would this one change have an effect on the total overall effectiveness of my team? And I end up with like 10 different leafy axes, that all of
Exactly.
which could be played with. So I totally understand the feeling when you've like, I probably got 5 Jinx axes and 5 leafy axes. If I were going into the event, I'd probably do the same thing.
hmm We see it here, Jinx versus Leafy right off rip. So RG man here on the left, Anace again representing Chomp Squad here. I both think they're throwing up the YGG as well. So both potentially a part of the YGG squad, and again another testament to how strong working with guilds are. I mean, look, you think these guys don't ever scrim, and like it just so happens that they're in the semifinals together. Like, that's kind of insane. Like they're like-minded individuals, people who want to play this game, people who want to get better, and people who want to help explore the best, and just like they have a passion for the competition in this game. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful thing when we get to see them come together in a situation like this.
Absolutely, and even more inspiring for Chomp Squad, because they're one of the newer esports organizations in the space. YGG, they're grandfathered in, man. They've been here for
Right,
as
right.
long as long as I can remember. But Chomp Squad, I don't think I started hearing their name like really thrown around until AxiCon, and I might be mistaken. They might be around a lot longer than
They,
that, but
yeah, I mean, they were just doing some like, they're great in like the tournaments, like they're kind of like, but it's more of it's a community built, and not so much
right.
YGG. That's more of an org or I don't even know. I don't want to mislabel
Right.
anybody, so I apologize, but you know what I mean.
I,
Have a little more backing, have a little more things like that.
I want to liken it to like a Big Yak Axie Club, but more esports focused.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Right. But I didn't really start to hear about them until like around AxieCon, and I started to hear more and more. And man, these players that rep Chomp Squad have been really picking up steam lately.
Oh yeah,
They've been
absolutely. Huge
putting in a
shout
lot
out
of
to
work.
Brian, Brian from Chomp getting that started over there. He did put in so much work. He has been hosting these little he was the runner of a lot of naked tournaments, when Origins first started. It got a lot of people interested in just checking out different things. So huge shout out to everybody over there. As we see right now, it looks like our G-Man over here trying his best to keep up. He just shuffled into that second rotation I should say second deck shuffle. Oh, look at
Hey,
that! Look at
hey,
that! Look at that!
spamming rice.
Huge Boom, Spam and Rice with the raid, bro. We appreciate you. We hope you had a good stream.
Appreciate you, Spam. How you doing, man? We would have loved to see you in the competition today, but apparently you're not master material. That's what I heard. I'm not the one saying it,
Ooh.
Spam. I heard that's what I heard from
Bang,
someone else
bang,
in the
bang,
chat.
bang. Shots fired.
Anyway, I'm not sure if Aremzi can keep up with this one, man. They do have the discards. They're not playing them yet. I feel like this would have been a great turn to start this. Oh, here we go. And the discards coming in, getting rid of the Cottontail, not any of the actual attack cards. Not the worst situation, not the best situation.
Interesting to see if he goes with any additional heals right here. He's got the Cottontail available. He's about to lose it either way. So, I mean, yeah, here we go. Get into throwing this, maybe the Poppy on the back line to get yourself some leaves. I suppose.
Ooh,
what a horrendous.
Now, imagine how much worse that turn would be if he had gotten rid of one of the attack cards instead of the Cottontail with that discard. I wish he was playing Mantis Shrimp on that. Now, I think he was playing the Goo card on the Garishworm instead of the Mantis Shrimp.
Yeah, he was.
That would have made all the difference in the world. But RNG on Aremzi's side, forcing the leaves to the backside, leaving that midliner alive one extra turn.
Yeah, all 3 leaves hitting the back line. That is a little bit unfortunate there if you're RG, but he's got the taunt applied still, so being able to control it. Let's see what he's able to pull here on this next turn. Again, once we start getting in the middle of this shuffle here with the revenge cards being pulled out, just a few it looked like, if any, actually. So we'll see here.
Oh, another horrible turn. 2 in a row. You hate to see it. That is hard to come back from. And Nace must be really frustrated right now. I know I would be. I don't even think that the bamboo gets the kill on the frontliner. The Confident would give him 1 rage. Actually, with the energy drink, if that gives him 3 rage stacks, that might give him what he needs to kill the midliner, unless there's shield there. I'm not sure if there's shield there. This is tough.
But if he plays that Confident, is it, you're clogging your deck more. He eats it, elects to do nothing right there.
That was a tough situation. Spam and Rice in chat, saving face, says, I'm casting the next game. E4E. I don't know if he means he's going to hop in here and cast alongside us. I'd love that, Spam. You can take my space.
Hey, pull up a chair, brother. Shit, we got room. Hey.
Spam. Send me a message if you're for real. We can get you up here.
Here we go. We got the rage coming up. This has got to be a big turn here. Do you go ahead and... Oh, you got the kill here for... Oh, you still don't with the bamboo on the back line. Oh, no. And with the 4 energy, yep, you go ahead and play the Leafy.
Perfect. He got the kill with the Leafy. And here comes the damage. Sirius for the final kill. And Aremzi has fallen to an ace. An ace is RG Man in it. Just so you know, took me a little while to connect there. Their name is different from the registration in game. So RG in it is
an ace in game.
And
yes,
yeah, it already faded. Oh man. So game one. There's still more to come. We're doing best 3 out of 5 for the semifinals and the finals as well. So we could go all the way to a game 5 here. There's still anything's on the table.
I'm never going to say no to a game 5. That just means we had a good series. I mean, it's easy. You know, what we're doing up here is easy. Just getting to call all these great games. I mean, we don't have a whole lot of sustain on the table, so it should be fine.
Absolutely. I think, hello. I think we have Spam and Rice hopping in here. He might need to mess around with his audio settings to get everything working, because we don't currently hear him. But the man, the myth, the legend might actually be hopping into stream, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever he's able to join us, that'd be great. We're gonna get ready to hop in here to this next game. I'm super excited. Like you said, potential for game 5 up here. We love to see it always.
Now,
Here we go. Here we
what do
go.
you think they switch up to here?
I mean, I'm surprised. So like, I think when we see that mech come out, right, the last stand mech, because we just like, I think we got to see you have to match that, right? I think you have to, whether it's there has to be 2 mechs. Like if your opponent's bringing a mech and you didn't bring a mech, it already kind of feels like you're a little bit behind the 8 ball, a little, in my opinion.
Right.
Especially with some of how these like leafy teams go when you get so much damage and there is so much value behind that. And here it is. They kind of he switches Aremzi now back into the leafy matchup here. This is what I thought we were gonna see originally, just like the safest bet across the board, the double mech leafy squad here. Again, difference being RG man kind of taking a play out of the Sequinox book, I believe, and putting that mech in the back line. Is that what we saw, or was that the same variation we saw before? I can't even remember at this point.
I think that is the same variation we saw before. I believe so. If there's a change, then I'm not sure. But yeah, so man, it's tough to say if anybody has the lead. There's a lot of damage missing from that bug. He is taunted, which means the Leafs are going to be hard focused towards that bug. But 70 shield. He lost a lot of shield there, throwing out the square teeth, but it's still 73 shield. That's a pretty big wall.
Yeah, I don't think it feels too bad, especially when you attach that mantis to it. Like he was able to get a leafy right there, I believe. So I'm sorry, he's actually able to get the shrimp right there. So even after this turn, kind of helping himself out in the future as well.
Right, now he's still got 2 energy left. I feel like, man, okay, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was wondering if he was gonna throw out the little peas before he threw out the leafy, just for that extra damage. But it looks like he's going for utility instead with the discard.
Unfortunately,
did he discard
doesn't find
anything?
it though. No,
Yeah.
unfortunately, that's the thing. He had a couple available debuffs right there, which I would have loved to, like, honestly, could have justified just about anything he wanted to throw right there, other than the Garish Worm. But obviously, if he doesn't know, he's not counting cards, he's not even looking, whatever the case may be. Unfortunately, he misses the utility of that Garish Worm. So like, and it's a natural retain.
That could be the difference of counting cards, though. I mean, like if he had been counting cards, he would have known there was nothing in hand, and he would have known that it would have been way better value to just go for the debuff. And man, that can be the deciding factor that separates a win from a loss here.
Right. So instead, you have you play your natural retain. You spend an energy retaining a little piece. It gets a little messy. But here comes the rage either way to kind of push through this front line, jump over the mech there with the shrimp, and check this. Oh yeah, Aremzi. Oh, just comes up short of the kill right before going into rage. What a play!
Wow, just shy of the kill, just before the rage. Now it's curious. I wonder if. I know why he was going for the beast. He wanted to get rid of the beast before the beast went into rage mode. He wanted to prevent himself from the heat. He didn't want the gas. But yeah, I wonder if it was even smarter for him if it would have been smarter for him to go into the frontline mech and try to proc that last stand instead. Because now he's in a situation where I don't know if he can win.
I'm not sure either, because I mean, look at the position he's put himself in. Not a lot of cards here to play. He's got that. He can't get the bonus damage from that.
Oof, he still gets the kill here, but there's
big, but he still hasn't procced it, right?
Aremzi has so much life here with only 100 HP. He still has 2 guaranteed turns against Enace. So I mean, here he's gonna bring Enace down to about 150. He can hold on to that nerdy he can hold on to that nerdy, and that's going to guarantee he can basically cycle through his entire deck the next turn, get every card that he wants. He doesn't have any leaves. Now keep that in mind. That is a factor. He does not have any leaves, and he doesn't damage. He actually opts for shield instead, which is a little ridiculous considering you're going into last stand anyway. I would think you would want as much damage as possible.
Especially when you have
leaves.
nerdy. Yeah, like when you have nerdy, like you play that bamboo right there and you nerdy back through. I think he's got it here, but like, oh yeah, he's got it. But no leaf.
No leaves. What if he bambooed first? If he had
If he
bambooed
bambooed
first, he would have won.
Oh, he's got
wait,
the cottontail.
okay.
He's got the cottontail. Cottontail. Oh, oof.
Cottontail.
Oof.
Cottontail.
Oh my goodness
gosh.
gracious. Yeah, I was
Heart
with you. I
attack.
felt that. No, I felt that. I was like, wait, hold on. Oh man. Hey Ramsey, how about we just don't do that? All right, how about we just get the win, man? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Couple times there.
You don't need to flex on the 4 energy turn when you got the kill in 3, okay?
Right. Oh man.
Lord. But that's game 2. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a little surprise for you. We got raided a few minutes ago, and I may have called this man out. And I don't know if I hurt his feelings, but it looks like he didn't take it lightly, and he's here. Spam and Rice has joined the fray. Welcome, Spam. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
We can hear you.
Hey, it's an honor to be here casting with you guys. Yeah, E4E told me to hop on for a game. Said why not? Kind of nervous around you two. It's been a while since I've seen such handsome men, but I'll try my best to fit in.
Nah, you're holding it down for us, bro. It's a pleasure to have you up here. It's great to hear your voice again and have a conversation with you. Even since last time's at Barcelona and LA, even man.
Yep.
In LA, bro. That was such a good time.
Hey,
so,
here's a real question, Schweet. How come Ryan didn't join us when he lives in America, huh?
Oh,
what happened there?
Oh, I didn't want to bring it up. I didn't want to
Who's
bring
calling
it up.
who out now? Huh?
Dang, dang.
That's between
man.
y'all can decide that one. Y'all can decide that one. But
first, you make me feel bad telling me about how good of a time you had. Then you crap on me for not being there. On top of it, come on, give me a break.
We have
we
shout
got
out
some
to
things.
Nintendo and shout out to Ghosted for the LA boys. I see you guys.
Mhm,
All right, go ahead, Schweet.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, just stay tuned. We got plenty of good things coming up. I think we can weasel our way into to a few more community meetups here. Surely we can bring something. There's so much momentum and there's so many good things going on in the community right now between new Ronin announcements, the Genkai launch and reveal, the new games. We got Project T. There's so much hype and momentum right now. Surely we can piggyback some of this and keep it going.
And worst case scenario, just after party at Ryan's. Worst case scenario.
Exactly.
I'll host all of my Axie fam. Yeah, man. Whether or not it's AxieCon 2, RonCon 1, or just a smaller meetup here or there, man. It's one of the greatest feelings when we can finally meet up physically with our digital community.
Yeah, for sure. So how are the games going so far?
Right. I was just about to ask you, if we've seen some really great series. Actually, we've only had like one sweep, maybe one, or was it? Did we have 2 sweeps actually? I think 3-0 real quick. Yeah. Other than that, a lot of leafies. We're seeing a lot of this, mech on mech final stand or last stand matchup there. Do you feel like when you're in these competitive scenarios and you see that your opponent has that mech, is it almost an automatic play? Like you have to play your mech just for the threat of it being there?
So you guys are telling me, so I took a break for a while, right? You guys are telling me it's still the same meta? Mech, bug, beast?
Hey, it's starting to shape up.
And then turn one wins? Is that what's happening?
It's gone from Topaz to Leafy, but it's the same setup.
Yeah, for sure. Just great rune sets. Even with the Last Stand nerf, it's still amazing, of course. And I'm guessing these games are really close. I was just watching a Remzi versus RG, and oh my goodness, came down to 7 HP or something like that. Insane.
Yeah, they've been neck and neck. We even saw a Poison team come out on top of Leafy in a previous game. Like that blew us away. We saw one almost come out on top and just barely fail to a Last Stand. So it's been some crazy fun times. I wish we had seen Vinoki during the event, just to get some starter Axie love up in here, but not today. Any
other interesting comps? I'm trying to take down my notes for Mystic Era coming up. It's coming in 4 days.
Yeah.
The bubbles.
We did see a interesting bubble team, right?
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was game 3, and Ice instant surrendered. So A Remzi looks like picked Jinx, and against Sustain, that's not gonna really work out for him.
That's an auto
Jinx
win,
needs
yep.
cards,
Auto win, yeah.
and Jinx isn't gonna give him those cards. So it looks like they weren't playing anything, any beans charms, no holy prayer, no counterplays. Yikes.
So I'm guessing he picked Sustain, hoping that a Remzi would play Leafy, and then I'm guessing the other way around. Remzi picked Jinx, thinking that he'd pick Sustain. Is that a really good read by Remzi, or just?
I think so. I think that's big brain, little mental chess there in between the matches. He called it and he shot his shot, and there it was. It went in.
That's a good read. That's a good read. Part of the game, like I've always mentioned, is like it's a mental game between the matches. A lot of games are decided by comps and whatnot. So it's all about the RPS, your gut feeling, and that's what separates the best from the average.
It's about what would he do if he were me? All right, but he isn't me. What would he do if he were spamming Rice? What would he do if he were spamming Rice? All right. He's gonna switch off. He's gonna go Sustain. I'm gonna go Jinx. Game's in the bag. Those like poker mindset outplays are those are the most mind-blowing things in the game to me. When the opponent picks probably the team with the lowest odds, but the best team for the counter.
That certain comp. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it goes really in depth. Like in the tournaments I play, I see all the pros. They track battle log and they see, hey, does this guy like to stick comps after losing to this comp, or does he like to change? And they witness these patterns. Meat Value is very, very good at that. He would pull up a match history of 50 and just see how they like to change and everything like that. Really, really important. And you put your research in, you put in the work and the time, it's gonna pay off. A really good read by Remzi there.
Right. Let's see if they can bring it. Let's see if we get some more action in this next match. A Remzi is up right now, so it's a Remzi 2 versus an Ace with 1 win. So Remzi only needs 1 more win to squeak this out and get victory here.
Remzi's back cards, they're very pointy, huh, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like I heard you step on any of those axes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. He loves,
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think Spam said he was going to join us for 1 game, and RG Man surrendered that. So we really appreciate you hanging out with us here, Spam. We really appreciate it.
So much for having me.
Thank you for that insight, bro. Thank you for that insight.
We can do one more.
Yeah, let's get another one rolling. Now, Spam, I want to ask you because you've been playing Leafy. I know you've been putting in some hard work with Leafy. Now he's got that. We look at a Remzi's team. He's got the Bug. I feel like that's your front liner. He's got the Mech as the mid, and he's got the Beast as your back liner. Now that Reptile though looks very appetizing, does it not? If you were to fit that Reptile in, where would you put it, and is it even worth putting him in?
So I'll just be completely honest. It's Mystic Era right now. And those are the 3 best rune sets, especially if you're predicting you're going to face aggro. I guess it's just there to fill the Axie box of 10 because Axies are expensive these days. We are not going to go buy 10 Axies for, a tournament. So maybe it's just a filler. I don't see any scenario where he'd use it because you guys know Collect and Protect, that's too OP, right? That adds so much consistency. Endless Anger, that's your win condition. And then Last Stand, that's your secondary win condition. Or you could flip those 2 around. It's just way too good compared to...
So... Is the Reptile meta for Leafy a short-lived one era meta, or is it about getting those reptiles with the right parts so we can start breeding those parts? Or no, I guess it's not even worth having those parts in any other Axie because you need the prehistoric armor in order to get the value from Tri-Spikes. So I guess it's just a short-lived one era thing, huh?
Quick stop in the Epic and you're out. Yeah.
So in Epic Era, that Reptile can tank a lot more, so it builds up a lot more spikes. But in Mystic Era, it just gets 1 shot. So you're not gonna have those crazy 70 damage each Tri-Spikes or that crazy he dies and then does 50 AOE to everyone. Just because, hey, you taunt, bro, snap a finger and you're dead.
Yep.
Absolutely. When Endless Anger's rolling around here, people are getting rage counters left and right. The Leafies are stacking up, and we are in game 4, ladies and gentlemen. A Remzi versus an Ace. Jinx versus Poison. Interesting matchup here.
So how has this matchup been going today, guys? Have you guys seen this matchup yet?
I think Poison comes out on top here.
Yeah. Yeah, the last
because
between the last stand, I mean, and the paralyzing glare with the doubt, that's it.
Yeah, Poison usually always beats Jinx unless you flex that Regenerator Jinx, right? You guys have seen it in the previous metas. But as you know, even though Reptiles, I mean, even though the Poison comp might not be able to use cards in the second rotation, Remzi's still going to be taking like what 30 stacks of Poison each turn, just from the first rotation, which is what makes Jinx such a unfavored matchup in the Poison.
Yeah, the longer he stalls, the more damage he takes, and he has all this discard ability, right? He has all the Neos, he has all the Garish Worms, the Parasites, but regardless of what he discards, he's just gonna draw into the same stuff next turn.
Exactly.
It's all the same stuff with Poison.
And then you have that mech just for that insurance, that million damage Gila. If you do send him to last stand, it's always going to be in your hand because of retain. But maybe Remzi there might be a play. He's not forfeiting, even though it should be like, 90% favored for Poison. Maybe he wants to kill the mech with a Garish Worm, and then he can't do that million damage Gila. Maybe something like that might work out.
Well, yeah, I mean, a Remzi's up right now. So a Remzi very well could just sack this match and bring it to game 5. But I mean, who wants to do that, Spam? You want to bring it out to the bitter end, even if it's doomed for failure. You got to do it for the pride. You got to do it for the honor.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes you want to just stall time to think about what comp you're going to be picking next and whatnot.
That too. Valid strat.
This
would
go,
especially...
This is 2-1. Like he's A Remzi is up 2-1 right now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you definitely don't want to just give up, like try to give up a game and end yourself in a game 5 situation. So like I respect the effort here trying to push through it, but I don't know. I think the key is if he gets rid of this backline, if Remzi's backline goes down, much like we saw before, if you lose those leaps that Poppy generates, there's nothing to help you against these poison stacks and this doubt damage.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah, he's got nothing else. He's got no cleanse. He's got no. His only heal card is that Poppy, and that's not that much.
So what I'm wondering is, why aren't they just playing
stacks of sleep? Do you have double stacks of sleep right now? Is that what I'm looking at?
Well, we got a little debuff bug situation going on. It's
right.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of who's actually alive, but I think we're a little bit past that situation with all the cards, with all the things. Like, I would say, I mean, yeah, it is a tough matchup though. Either way.
Well, there's no way they're all at 2 poison counters.
No.
A little wonky, a little wonkiness happening here, ladies and gentlemen. But when the axes fall, that's when you know stuff's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what kind of bug is that? I've never seen that one. That's kind of that can throw you off hard, huh?
Just it's spectator. Yeah, live spectate exclusive bug. Don't worry.
Wow, empty hand. Triple Garish play out of a Remzi there. Wait. What if it's actually only 2 poison? No, I'm just kidding. That's impossible, right? Surely I've seen too many.
He's got damage out there.
Let's see how much poison he has on by how much HP they lose here. Wow, that's not much at all. I saw the midliner only take 18. That means he has 6 stacks of poison.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he has less than that because he has doubt applied, so he's probably only got 3 or 4 stacks. So it's low. It's low on that midline. That midline for A Remzi's probably pretty healthy right now.
Wait, dare I say winnable? Why does this
it might be winnable with hands like this?
Wow.
It very well might be winnable. I think that backline bug is dead. That front line's not too far off, but that midliner from a Remzi side is looking pretty healthy.
When you're a Jinx player, you want ideally your opponent to draw 0 Jinxes at once or all of them at once. The worst is when they only draw 2 and they use 3 cards. So that's so far 2 perfect draws for a Remzi's end.
Hey, did you hear that, Ryan? We had one of the best Origins players in the world backing up our point we just made in the last Jinx game. That means we know what we're talking about, baby. Let's go.
Validated.
That means
I feel validated.
I feel validated. As me. You guys are really, really good, and you guys have been in the scene for so long. Don't be too humble. Don't be too humble.
No, I appreciate that a lot, bro, especially coming from you. It's like, honestly, players like, well, both of you, first of all, when Ryan decides to share the spotlight or go actually play the game, no, you guys kill it. You make it easy to have fun doing this, so it's always a good time.
I get addicted, man.
That's crazy. Like, that means the Gila's gonna do no damage even on last stand. It's just gonna do, like, Last time is 50% now. I forgot how big the nerf was. How much is the extra bonus damage?
I believe so. We can hover over
think
that
it's
last stand
50.
real quick. I do believe it's 50. So, I mean, that's that's a 60 base on top of 2 per poison stack, which is a random number at this point, I think. But
Ramsey can even wake himself up with that Neo. He has a full hand. He's been retaining it.
he's not asleep. He's not asleep. He just played that Shoal
Oh
Star on the
wow,
back. So,
Showstar
yeah,
for a
yeah,
kill?
yeah. It's
So Soulstar goes through the taunt, which is really nice.
So it's actually
maybe-
only 30% bonus while in
oh wow. Okay.
last stand, but even that's still massive. You put a vulnerable on top of that, and you're getting huge damage.
Unfortunately, not as like I feel like that's a lot better for those direct damage type cards like a Topaz, like a Square Tooth, or something like that you got going on. But when you add it, on just to a 40 Gila that's meant to hit everybody, I feel like it takes a bigger nerf there just because it's not as high base damage.
Right, but I mean, you're getting so much value just from not dying as well.
Well, valid. No, so valid. Yeah, absolutely.
Ramsey's like in such a
Oh
good
my
position here.
god! Oh,
Unbelievable!
my god, dude, these draws.
Go ahead, Spam. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, the deck just reset too, and like that was his last card. That Small Fry was the last card in his deck. It's looking doomed, man. Calculated emote from a Ramsey.
Oh no, dude. We gotta get way more
Philippines
emotes.
actions.
Yeah, way more emotes into the
GG.
competitive play. Wow, what a
For
game!
Ramsey? That's crazy. Even as an unfavored matchup, that's insane. That's a lot of respect. Personally, I might have pressed the top right button, you know? But shout out to a Ramsey for knowing his win con, executing his win con, even if it's a 1 in 10 chance. Really admire the guts and the confidence in there.
Yeah, that was an amazing showcase there. Yeah, we all thought it was doomed from the beginning, and they still brought it back. RNG, was it on their side? Yeah, definitely. Can't deny that, but they still made it happen, which is why you should never give up a match, especially in a tournament scenario with stakes on the line. Spam, it's been great having you. Thank you so much for hopping up on the stage with us, my friend.
Thank you. Always good to catch up with you guys or just like hang out. We don't hang out too often, but like I said, we all live in the same country. We got to make it happen eventually, okay? Anyways, thank you once again, E for having me. Always a pleasure sharing the stage with these guys. Keep in touch, of course, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. You guys are killing it, all right?
Thank
Always
you, brother.
love,
You
bro.
too.
Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All right. What a pleasure, though. What a pleasure, right? Get some insight here from one of the top players, one of the top community members. Forget players, bro. Top community members here in Lunasia, in the Ronin ecosystem. Big shout out to Spam coming through with the raid, coming through with the little interview, the little pro insight here. So we love you, bro.
Absolutely, and completely impromptu too. That was unplanned,
right.
everybody. He was just like, can I cast a match? We're like, yeah, come on, let's do it. And that always makes things more exciting, not only for us but for the audience as well. It's a
Lights
fun
up my
little
day a
thing.
little bit. We love it, absolutely.
Yeah. So we saw a Ramsey come out on top, and it looks like our next match is going to be Enrico versus Camille.
Here we go.
Enrico.
This was a great, remember this Million matchup? We thought that this was a potential throw situation in our first game of the day. Ended up, saying, hey, calm down. I got my Leafs. I got them where I want to be. We've got the shrimp. Who cares if I got the shiitake, budget or not? Call me budget one more time and I'll smack you with these Leafs, he said.
Yeah. Now, I think one of the only players to make it to this point without a mech on their Axie pool, which is actually extremely commendable and admirable. I'm honestly blown away. I don't know how they've done it, but they have, and that says a lot about who they are as a player.
Absolutely. I don't want to say it like it's. I don't want to say it becomes a crutch, right? Like that last stand type of scenario. But when you see it, I feel like it's such like a, oh crap, like I have to match the threat of it at least, Right.
Which it's tough to match the threat with what they've got, but they keep on doing a good job, and I want to vote for the underdog here, and I want to keep on hoping they continue the good work. You know?
I feel like honestly though, and minus the one play, I'm gonna like harp on this forever. Enrico, you should have double slept on that one turn, but you still won. I don't care. Like other than that, literally other than that, it was such a like well played series that I feel like Enrico is coming in here with a bit of the upper hand, a little bit I would say more optimized team comp, a little bit more variety and availability as far as what he can play. But I mean, if we got game one, I mean,
You know, just one of
let's
these
not
days,
talk
Sweet.
about it. Let's be about it.
One of these days, I want to see you say that about a player. You know, that one match you should have done that one thing, and then after the event, I want them to come up with their glasses and be like, "Actually, I took down all the calculations right here. If I had done that, you see, the backline I would have survived with 1 HP. You never would have seen it coming."
Exactly. And then he would have done this, but I've already calculated for that. So this is exactly why I didn't do it. And by the way, I'm better than you. And I would have sat
Right.
down. I probably would have just sat down. I mean, you got me. You got me. But you still should have done it. And you can't tell me otherwise. I'm sorry. I can't deal with it. Like, I can't deal.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh
I do
man.
think I hope we get to see the Poison team come back out. I think Enrico kind of ran the table with that a little bit. I think still the Leafy team is probably his best comp, but like we've seen the Poison do work. I feel like it's a little bit more. I like that. I like that playstyle. Obviously, I like that playstyle a little bit more better. But like, I think he's just played that deck better today.
Right. Right. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Enrico has been I'll say what Enrico has got. I don't know if he's necessarily playing the deck better, but what he has got is the counter plays. He knows how to counterplay perfectly, and we saw that in the last sweep that he pulled off.
Yep.
He knew exactly what team was coming out and exactly how to play against it.
That was brilliant.
Which was just scary, which means like honestly if I'm Camille right now, I'm probably rolling a dice. I'm probably putting my teams on a number. 1 and 2 is my Leafy. 3 and 4 is my Jinx, and 5 and 6 is my third option. I just roll the dice and let fate take control. Because that way, Enrico, he can't get into my head. He can't counter my thoughts. He's only gonna have to counter luck. And then
that's luck on luck. I mean, hey, I'll take that. And if I'm in anybody's position, that's the best you can take. So
I don't know if it really changes things all in all, but I want to say it does. I want to say that there's actually some strategy in counter picking, and it's not just a 1 and 3 situation. All right, let's hop into game 1 here. It is Leafy versus Leafy. We did miss out on the first 2 turns here, but it looks like Milan was able to get 2 bamboo shoots up very early on. Some Leafies coming out, dealing heavy damage to that frontliner. Enrico's mech in the front looking pretty weak already, which is another weird one. We talked about this earlier, that frontline mech with taunt. It's not something you see every day, and I'm not sure if I like it.
Yeah, I think like I understand, like taunting the front line because of things like shrimp, like these Leafy comps. It almost I don't want to say it almost doesn't matter, where you take that damage, but imagine your bug is eating some of these single bamboos on a collect and protect turn. And even though it does have your cottontail, and yeah, like you do want to leave that alive a little bit, I still feel like pulling that mech off the front line and letting it live for a little longer, like later when you've done a little bit more damage, now you have your last stand proc, now you have some leaves. I just feel like I don't know. I feel like that's how I would play it, but then again, this is the top 4. This is semifinals. You know what I mean? Like,
it's tough. I mean, I feel like so the thing is with that mech as well. The last thing to consider, which I didn't really think about before, is that there's only 3 attack cards on that mech. There's only Bamboo, Hero, and Leafy, which means in endgame scenario, you don't really want that Axie. You want an Axie that's all out attack power, like his midliner there. We see 5 attack cards, and 3 of them are really high damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, that mech, while the last stand is extremely useful, the last stand's still useful in that situation. You see that Leafy just lost value. An extra hit went straight into them while dealing no additional damage. So there's still utility. It's not the same utility as what we're used to, but I understand why he's doing it. Again, I do think it is just an issue having to do with the budget of his team.
Yeah. It's really just like the placement of parts, kind of like you said. You typically just see almost the exact same things, different bodies between the bug and mech. But here comes a lot of damage. Again, he's getting good at this last stand and rage turn falling at the same time here. He still has.
Wait. So for him to play the Cottontail, he needs. Ooh.
But he doesn't even need it.
He doesn't need it. He decides to save it. So the beasts do not get energy fragment when they're in fury form. So he needed one more fragment in order to play the Cottontail. He wasn't going to get it with his current combination of beast cards, and the other option wasn't optimal. He decides to save the Cottontail for this turn, and it looks like it's going to pay off. I think this is victory.
Yep, and they both throwing out the GGs, already knowing what time it is here for Enrico as he steps up early and takes one there for YGG for the Genkai for everybody he's repping over there. So
there we go. Yep. So not too unexpected, right? Not too unexpected. Both teams somewhat budget, but one team has the mech and the right body parts. The body parts are mixed around a little bit, but they're the right body parts.
I think the emphasis is on like the mech alone at this point. Like having the mech is just is it. So I mean, even though like it might not be ideal, it's not like he made it all the way to the final four and didn't face one Leafy team that might be slightly more optimized than he did. You know, I'm sure there's a play there. And I like what you said. You made a great point about there only being 3 attack cards anyway. So maybe you don't need it late game. So that's a really good observation as well there.
Right. Thank you. And it looks like we're hopping into game 2. Game 2 quickly. They didn't even take 60 seconds to rethink their strategies here. Hopping right back in, Leafy versus Leafy. And man, there's 2 things Enrico's got here that Milan doesn't, and it's the rage and it's the last stand. There's 2 huge damage buffs that Milan just does not have on their arsenal. That they have other things. They have Leaf sustainability. They have a bit more heals coming in. But all in all, I think Enrico is highly favored in this matchup, and I'm not sure if Milan is gonna be able to make it happen. There's gonna have to be some RNG involved, maybe some sneaky shenanigans. Again, you said there might be an idea that we're not fully in on yet.
Well, yeah, I think it's also like a matter of, Enrico is fully diving into damage and rage buffs or damage buffs, I should say, when you kind of made the point as well. A little more sustainability on Million's side here. When I commented on it earlier, you have to commit. You know what I mean? Like this triple plant comp I think is really good in the Epic era, but once you get access to these big spikes in damage like an EA or like a last stand to survive another turn, like that's just I think there's a huge jump between the Epic and the Mystic era, maybe more so than there is between the Rare and the Epic era, just because it comes on so hot, so heavy. It's like, and I mean, we're in the esports server, we're locked and loaded over here, baby. We're ready to go. And again, eating this energy here, he plays the shiitake because what else are you gonna do? Maybe you can't even chubby at that point. So yeah,
good value.
Great value there. Still have the Leafs. You got rage again. Here it is. The timing of it. It's like at this point it's calculated. It has to be. This is the 3rd game we've like commented on this, and it's rage and final stand at the same time. So
yes,
4 energy.
And the Leaf hits the shrubbery. Mushroom is gone, and he's still got 2 hard hitting attacks to throw into that Axie, and I think a bamboo shoot and a Ronin kills that Axie.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He decides to take both of them though, so value Ronin gets it anyways. I mean, Garrison, there you go.
Kill. He probably holds onto one of the bamboo spears on the backliner there. That way he can generate leaves for the following turn and still get damage off of his leafies. Now, this is the interesting thing. Enrico, this is a very even match. Enrico's mech is gone. Look at the leaf counters. Enrico has no leaves. Milan is stocked up. He's healing heavy in between his turns. His backliner is healing for 32 damage in between turns. Ooh. And he's a whole axie up. Like, say what you want. I think Milan has a chance here. I think he's going to win this one.
This is a classic, just like Milan did in the first series. Just let him start doubting me, and as soon as they say one like false word, I just flip the switch on, and I'm like, oh, hold this real quick. Like, here we go. But I mean, still.
Yeah, I mean, I see Pollution in chat. He says Rage Leafy seems strong. Yes, sir, it does. Until this happens. And you said, what happened to my last stand? My Rage. Where's all the value gone? Well, this guy's sustainable. This guy had the shiitake. This guy's been at full health until that one turn. That one turn did some massive damage, but he's been able to keep himself sustaining the damage from that point on.
I don't even know if I like that chubby. I don't even know if I like that chubby, to be honest with you. I guess, yeah.
Well, I mean, what's his other option?
Yeah, well, he played that sword. If he plays one card, he gets the value, but...
I feel like leaving bleed on a single axie is never a bad idea. And yep, Cottontail with the cleanse, so he gets rid of the bleed, and he can throw out the leafy for free. Great, great, great. But this is it. This is all she wrote. Little P's hair, or hero rather. I'm sorry. And no draw, no draw, but he still got the damage. Okay, cool. And there we go.
1-1. We're back. We're right back at it.
1. The mech is not the deciding factor.
Okay. I can admit when I'm wrong. Hey, I got no problem. I can admit when I'm wrong.
I want to pay attention during these next few matches, Sweet, on turn order. So I do think that who goes first and who goes second could have a huge factor on who's coming out on top here. And now that we've seen a 1-1 scenario, I want to pay close attention to who's going first and who's going second, and see if that has a effect on the outcome.
Any correlations for sure.
Right.
I believe it was Sequinox who said he went first every game, correct? And ended up bouncing, or he lost RPS every turn.
Yeah, I saw that in chat. Yeah, it looks like he went first every single match, which I guess that would mean that he's losing rock paper scissors every match. Or I assume that's the only way that works. I would be kind of cool to see a back and forth type thing happen eventually. You know, the first game's a flip, but then if you go first one game, then it just rotates.
Bounce it off of that, yeah.
I think we've done that in the past, and I don't know. I like the way that works. It does seem like there's definitely some RNG involved when you're just leaving it up to a dice roll each time. But who knows? Might be more streamlined this way. Hopefully next game starts soon. We have a Remzi versus what's the oh no, I'm sorry. Million and
Enrico. Yeah, Million and
Enrico versus Thank you, sir. It's been a long day, and these names are starting to drag on me. I apologize.
No, especially when we see the same, we're just looking at the same comps over and over and over again. It's also like, wait, who played what in this game? But no, the winner of this series looking to take on a Remzi in the finals of our Origins League Open Qualifier kickoff tournament here. So again, if you haven't stopped by yet, everybody here that we're watching is already qualified for the master tier of the league. So they're going to be playing on Fridays to get their qualifying points, trying to avoid relegation halfway through the season. I cannot wait. It is going to be so spicy. There's going to be a lot of drama at the top of that challenger tier and at the bottom of that master tier to see who's going to be flip-flopping.
Absolutely. Now I do want to point out Milan, Camille, they went first this match.
Okay.
Now I didn't pay attention to the last match. I think we started 2 turns
We
in,
did start
so I
it.
didn't
Yeah,
see
yeah.
I didn't see who started, but I do want to keep this into account. So Milan started first, and based on Sequinox, it seems like that may be a bad scenario in this current meta. So,
And also look at this Enrico change. We've got the mech in the mid lane.
oh, we see it finally happen. We've been begging for it the entire day. The mech has been moved to the mid line, which is interesting. I do still think that you get a lot of utility from the taunt if you can get it early. If you can get it in the first couple of turns, when you know you're not getting a full double leafy with a little piece thrown straight at your face. If you can get it early, well, you're still in low energy counts, then that mech can stay alive and stay
ramp
pretty
right
comfortable.
Very, very quick ramp right here. Shrimp available on this rage turn.
That is big. Yeah, he's got 4 energy. Shrimp, Ronin in hand with 2 leafies as well. He could take out the front, he could take out the back, and he could make a clear path towards the middle if he wanted to. What is Enrico going to decide to do?
I think he's got to take the front right here because he has the ant. He drew the ant. Oh, he actually decided to get rid of it. He's got all 3 leafies. Wow. Okay. So instead of pulling the taunt, which I thought he would have done there, like you said, getting it kind of early, he's going to absolutely thrash this backline right here. Oh, okay, okay.
Oh,
free calculated.
Amazing.
Yep.
There we go with the Ronin,
What
and
a
he
play.
retains the leafy for the following turn. So good.
What a play.
Enrico, the man. It looks like this is looking real bad for Milan here. Not a single Axie dead yet on Enrico's side. And Enrico looking really strong here to take out another kill and get that last Axie looking rough. Man, Enrico just turned it right around. He said, no siree. No siree, you're not going to do me like that again. One and done. You fool me once, shame on you. You fool me twice, shame on me again.
Fool me, you can't get fooled again.
Yeah, fool me twice, you can't get fooled again. And good old George Bush.
Love me some W.
Yeah, good old George W.
Yeah, just so much damage. Is this a free kill right here with the square teeth? I believe it is.
It looks like a free kill on that. Yep, with the bug there. There you go. And he still has not quite enough fragments to get the cottontail leafy, but he throws out the shrimp, leaves the leafy in hand. Oh, was I mistaken?
I thought
it
he
looked like he only had. I might have miscounted. It looks like he only had 6, but it does get a bit blurry over on my side, so I might have just misread.
Huh? Maybe I missed that as well. I thought he only had 7. Maybe after he played that last card, I missed that. But either way, Enrico with the W there. Just obviously too much to overcome. Last stand not even close to being procced yet. So I mean, yeah, that's a pretty easy GG there. Enrico going up 2-1 as we get into what is this, game 4 now of our best of 5 to take on a Remzi in the finals.
Right now, yeah, Enrico only needs to win 1 more game to at least claim top 2 in this event, which is good for the soul, good for the morale, and good for the pocket because there's a little bit of prize money involved as well. Yeah, so only one more
good
victory.
For the pocket is good for the soul as well. Let's just put that out there. That's a double dip. So,
no doubt. But again, I do want to pay attention to turn start order.
Yes.
If I had to bet, I would say based on what we've been piecing together with our speculation here. Ooh, looks like Milan goes
again.
First again, which is not a good sign. I want to say that game 2, Milan might have gone second, which is why we saw them come out on top. I'm wondering if that's the deciding factor. I don't know if it is. I'm trying to piece that together, and we're going to get a little bit more information in this match. If Enrico just clean sweeps it, I'll call. I'll say it might have been that turn 2. But if Milan comes back, then we know that there's something else involved. We know that Milan's got secrets up their sleeves that they're not telling anybody.
Now they can hear the whispers of doubts coming. This is about the time they start popping off here. So let's test our own theory here.
Everybody in chat, start talking crap again. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Everyone in chat, be polite, be kind.
Say something nice to somebody.
Yeah.
That double
Everybody
discard
show
is
some
so
love to your
insane,
neighbor.
dude. Oh my god. That mantis on the garish worm has been bananas every time it's been played, I feel like.
Yeah, dude, this is crazy to see. So we got 3 leaves in hand, and I'm like, well, do they even have the leaves to play? Of course they have the leaves to play. They always have the leaves to play. They've got 1,000,000 leaves.
Million does do that much better than Enrico's squad, I will say that. Like, they're just, I mean, the runes are there, obviously, but then again, you look back over at Enrico's, and it's like, oh, why is his one Axie on fire right now? Oh, that's damage coming at my face? Oh, okay. Like,
Yeah, it's that leaf cloak on his backliner that...
That's the miracle leaf, so that's the damage.
Oh,
he's not
no,
even,
it's the miracle leaf.
He's not mitigating any damage. He's delivering it, but it's not helping him right here.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Man, I could have sworn he had the leaf cloak on there. But no, looks like he's just rolling with Gaia's Embrace, Miracle Leaf, and the neutral one up top there. The last wish.
Last wish, yeah. That's kind of
He's got a
strat.
A rare, or I guess 2 epics and a mystic, and no holds barred full mystic tournament.
Yeah, and going first.
So not good odds for Milan by any stretch of the imagination. But honestly, to make it to this point in the competition with the Axies that they have, I mean, just very admirable, very, very well done. And are they even gonna? I think Enrico has this one, but I don't want to count them out yet.
Oh, you shout out to chat. Yeah, thank you for reminding me that that Aqua Retain charm gives you +1 energy fragment. That's where that Cottontail came from. That we were like,
oh,
WTF.
Wonderful.
Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you. I will actually, like, no joke, sleep easier now because my brain doesn't have to think about that anymore. Like,
Axie Squadron says, I'm getting Rage Leafy now, thanks. No worries, no worries. It looks like that is going to be very strong for the Mystic era.
Yeah, it pretty much feels like anything you want to do in the Mystic era, if you have any aggression at all, go ahead and slap that on a beast body. Like, just go ahead and find yourself a nice little imposter because it's going to work. EA will work.
That's been my motto for a long, long time. Yeah. So Enrico still has his mech. Milan was not able to get rid of it that turn. He was not able to proc the last stand, which means I do think that this one is over for Milan. With both these Leafies coming out, I think that is not quite a dead, but nearly a dead backliner, which, yeah, is going to put Milan in a basically unwinnable scenario here.
Yep, that is going to be GG's as well, I believe. I mean, there's just simply not enough there's not enough time for Milion to do all this damage, you know. It's just not going to happen unless... No.
Yeah, I don't think they proc the last stand. They've still got a guaranteed turn after this, and they only need 3 attack cards of anything. Oh, and they put it in the back. Interesting. I feel like if they had used Poppy instead of the sword, and if they had put the Shiitake in the middle or the front to block some damage.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they did. So they did prevent the shrimp, but I don't think shrimp is what you wanted to bet on. I think you wanted to. Shrimp is 1 card. That's
and he gets him anyways. And that is GG's to Enrico. Man, about anything, I was with you. I thought we were going to see the Poppy come out right there. I thought it was kind of you get the extra leaf heals after that. I thought it was kind of I thought it was there. I
think there was a big misplay there. I think Milan actually had the opportunity to come back. I think if we had seen the Poppy, if we had seen the mushroom in the middle, if the RNG was off with the Leafy, there were definitely I think there was
it wasn't
another
completely
option.
over. There was a greater than 1% chance. We'll say that. Like, it was there.
Oh man, but that is 3 for Enrico. And Enrico will be moving forward into the top 2 with one more battle to face before our champion is decided for the day. So it's going to be Enrico versus Aremzi. And our top 2 positions, very exciting stuff. Both of these competitors have brought their A game today. Enrico pulling out just every trick up his sleeve, getting a full clean sweep on his first match of the day, and then almost a clean sweep on the second match. One little hiccup, but it didn't stop him. It didn't stop him. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he comes into this finals match with the same fervor, or if Aremzi is going to give him a run for his money. Let's hop into the Axie pools and see what we're working with here. All right, so Aremzi with the Leafies. Again, we see that 5 Leafy pool. We've seen it before, and the 5 Jinx as well. But if you look at the first 3 in that row for each one respectively, that's usually the team he's rocking with. Then on Enrico's side, I mean, we just saw a full showcase of his capabilities. And chances are, I think we're probably going to see a Leafy mirror match here as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's I don't want to call it even not like conservative, but kind of is a little bit of a conservative way to start your first game. Just go ahead and throw it out. You think that's what your opponent's going to bring either way. And like either way, Leafy can kind of handle all these teams. Like again, it's between the poison control, like it definitely helps because of that sleep, but at the same time, all you have to do is shrimp past the potato leaf and you're feeling all right. So I mean, I don't know. I think we're in for a great matchup either way. Both of these guys are prime right now, just in a groove. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, they're both feeling themselves, and I think they're both ready for the competition ahead. But before we head into this match, let's take a quick 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because the most exciting match is yet to come. We'll see you all shortly.
Origins League. The league will be made up of 2 tiers, Challenger Daily and Masters Weekly, running for 4 weeks. Challenger Daily includes 2 tournaments a day, every Monday to Thursday, open to everyone, except players in the Masters Weekly. Masters Weekly includes 2 tournaments every Friday. The top 32 players of an open qualifier are then invited to play in this exclusive series. Players will be awarded points based on their tournament placement. After the first 2 weeks of the season, the bottom 8 masters will be relegated and replaced by the top 8 challengers based on their points. The season will last 5 weeks. After 4 weeks of challenger and master tournaments, the top 32 challengers and all 32 masters will be invited to the grand finals, taking place on the final week of the season. Make sure to follow our Twitter for all the latest news and updates on E4E Tournament.
Sky Mavis, as a company, started out with Axie, and then eventually, evolved into this grand company that is now building a distribution platform that's built around the infrastructure of Web3.
Axies are fierce and adorable pets. You can battle them, you can collect them. Axies are NFTs, so you actually own them.
Our core business include building games which have real player-owned economies. Also, we create a marketplace to empower the games and also the players.
Axie is the #1 NFT project by all-time transaction volume at 4.2 billion, and the most played NFT game of all time.
When we look back from the incident itself, it's a pretty big emotional hit, right? When you think that everything you have been working towards might be going down.
I think a lot of people would have crumbled in that type of situation, but we had the support of the community. They were cheering us on.
I'm really glad that we were able to pull through and then also refund all of the users.
When it comes to trying to figure out like what happened behind the scene, Google people have been very helpful, supportive, and friendly to us.
We have been doing deep level forensics, working with top security experts. We now have Google Cloud as one of the validators, which is a very big deal for us.
Working with Google Cloud, I think, is super important for us to really be able to scale our user base.
Google Cloud visited our office here in Ho Chi Minh City, going through some of the infrastructure to make sure that nothing bad can happen.
Axie is a game that's turned into a movement. We know we're doing our job when our players are getting their friends, their family, even their grandma involved with Axie.
With Axie, we try to provide value to the players through making a fun game, which is high entertainment value, but at the same time also gives more back in the long term.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Origins League Open qualifiers. And you have arrived at the most exciting moment of the entire event, because this is our finals match between two champions, Enrico and Aremzi. They have been fighting for 2 days to get to this point, and there's 100 AXS on the line. And neither one of these players are going to want to give it up. It's not going to go easy. I'd love to hop back into these Axie pools and speculate a little bit more before we hop into this match, if we've got the time. Let's see what we've got rolling. So again, we've got the 5 Leapies. We've got the 5 Jinxes. On Rico's side, we've got 3 different strong team variations.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Jinx is there, the Leafy's there. I could see it, like, honestly, outside of that poison matchup, obviously, going down to, like, a mirror situation before we see anything kind of wrinkle out, even if both teams decide to switch or whatever the case may be. But I think, like, with the threat of Leafy, you have to play Leafy. You know, you've got the threat of that mech, because if you look, again, at both lineups, the only mech on the field, or for both, is in that Leafy comp. And with the threat of that last stand, is outside of one game, I think, for Enrico, it proved to be almost borderline essential. So
Absolutely. It's strange that I feel like Jinx is sort of like a counterplay to Leafy, but in this event, I don't think we've seen a single Jinx come out on top. It's always been a losing battle, but then again, in the games we've seen in the past, we see them focusing too hard on curses and not hard enough on discards. And I think if they play their charms right, they could have a Jinx team come out on top of the Leafy. It's just a matter of playing the right charms and getting that good RNG. I mean, we saw how amazing the RNG was earlier with that curse team against the poison, and how they were so unfavored. I mean, it was like a 90 to 10% odds, and they still came out on top. They just didn't give up, and they kept on rolling with it, and they had the right setup. So it could definitely happen again.
it's almost like it's almost a bait. Like that lazy snail, I think it's called, is almost a bait, because you're like, oh, I'm flooding the deck. Like, isn't that the goal? Well, yes and no. Like, there's still another component. There's another wrinkle in the game. And I mean, I think outside of literally one Garish worm that was like irrelevant when that Little P's Kataro turn was available earlier today, that's the only Garish worm that we've seen not have insane utility, it feels like. Like, even with the Mantis, like, you see double discards, and these teams, like, everybody and their brother has retained. They have the tapes, they have the ancient roots, they have the lizards if it's a poison team. Like, the double discard, or to go, the Mantis, did they take off the thing where it goes into the deck as well? I think it's just from your hand now or something. I'm not sure how it got changed, but if it did at all. If it didn't, it didn't, and it's still probably goated. But like, that is the clear difference in when Jinx has the advantage.
Right. I think we even deduced that if he had the Mantis on that Garish, he would have discarded the extra card, and there would have been he wouldn't have lost the match due to the lack of damage there would have been. If he was able to get rid of that one extra card, it would have been the whole game of difference.
Yep, the Leafy value, like a Leafy hit twice and then once on an additional, and had he discarded that Leafy, it's literally a different game. So I think it is pretty game defining. Well, I mean, if we've got game 1 ready, I don't see, let's see if we can jump right into it here. We might be on a little bit more of a delay here before we jump in, so want to make sure we enforce our own little anti-cheat system here in the old grand finals, like you said, of the Origins League Open Qualifier. I do want to touch again, just in case anybody, like, while we have some time to fill, if anybody's not sure, like, what is even going on here today. Again, this is the Origins League, the kickoff tournament here. This is our initial seeding, so we've got our 32 master tier players already decided. We're picking the winners from there, and then the open challengers, those are gonna be Monday through Thursday, and we got nothing but events, it challenges every single day. All the challengers can play every day, Monday through Thursday, 2 different time slots. So whether you're on the east or the western hemisphere of the world, there's a time for you to come in, earn yourself some qualifying points, and then 2 weeks, those with the most qualifying points in the challenger are going to get promoted, and those with the least amount of qualifying points in the master tier are going to get relegated. So I can't wait for that. 2 weeks from now is going to be a lot of hype and a lot of drama in the league.
Absolutely. Seeing who gets knocked out, which of these masters aren't going to be pulling their weight and going to get knocked out for some hopefully new blood, some underdogs coming up, making a name for themselves, showing the rest of these pro players that they have what it takes to be called a master of Axie Infinity. Very exciting stuff.
And I love the breakup, a little bit of a different style this time between your upper class players. It kind of gives you that, like, damn, I gotta be in the majors. You know what I mean? I'm in the Division 2 or whatever you want to call it. Like, just the immediate chase for 2 weeks from then, and then at the end of the 4 weeks, there's gonna be the top 64, the top 32 masters, obviously, and then the top 32 challengers to follow suit there. It'll go head to head in the tournament. Again, as we wait for this last matchup here, again, A. Ramsey versus Enrico coming up in a best of 5. So I'm excited to see it. Both of these players, I think, actually featured most of our sweeps here today. So I think a sweep for each of them moving forward. That's kind of impressive. Again, 2 days worth of games just to get right here. We finally made it. 100 AXS up on the line. I surely didn't work this hard just to end up right here and not ball out,
Right. Yeah, man, it is crazy. These are our 2 clean sweepers, which means what happens when an immovable object or when a force of exceeding I don't even know how it goes, but you know what I'm getting at.
Exactly,
what happens when Thor's hammer hits Captain America's shield,
Exactly. That's what's happening here. Just the biggest reverberation throughout the community that can actually happen. That's what we're about to witness. So I can't wait for it. I just want to give a huge shout out again to everybody who's kicked it with us here today. We've had a great turnout. Huge shout out to Spam again for rating us earlier with all the viewers, for joining us up here. It's always, like, incredible to get that insight and to see in the mind of someone who's been, like, I mean, quite literally at the top of the mountain. So always good. Huge shout out again to everybody kicking it with us here in the Twitch chat, wherever you may be. If you're going to watch this back later on the VODs, just know we appreciate you as well. So, and obviously huge shout out to E4E, our production team, for killing it as always. The graphics, the everything behind the scenes always goes so easy. It makes this job not even a job. It's actually a joke to say that. So I appreciate everybody just for making this a dream at that point.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you, man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you all to the competitors for putting on such an amazing show for us to commentate. It has been extremely entertaining so far. We only saw one match with Sustain, and they got their butts handed to them, which is for me gratifying. Not for everybody. Not for everybody.
The auto surrender. Don't forget about that. There was the Jinx versus Sustain comp, and the Sustain team said no, thank you. And I'm here to say, we love to see that. Okay, we love to see that. You should be surrendering. You should be shameful of yourself for even bringing that out to the competition. So I'll say it.
I think the players know what the audience wants to see, and they know what they want to see too.
But a win's a win. I mean, what are you gonna do? Hate on somebody for getting a win? I mean, geez, like if that's what the comp calls for, there's a reason it exists, you know. I am just to the core of my heart and soul a sustain hater, and I will be. It's just nothing you can do to change my mind. Like,
man, I had a couple conversations with people who played sustain and really love sustain. Like they honestly told me that if sustain wasn't in the game, they wouldn't play, just because that is the style of the game that they really do enjoy. And it took me having a conversation with somebody who really did feel that personally. And you know, you might see that on Twitter, but just seeing a point echo doesn't really have the same impact as actually having a conversation, a one-on-one, a personal talk with somebody who shares that opinion and can really give you the perspective from their side. And yeah, after getting that perspective, I do see where they're coming from, and I'll leave it at that.
I think that I cannot wait for this. Is what makes me excited about Ronin and the entire chain and the entire ecosystem, right? Is that there's gonna be more games for the sustain players to go play, and they can have new Axie Infinity experiences, new Ronin experiences, new Web3 blockchain gaming experiences that they can go try, that they can go play. And
right.
I wish them. I hope they're all masters in Machine Arena. I hope they all go undefeated in Machines Arena. Over there. Over there. Like, that's all.
There's I mean, Machines Arena. If you're a healer, that's the game for you.
I will say I do play this. So yeah, I'm a little bit hypocritical because I play healer. So yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Like,
Tesla, Deval, two really strong support characters. And yeah, if that's your playstyle, go for it.
Nah, yeah. All jokes aside, there's room for everybody. Honestly, I think what's beautiful about it is like we're still season 5. Look how far we've come from literally season 0 before it even was actually in existence, and to now. Like the fact that we're still trying and still like working at it. I mean, you know, it'll get there. I went back. I've been playing Classic for the past 2 weeks. And there's still bugs. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's still, I don't know if they're bugs at this point, but more or less just like kind of wonky interactions a little bit. And it's like that was 22 seasons deep, and look what it did for us. You know what I mean? So plenty of like the growth I have seen in Origins, or the progress I should say, the progress I've seen in Origins has been phenomenal, and that's a huge shout out to all the fine folks behind the scenes working hard there as well. Lord knows I don't want that job.
All right. Now I want to ask, how has it been getting back into V2? It's such an interesting concept.
Dude. My brain. I think I played probably 60 games because they still have energy, even though it doesn't like count. You still have the energy ticker on game. I played 60 games, and I was exactly at the 1200 MMR that I started at. Like it took me maybe 30 games to even remember what the cards do, and then another like 30 games to kind of climb back and level myself back out to the MMR. I'm climbing a little bit. We're getting back up there, but I tell you what, man, the competition is still there. There's still like some good players over there. There's still some good games, and the fact that they wiped the leaderboard, like when I dropped down, I will say this, I dropped down to like just under 1100 MMR in the first like hour or so that I went back to V2 after the leaderboard was wiped, and I was hanging out right around 15,000th place, if that gives you any idea as far as like how many people actually went and logged back in and gave it another spin. So their traction is there. So
that's incredible, man. That's incredible. Oh man, it's such an interesting concept to have a game basically stop receiving support, just being like
die. Like I mean, it's not. We don't have to sugarcoat it. Really, it wasn't. It was put to the pasture. Like it was taken out back. It was
put to the grave, but they were grave diggers chilling out on that lot just about every day since. And there were enough people gathering around that grave that Jesus, it wasn't 3 days later, but has risen from the grave, and once more, V2 is making a comeback. It is so interesting. Me personally, I came in right at the end of V2 and I studied all about Origins. I was like hardcore focused. I was like, I'm not going to need to know this stuff in the future. V2's leaving. But I'm at the point now where I'm like, hey, Schweet, you want to give me a few pointers on V2? Hey, Elijah.
Yeah,
hey, man,
exactly.
Let's hop
You know
on
what's
a
so
call.
funny? I would point you to an Elijah YouTube video because that's exactly how I got started in V2 was an Elijah YouTube video once I figured out what Axie Infinity even was. So that's so funny.
I can't tell you how many of us have the exact same story, man. Elijah did huge things for so many people coming into Axie.
Oh, absolutely. It paved the way for me personally. So when it comes to everything, the team comps I'm running to casting to everything else, man. So a huge shout out to everybody who came prior to me, and huge shout out to Classic. We're always gonna love you. But it looks like we might still have some technical difficulties behind the screen. I tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a quick break here, let them get this sorted out. We'll go on a quick one. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Again, Enrico versus A Rimsey in the finals coming up soon.
Homeland Season 3 is live. Season 3 will last for exactly 5 weeks and has a total of 5,000 AXS on the line. But the most exciting part is the introduction of the brand new feature, Spy X Ragoon's Attack. The spy feature adds a whole new element of mind games and competition. By infiltrating other people's plots, scouting out their adventurers, and even sending in your own spies to pose as the enemy and steal their battle points. But be careful, you might have some spies hiding on your plot as well. Now this is extremely exciting, but it is far from the only addition Season 3 has to offer. There is also a brand new land management tool. This tab allows you to instantly view all of the land plots within your possession and switch between them seamlessly. With this new addition, managing multiple plots has never been so simple. It is incredibly easy to switch your plot, send your Axies off to work, and move on to the next one. But of course, if you find yourself struggling to manage your different plots, you can always choose to delegate a plot. Delegating a plot of land is a great way to relieve yourself of some of the pressures of the daily grind, as well as allowing non-land owners a chance to play Axie Homeland. Managing your different delegations is incredibly simple and is directly built into app.axie. You can do it all from the same account. It's time to start building your Lunasian empire. Or, if you're hoping to try Homeland for the first time, make sure to join the Axie Discord server to get more connected with different landowners. Good luck for Season 3, my friends and fellow Lunasians. I'll see you in the next one.
My name is Jeff Zerlin, aka Jihos, and I'm a co-founder of Sky Mavis, the inventors of Axie Infinity and the Ronin Network. We've been saying that 2023 will be a year for building, and today we're showing that's what we've been doing. We are delivering on RON staking, the transition to DPoS, to deliver property rights to all users of the internet, starting with gamers. Today's announcement shows that Ronin is about so much more than Axie. We're welcoming new IPs, new teams, new types of experiences onto Ronin, while also reinforcing the core foundation of Axie Infinity. The transition to DPoS is part of our plan to decentralize the Ronin network over time. It's something that is super important to the integrity and the health and safety of the ecosystem. We saw back in 2021 with the launch of Ronin how Axie and Ronin can be super synergistic with each other. So more games on Ronin, more activity on Ronin, I think this is going to benefit the entire Axie community and the ecosystem as a whole. We envision Ronin as the best place to launch and grow Web3 games. So way back in 2018 when we were building Axie, we realized that there was still so much infrastructure that needed to be built. Gas fees were really high on Ethereum. It was slow, right? So building on Ethereum was a lot like training in the hyperbolic chamber from Dragon Ball Z. With Ronin, we're solving all the problems and building all the tools that we wish we had when we started our journey. So a Ronin is a samurai without a master. And with Ronin, we took the destiny of our own products into our own hands. And simultaneously, we see this as an opportunity for Web3 game developers to also take the destiny and the direction of their products. These ecosystems, due to how they combine economics, community, and leisure, are becoming known as digital nations. Axie Infinity was hampered by high transaction speeds and slow finality on Ethereum. However, when Axie deployed on Ronin in April 2021, it experienced hypergrowth and onboarded millions of gamers. The community has been asking for two main things on Ronin. One, RON staking. Two, more games, more experiences. And today, we're taking a major step towards a world of infinite experiences. Web3 games are a new type of game. Games that are more...
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We have the finals here. Finally, we have made it. Enrico versus A. Remzi here in our kickoff tournament of the Origins League Open Qualifier. Again, I am Schweetfeet here with my boy Ryan. It has been such a pleasure to enjoy these games here with you all day long. A huge shout out to Spam again for stopping by. Thank you so much, bro. We appreciate all the love. With that being said, I mean, we do have this game coming up. Again, we've taken a look at the pools. We've seen the Jinx. It's Leafy. We know what it is. We're past all that. We've made it this far. Again, best of 5, 100 AXS here on the line. Gotta come ready for it.
Gotta come ready. And I know these two players are absolutely ready. As you said before, these are our two players that have both pulled off clean sweeps earlier in the event. So these are probably, I mean, as the roster shows, these are our top two competitors. I mean, it obviously doesn't get better than this. And
right.
yeah. So we are about to hop into this match. We're just waiting a few more seconds for the timer to catch up. When we are spectating matches, we are on a 90-second delay.
90.
And that is so that the opponent can't watch the stream and get an idea of what their opponent is up to, right? So this just makes it fair all around. And here we go. Game 1 of our final set, ladies and gentlemen. Remzi versus Enrico. And it looks like we've got two Jinx teams. Very interesting start. This is the first time we've seen Jinx versus Jinx, especially as the first team pick of the match. Very interesting stuff here.
So at first, right off rip, I thought that I liked Enrico's setup a little more with a bug in the backline, but I'm thinking this might be big brain here by a Remzi to leave the Cottontail in the back, go ahead and let that die out. He's going to be, Jinx loves to target the backline here to get that damage to settle in so that the Jinx actually kills it off, or if you get lucky and kill off that backline before they can shuffle, he's going to lose that collect and protect, and he's only going to have this Cottontail in the midline. As to where for a Remzi, you have that Poppy, you have Parasite, you have a little more attack cards by putting your bug in the mid and letting that Dusk die off in the backline. So a little interesting, but Gloomy Dice. Gloomy Dice is an interesting wrinkle over here on the side for Enrico.
Yeah, Gloomy Dice is an interesting Rico. I like everything you just said. Having the collect and protect in the middle is going to give him more defense in the late game, as well as more draw power, which is going to prevent him from getting Jinx locked, which is the whole point of this comp. But then again, oh man, everything you said, I love it. I'm really interested to see how this plays out. I feel like Neo. I feel like Neo. You don't even play Neo. You just save for the second deck rotation. Because all their cards do the same.
Well, I actually feel the opposite, because if you think about it, if I Neo and Parasite you early, that's less Jinxes you're putting in my deck. So I have messed up your second rotation more than you have mine. Right, as opposed to getting them when they come along, I'm preventing them, period. But I see, again, both sides of the fence there. I think when I didn't play very much Jinx, but when I did, that was the strat that seemed to work.
Yeah, man, I guess just in a Jinx versus Jinx scenario, all of their cards pretty much do the same thing. So you're not really preventing much, because you might shuffle one curse card into their discard pile and they might just draw back into it the following turn. Yeah. So, but if you save it till the next deck rotation when you've already got Jinxes in there, then you could get out an attack card and stick them with only Jinxes in the following turn. Which could be the play. It could be the play. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's just tough. This is a tough situation.
And this is such like a tug of war. Oh my
Ooh.
goodness gracious.
And
A rough little go about it there.
so far, the luck is on Enrico's side. First hand drawing into Jinxes. He still gets all 3 energy output. Remzi, on the other hand, is still stuck with an energy and no cards to play with it. Cottontail in hand, and that's most likely going to get discarded this turn. Let's see what comes in. We do see a Square Teeth. Is there a Mantis Charm on there? No. We've got more goo on there. Jeepers creepers. This is going to be a crazy match near the end here. Man, we're going to be looking at like 40 card decks.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at right now is the fact that Enrico's Gloomy Dice is doing more. Like, he's got Gloomy Dice, and instead of the Garish Worm, like we saw, or the Mantis on the Garish, we just saw again the Snail on the Square Teeth, I think, right there. So, look, I mean, these draws are horrendous right now for a Remzi. But again, like, is the Poppy late game going to be better than this? Is the Gloomy Dice enough? I think that's actually what I'm boiling down to. Is the Gloomy Dice for Enrico enough to kind of compensate the positioning difference?
I don't even know. This is crazy. A Remzi 3 turns in a row. 3 turns in a row is missing out on the majority of their energy output. And now their axes are dropping like flies. Oh my gosh. Now, to be fair, their next 2 turns have to be strong. Their next 2, I don't think they have any more Jinxes left in their deck after turns like that. So a Remzi might have a small comeback here, get rid of the bug, even things out. But this is such a tough match. I'm on the edge of my seat.
I mean, both at 7 and 8 Jinx of the bad luck stacks right there as well. Here comes the hand you're talking about. Now, full value here. He can go. Ooh,
He can throw 2 into the back to get the kill. And there we see it. Inkling as well to the back, to the mid. There we go.
Okay.
And Square Teeth for the extra curse card.
Okay, I guess.
It's anybody's game. I think at this point, it's coming down to RNG. Who's going to get the worst hands? Who's going to get flooded with Jinx, and who's going to get full energy output?
No shield turn here for the Collect and Protect, I don't believe. So he could have eaten one of those, but just takes them all straight on. And that will be the death of the backline for sure. Oh, terrible.
Again, the RNG just hates Oremzi today. Not a fan. And ooh-wee. This is a good hand for Enrico.
Yep. If you notice though as well though, it's been one confused. It's not all Jinxes. It's been one confused card finding its way into that draw as well. So that Gloomy Dice just being enough. It's like every and
when it's not a confused, right, it's a goo.
Wow. So finally, we see the Snail payoff. You know, we finally see a team get the win there with the Snail. The positioning didn't matter quite as much because the Gloomy Dice too strong. Gloomy Dice too strong.
Right. Interesting. I really do want to say that a lot of that match was determined by RNG. Now, to be fair, that RNG was offset by a much larger number of curse cards due to his charm choice. But that being said, there was still a lot of RNG involved in those hands. And my gosh, I don't think I've seen hands that bad. I don't think
maybe in a game since the swirl lock, maybe. Yeah,
like season alpha, back when you could use Rosa, back when Rosa wasn't initial, you could use it at the end of your turn. It wasn't banished. It would just keep on rotating. So you got Rosa on everything. You would have all 3 axes asleep every turn. That, not since like games like that have I seen that level of control. That was insane. Enrico's comp was just everything was working out perfectly for it.
Very well crafted, absolutely. And I'm just glad that like we finally saw the Snail worth something and like play its part. But again, paired with the gloomy dice. Like that, you
Right.
still have to go that extra step with it and get the gloomy dice out there. So gloomy dice and calcium armor versus the Wicked Ward, I think, is the cursed card shield generator that he had on his back line, and then Bloodlust on his front line. So not quite the same comp. Really, the comp and the rune favor swinging to Enrico's side.
So, is it Cursed Ritual that deals damage?
Yes.
And Wicked Ward that'll gain shields.
So he was gaining shield. It just wasn't really. It wasn't there for him really much at the end. So, I mean, not much you can do.
Right. I'm curious to see how they change things up in this next match. Let's hop in, and it looks like we see some serious changes. We've got Leafy versus Poison. Let's go. So we've seen this Poison come out on top against Leafy before, but it is going to be tough. It is definitely not an easy battle.
Yeah, especially like in this scenario. I mean, you obviously you got to proc the last stand, but you kind of want to get through the ant. You know what I mean? Like you want to get through that front line, but then you have so much damage coming out from the shrimp that it's like, who do I stun? Who do I chomp? Who do I prioritize? I think for me, I don't know if I could get that beast to sleep offensively and then worry about everything else defensively with my potato leaves. That's how I think I would approach it.
Right. I think there's definitely something to be said to making sure you're he just used it. I was going to say there's definitely something to be said about making sure you're retaining the confidence and the clears to make sure you're getting out of sleep and cleansing the poison stacks correctly. But maybe not, because we just saw both the confident and the clear go bye-bye. But I mean, then again, Leafy is already favored here, so maybe they just need to do what they got to do. Just play normal. I'm always so scared of those tiny turtles. And there's two in hand right now with a watermelon.
Chomp. You gotta take one on the beast. I think you gotta take one on the beast right here. You gotta take the plant chomp to the beast, and then potato leaf your front line because he's vulnerable and he's about to get dunked on. So, and then you save that watermelon. Or the tiny. I could save either. I could see it, but I think I'm gonna save the watermelon whichever one I've already seen more of. Obviously, I'm gonna save what I think I have coming, which I think I think he has more watermelons coming than he does tiny turtles. Yep, he does.
Gotcha. All right, let's see what Aremzi does here. Ooh, a taunt.
Ooh,
not a bad card. I mean, against Poison.
For Poison, Enrico hates that taunt right there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no more stunning to that backline or to the backline mech or the midline beast. All the stuns have to go to that bug, which is not great for Enrico. Because there's still not a lot of poison counters. If you've noticed, we see, I don't think that's a bug this time. Just 2 poison counters on the front, 2 poison counters on the back, and I think that's actual numbers.
Yes, this time it is. Haven't gotten that deep yet, I don't believe. So, yeah, that taunt sucks because, well, granted, you would have wanted a watermelon for perfect scenario, but the fact that you even drew 2 and you still can't get value, that is just painful. Got to go both poisons here and retain that tiny turtle again, I think. Well, no, because he's still chomped, so shit, doesn't even matter.
Right. Yeah, probably better left just letting the tiny turtle pass by, and I guess he retains.
Probably thinks he's going to wake up here of some sort. Well, I mean, there's nothing to play even if he does. But...
All right, so the beast has shrimp. He has leafy, bamboo. The mech is asleep. He might be worrying about a potato leaf curse, so he wants to make sure he's attacking into the right axis. I don't know if potato leaf, some secrets will stay in between turns, even if you don't.
No, potato leaf does not.
Potato leaf is gone. Okay, so he should be safe from that.
Yeah, like potato leaf is one that does not stick around. That would be, especially in this comp, OP, top 100, 99 out of 100 teams, I think. Then we got here. Okay, a little more poison here. Alex still doesn't take the taunt or the tiny turtle, which I like because he's still taunted. Save one of each. Yep.
There he goes.
Here comes
He's
the
got
ant
one of each.
again.
Oh, but here comes the ant.
Yep.
Is he gonna play ant
gotta
again?
get the ant out. I think you have to. Well, maybe not with that.
Ooh, the double
Jeez,
discard's
okay.
pretty strong here, Sweet.
Yeah, I think you could, like, if you wanted to, you could go a little offensive right here because you did just, if you're paying attention, you saw the fact that you yanked 2 cards right there. So, oh, I don't know. Never mind. No, with that beast in bad shape, 1 attack and he's dead. Yeah, had to play the ant right there.
Yeah, it makes sense. The beast is really important for the finish. I don't think the
Clear
mech
that
can do it all
off.
by itself.
No, I don't think so either.
That's a lot of HP on that midliner, still 440. That's a full HP Axie. But the damage coming in is not putting a Remzi into that dangerous of a situation. Oh, he's throwing out the angry emotes now.
Now here it comes. Yep, that poison
okay.
beast is done. I was really surprised that a Remzi went for the backline plant as opposed to the paralyzing glare, the midline on that shrimp rage. I was kind of surprised by that. Obviously, force wraith and the cleanse is a problem, but his backline. Oh my god,
Yeah.
yes, obviously, duh.
Only the front or the back. You can't hit the mid. It'd be a little crazy if it could. It'd be like Momo on steroids.
Yep. And Momo doesn't need any more juice. We all know that.
All right, so here's the interesting situation. Is a Remzi have what it takes to survive this next round? There's nothing but shield here from Enrico.
Brick wall, yep, got a brick.
Brick wall, which I don't think Remzi is going to be able to break through, even with a double leafy combination. And with one Axie asleep, that's looking even worse for wares. Now, they do have the Cottontail. That's something to keep in mind. But, oh, unfortunately, I don't think that's it.
And there it is. He slept into the poison. That should be... Oh, no, he can wake up. He's got the bookworm still if he wanted to wake himself up back there. But what's he going to play after that, I guess? 2 energy. Can't get the kill right here. He's got to save all those cards for his thing. Ugh.
Yeah,
Enrico walking the dog on this one a little bit, boys. We'll see how this next turn goes, but it's a lot of damage coming up. It's a lot of damage coming up for a Remzi, I'll say that much.
Like, I don't think a Remzi needs to do anything other than click end turn. Oh, I forgot about the healing coming in from Leafy. So it's not quite that simple, but yeah, with that Forest Wrath and the Watermelon, that's pretty much all she wrote. There we go.
Okay. I was like, what?
There we go. Yep. And now a Remzi just has to hope that backline mech can do it. With the Cottontail, it's not impossible. He has the ability to search out and find the Leafy. It looks like he does have it. Is this possible? With the Piranha? Oh, I don't think it's possible. No way. No way it is.
He doesn't have the 7. He doesn't have 7. He only had 7 out of 8. He didn't have the Cottontail.
Wow. 7 out of 8.
Wow.
God. 1 energy fragment
What a game.
away from the victory. A Remzi.
Wow.
My heart goes out to you, bud.
Yeah.
That was as deserved as it gets without taking the victory. You were this close. 1 energy fragment away from the victory, but Enrico takes it. That is game 2 for Enrico. So that is 2-0, actually, meaning Enrico might be fulfilling the prophecy of the clean sweep. Remzi, don't let him have it. Stand up for yourself. Take back the power.
Yup, absolutely. I'm over here in the poison corner, calling out the poison plays, and I'm heartbroken at the game that Remzi just went through. I'm like, I couldn't believe he didn't have it. I thought he had it 100%, like, as soon as I saw it. But man, yeah, that he pops in the chat. Shouldn't have retained the ant. I thought that's what it was. I didn't want to. I couldn't remember perfectly. I thought I saw you retain something, and that was the difference right there. And oh man, dude, because your bug died either way. Oh.
It was devastating, but you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. You got to make the decisions you think are best at the moment in time without hindsight's 50-50 or hindsight's 20-20.
2020?
50-50.
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah. Hindsight's 20-20. It's not half and half. It's not one or the other. Hindsight's 20-20. Perfect vision, baby. It's because you know
Always.
exactly what's happened and you know exactly what to pick to avoid that situation. When you're actually in the moment, it's not that simple. And
Never is.
You got to make some gambles.
Right, we didn't come this far not to shoot some shots, you know? All right, looks like we're going to have the game 3 coming up in just a second. Again, this could be it. I mean, this could be the clean sweep here in the finals. We are looking at, again, game 3 out of potentially 5 in the finals of the Origins League Open Qualifier. I cannot wait to see who shows up next week, honestly. Like what I'm looking forward to is this week of games that are coming up. What challengers in the first few days are really going to start ticking away at some of these qualifying points. And based on what I've seen here in these finals, and based on what's in my wallet right now, I might have to enter some of these dailies.
Oh, bro, you know how excited I would be to be on the other side of this thing? I love casting with you. Don't get me wrong. You're always a pleasure to have. But I'd love to see you on the arena side of things as well. Yeah, that'd be very fun.
Definitely. I think one thing that I will say that where these pro players just have me absolutely spent is the amount of games they're able to get in a day. You know, you look at when an era starts, and you look at how many moon shards people are spending, or how many moon shards people have acquired, and then you watch their MMR, you watch their amount of stars skyrocket those first like couple of days of a new era, and it's like that's the missing ingredient, bro. Like that's it.
For me, when I was competing, man, that day 1 is the most important day. Like if you pull, like you can't, no one can pull 12-hour days every single day for a month straight. But you can pull a 12, 14-hour day, maybe once a week. And if you just choose to make that day, that big day, that big push, day 1, get yourself in the head of the leaderboards that day 1, then guess what?
Right.
Every match you play is at the top of the meta. And as the meta shifts, you're not wondering, oh, what's going on? No, you're right there with it, watching it shift. So you're following along. And if you don't get there, then you're always going to feel one step behind trying to climb up that ladder.
Interesting switch here as we get into game 3. Ramsey neglecting the bug this time, electing to bring out a plant in the front line with a little bit of cattail there. So still has the taunt, not as much shield, looking to apply some HP to it. So a little bit different of a taunt style, still same concept at hand. Gonna try and bring out the Gaias for a little bit additional HP around the whole team. As you can see, across the board, about 40 HP more than Enrico right now. Is that gonna be enough?
Not so sure. I do think that collect and protect is best in slot. Ramsey did bring 5 leafy axes. Looks like this is the situation that he feels warrants one of those extra axes. I'm not sure if it's the best decision to forego the collect and protect, but I have faith in Ramsey and what he's trying to do here, and I'm excited to see if it can get pulled off.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I feel like this is the deck that the more you can get through it, the better it plays in your favor. You know, like you're instead of the collect and protect, you're electing to take more HP. It just might not be there for you, you know?
So we see a Leafy on the mech and the bug. And if that Leafy was instead on the beast, would that have been a kill? With 9 rage stacks per hit, with 2 damage per, so 18 for 18, 32, 50.
That's a whole nother leaf.
I think that would have killed. Oh man, if he had just had the beast Leafy as opposed to the plant Leafy, I think that would have been a procced last stand.
It would have made all the difference. It would have been within 10 hit points, that's for sure. Like it would have been very, very close. And here we go, the rage return of its own with 9. This is gonna hit so hard. 9 rage stacks here for that extra damage it's taking. Boom, boom, boom. Here it comes.
The Leafy comes in and he finishes the kill with a garish, discarding both of the Leafies in his hand that he had
Wow.
retained.
He knows. Yep.
Devastating.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
They
it.
knew it.
Oh my God. He gives
Man.
up. That was devastating
Oof.
right there. That you can't come back from that. You lost an Axie and
Yep.
both of the power cards you were holding on to. Unfortunate Remzi, but Enrico is our champion for today. Enrico, big hand of applause to Enrico, everybody,
GG's.
for taking this 2-day event and going all the way to the very end of things and giving us quite a hell of a show on the way. 2 clean sweeps today. 2 clean sweeps.
That's gotta feel good. I mean, any time you can get into that, obviously winning the whole thing. GG's to both. Ramsey, I mean, devastating loss, to be honest with you, but like, you played so well all day long. It's been a pleasure to even watch and cast your games all day. Enrico, huge shout out, huge GG's there as well. But man, what a day of games. What a day of games.
It was an amazing day of games. We actually have Enrico here with us. Let's pull him up onto stage and get a little player interview going here. Enrico,
Yo, Enrico,
hello.
what's good?
Oh, hello guys. Hello.
We can hear you, Enrico. How are you doing, man? How do you feel?
I feel good. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Uh,
Awesome. You did great work today.
Thanks. I got lucky too that I got turned 2 3 times against him.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely a factor in this tournament. Yeah, the turn going first and going second is gonna have a big effect. So, yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You know, we saw some amazing plays from you, Enrico. Your ability to predict what your opponent was going to play and counter pick their team was on point. We saw you clean sweep the match, I think, twice in this event. What goes on in your mind when you're trying to figure out what team to pick when you're facing a new opponent?
I just check whatever they brought first, and then what they're most likely gonna pick against me. Yeah, that's just how I
So it's all
think on what to queue. Yeah.
a little bit of intuition, a little bit of research.
Yeah.
For sure.
Intuition.
Oh, for
Intuition.
sure. Just
His-
gotta go
his
with the gut
intuition-
feeling.
The intuition is on point, Enrico. I want to ask if there are people in chat, newcomers that wanna start taking the game more seriously. Do you have any piece of advice for newbies that maybe want to start hitting the esports scene and start participating in these events?
I think it depends on, like, they should practice the comps they like to play more, and watch a lot of replays. That's how I usually learn different comps and how other people's play styles are as well. Yeah.
Right. I think watching your own replays brings a lot of value and helps you realize mistakes that you probably wouldn't otherwise realize. And I think that that's something that most people tend not to do, is watch their own replays. So you heard it here first from Enrico. Watch your own replays. Enrico, thanks for hopping up here on stage, man. Thanks for giving us quite an amazing show. Do you have any last words for us and for the audience?
I just want to say thank you to the people that organized this event, the casters. Yeah, you all did great. Yeah. Good.
Oh, thank you so much, man. We appreciate you. And we appreciate everyone in chat as well for showing up to the Origins League Open qualifiers. We have our challengers. We have our masters. We have 32 masters for the rest of this Origins League. This is the first of many, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you're coming back next week to catch all of the fun and excitement coming up in the future. And big thanks again to E4E Esports for everyone for hosting this event, and Sky Mavis for funding this event and creating this wonderful platform that we all know and love called Axie Infinity. And until next time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in the arena.
My name is Jeff Zerlin, aka Jihos, and I'm a co-founder of Sky Mavis, the inventors of Axie Infinity and the Ronin Network. We've been saying that 2023 will be a year for building, and today we're showing that's what we've been doing. We are delivering on RON staking, the transition to DPoS, to deliver property rights to all users of the internet, starting with gamers. Today's announcement shows that Ronin is about so much more than Axie. We're welcoming new IPs, new teams, new types of experiences onto Ronin, while also reinforcing the core foundation of Axie Infinity. The transition to DPoS is part of our plan to decentralize the Ronin network over time. It's something that is super important to the integrity and the health and safety of the ecosystem. We saw back in 2021 with the launch of Ronin how Axie and Ronin can be super synergistic with each other. So more games on Ronin, more activity on Ronin, I think this is going to benefit the entire Axie community and the ecosystem as a whole. We envision Ronin as the best place to launch and grow Web3 games. So way back in 2018 when we were building Axie, we realized that there was still so much infrastructure that needed to be built. Gas fees were really high on Ethereum. It was slow, right? So building on Ethereum was a lot like training in the hyperbolic chamber from Dragon Ball Z. With Ronin, we're solving all the problems and building all the tools that we wish we had when we started our journey. So a Ronin is a samurai without a master. And with Ronin, we took the destiny of our own products into our own hands. And simultaneously, we see this as an opportunity for Web3 game developers to also take the destiny and the direction of their products. These ecosystems, due to how they combine economics, community, and leisure, are becoming known as digital nations. Axie Infinity was hampered by high transaction speeds and slow finality on Ethereum. However, when Axie deployed on Ronin in April 2021, it experienced hypergrowth and onboarded millions of gamers. The community has been asking for two main things on Ronin. One, RON staking. Two, more games, more experiences. And today, we're taking a major step towards a world of infinite experiences. Web3 games are a new type of game. Games that are more empowering to the community, to the users that play them. Today's migration to DPoS is about you. Over the last few years, it's become really clear how digital ownership and property rights can transform the lives of gamers all over the world. Today's migration to DPoS for Ronin will allow us to double down on this and expand it to more gamers. Over the last year, I've been traveling to meet our community in America, the Philippines, Vietnam, all over the world, and it's been really touching to hear the stories of people who have had their lives changed by this revolution. Today, we're making a big step towards making this even more accessible to the billions of gamers all over the world. There are a bunch of ways for the community to get involved right now. First, start staking your RON tokens through a validator. Second, let's help amplify this announcement. Join the community, join the Ronin Discord, follow us on Twitter, retweet this post. And finally, start doing research into some of these games. See which ones resonate with you and which ones you're most excited about.
In this video, you are going to learn everything you need to know to start staking your RON effectively and begin earning passive rewards. What makes this possible is the Ronin Network's migration to DPoS, or Delegated Proof